I got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地獄なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come drive me get you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー。全力で追い越してよさ。ドライビングモード始めよう。 全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way きさす血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beats. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supreme and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance.
my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get home. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. It was another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm laying.
Well, it feels like we get a bit of the old intro running into you today as we welcome you back to the LPL on this glorious little Tuesday. Going fresh into week 6 as well. My name's Hysteric. I'm joined by Kitty. We're over the halfway hump. And Kitty, you and I have been casting a bit together recently. We have been, I guess, casting some pretty diverse teams, and today is no exception.
Yeah, I mean, we just get a range of selection for tonight, and we need to celebrate something, Jake. I'm pretty sure we got word on this, right?
Oh, yeah. Do it. Say it, Kitty. It's confirmed. Say it.
Everyone, LPL is moving to patch 13.3 from tomorrow onwards. So today, the Tuesday, will be the last matches being played on 13.1.
Sippin'.
No more Zeri Yuumi, no more Lucian. I mean, Yumi's dead. There's still going to be Zeri, unfortunately. I think it's Zeri Lulu now. So don't get too happy just quite yet.
Oh, like, this is honestly one of the greatest days. Just knowing that we're changing after being on this for a month, Kitty. Again, it's great news, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about 13.1. Today's the last day of this patch. Hopefully this changes. I'm sick of the bottom lanes. I'm sick of the meta, Kitty. And I'm sick of being planned and vanilla. Throw to yesterday's matches before I continue going off, because all you need to know is that tomorrow's a new day. But for today, we get to say sayonara to it. And Kitty, speaking of sayonara, dude, TT been saying that for a couple of weeks now, as they've just been waving goodbye to their recent opponents.
Yeah, TT definitely super underrated. I feel like they are in the middle of the pack, but they're probably one of the best teams considering that they are in the middle of the pack. But of course, we also have a 2-0 coming out of RNG as well. And I'm really glad that Angel is fitting into the team roster and that they're finally picking up from where they started in this split.
Again, it looks like it's just been such a whirlwind of emotion for this team, rising up to the occasion. And since we are over the halfway point, guys, since we are in week number 6 now, you look at the top 10 a little bit more seriously, and you gather your eye to teams like IG again, TT being surprises, hell, even RA, despite having a bit of back and forth series. 4-3, Kitties, is not a bad place to be.
Definitely not complaining about being 4-3 right now, but the real test for tonight is IG. They're currently sitting comfortably in 5th, but they're on a little bit of a lose streak, I believe 2 series, and they're up against Weibo for tonight, and that is going to be a tough one to master.
Yeah, look, again, the loss streak I would take a little bit more seriously, but you have to look at who IG have gone up against recently. Invictus Gaming went up against Top Esports and JDG, what are considered our top 2 teams in the league. I forgive them for that one, especially taking a game off for Top Esports as well, but today will be a good defining moment as Weibo have been that team to falter like against TT. Now that's coming up later. We first have to get you there, which is OMG versus Ultra Prime. And Kitty, we can start with OMG because I think this is one of the most fun teams to watch. Middle of the table, they have some of the most unique drafts, I think, currently in the LPL. They don't even feel like they're on 13.1.
Yeah, most definitely, and this one will be super important because OMG just ended their 2-game loss streak by getting a total upset up against TT, and we saw how dominating TT has been in their recent performance, and it was a 2-0 going to the hands of OMG, and them bringing in the compositions that include 3 ADCs is really exciting to watch, and I think they just execute these random team comps perfectly.
Well, with OMG using flexible drafts like they've been doing, I think that's what makes it easier. Shut up, cry to the audience. Oh, yeah, man. Bring out the I'm trying to find a nicer word for it.
He's saying his
trash
goodbyes
talk.
to the 13.1.
Oh, good. Well, maybe Shanji's on the same wavelength as us. Aki, the most tallest player in the LPL.
How tall is he?
I think he's 6 foot. He's definitely like close to 6 foot. Kitty, I don't have this in stats. I just look at him on stage, standing next to everyone, and that dude is giant.
I mean, 6 foot. I'm Australian. I think that's around 183 centimeters. That is pretty tall.
Oh, come on. It's 180. I think 178 is what I am, which is 5'10", 5'11". And then, no, yeah, you're right, 182. God damn, I can't believe you knew that.
182? Because
Yeah.
5'10 is 180, so wait, 5'11 is 180, so 6 foot has to be 182.
Oh, God, I'm shorter than I thought. No. What a shame. On the other side of the rip, though, Kitty, Ultra Prime. You were saying this team is coming down to one member. Ultra Prime have been a little bit on the messier side. You and I, no, it was actually me and Nomira that cast the LGD series at the start of week 5. I will never forget that. I never want to revisit that. But Ultra Prime since have now been on a 5 series loss streak.
Yeah, pretty tough one to swallow, and like you've been saying, I think Ultra Prime has a really interesting team identity, and I've just kind of called it the Doggo and Friends effect, where I think all of their resources have been just given to Doggo, where all these games are very dependent on him, and that demands Doggo to have an extremely high execution of mechanics, and when it comes to decision making, it also has to be perfect. But like you said, in that match up against LGD, they struggled to close out the games, and with Doggo just being consistent and inconsistent with his leads, it's just a bit sad to watch. But I think Ultra Prime, they desperately need a second player to step up alongside Doggo, because they are getting towards playoffs and they can still make it. So you even mentioned Seam being that potential person.
And again, as I was saying before, remember, it's not actually a 5 loss streak. It's only 1 here. Okay, all right. Burger?
Oh, so cute. No, that's not a burger. That's a heart.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Oh my
I just
God,
ate it. I'm
Jake.
still a bit hungry. It literally looks like a burger.
It's not a burger.
She had a bite. There's no way it's not a burger.
It was a heart. I will educate everyone on that is how you do a heart, half a heart on your face. It's not a burger. Kadriel did the exact same mistakes for his Valentine's thing, and I roasted him for it. So please, it's not the hamburger pose, it's the heart pose, guys.
What? Did he eat a burger as well? Did he?
No,
did he think
did
it was
the
a
heart
burger?
pose with the shy, and he did it in like a hamburger posture. It was terrible.
He's also, I'm pretty sure there's also been, no, maybe not the place. Got to keep the broadcast level going on, but I'm pretty sure there's some other things. I've seen a kiss being thrown out here and there, but let's be real, ladies and gentlemen, with some of the players in the LPL, why wouldn't you? As I'll bring us back on track before we get fired or we get cancelled in that case. I want to bring something up. While I was wrong about the Ultra Prime stat, I'm definitely not wrong about OMG. We're talking about draft a little bit before. The flexibility there was absolutely beautiful in their previous series. Tristana, Kitty, in the drafting phase, being flexed between Cream and Abel, I think that's something worth talking about, because OMG are kind of not limited by this meta.
Yeah, Cream giving Yukal a run for his money. The Tristana into Kassadin matchup, where I believe Yukal at the very end of the game did 2,080 damage on a Kassadin in over 20 minutes. And like you've been saying, this Tristana pick is a very good flex between both Cream and Abel. And speaking about Abel, I think his entire champion pool is extremely interesting, because he loves his aggressive ADCs. We saw the Tristana, we saw the Kai'Sa, and I believe the Kai'Sa specifically went Cleanse and Ghost, and it won. So just very, very interesting statistics coming into this week 6. But yeah, Tristana, you don't want to be picking into a bad matchup, because I think once OMG opts into a winning matchup, or at least winning lane, they really take over the game, and they finish the game by the 25-minute mark.
And with OMG as well, like, that's what respect bans start coming out for as well. Things like Samira. 71% of the time, OMG have had Samira banned against Abel. That's, again, the respect given to this man after he popped the hell off in the end of last split. On the other side as well, you also have things like Akali bans against Cream, where Cream has that pocket pick, right? Even the Kassadin against this team is often seen It's OMG respect bands that really make this team what they are, and that's why they're one of the most unique drafting teams. On the other side, Kitty, I could say the same about Ultra Prime because Ning has pulled things out like the Jarvan, right? Ching has been a big proponent of things like Zoe, Syndra as well, you know, some real good burst mages through mid. And then Harry up in top lane, we've seen Cho'Gath from him, we've seen a couple of Camille games. Like, this team is not adverse to going right wing with draft as well.
Yeah, Harry definitely adapting to the meta from all those Scion picks. I believe that Cho'Gath was a response into a Scion, and it did wonders, but I'm not too sure if it won the game. But it is very interesting because when it comes to the top lane 1v1, Shanzi has that Pandora's box when it comes to his champion pool. We've seen the Rumble before, we've seen the Udyr as well, and this time around, I mean, he's also played Shyvana, so I'm really excited to see how the counter pick goes in this top lane.
But you know what I'm looking forward to first? To see if Samira is left on the table. Because for OMG in the past, previous splits, when Cold was alongside Abel, you know, rest in peace Cold, 7 years out, or 8 years rather, out of OMG, now no longer playing. They have often first pick. Now, Carly's going to go up against Cream with a double ADC ban down the bottom lane.
Hysterics.
Samira's open. Is it worth the disrespect? Is it worth first picking here? Varus is boring. Samira's not. Let's be real. PP God has played this support though, Kitty. So I don't think this is all set and done just yet. But with Severe, I feel like you need engage.
Yep, most definitely. But like you've been saying, PB God, I mean, he's pulled out stuff like the Alistar and Renata, so he's not too scared in matching the CC with a Samira pick. But Ultra Prime, when it comes to Ning's champion pool, I think he is a big fan of the Sejuani, and he allows Doggo to really set up or set him up for the early game and it gives all those resources to this ADC because, like I've been saying, he is the main carry, especially when he's on the champions like Zeri and Lucian. I think he looks extremely good, but champions like those, once you E in, you can't really E out, and I think that is a main problem for Ultra Prime, where they take fights and they commit to it, but the execution sometimes just isn't there.
Maybe that's why they're banning the Zeri Lucian, right? Because they're keeping
away.
Doggo from going in, yeah. So he will have to pull something else out, and when you talk about the carry performance of Doggo, then I'm really curious as to what direction Ultra Prime go, because we already have the double front line and the denial of Shanji's Cassante. 8 games played, next highest is 2. So he's not going to have that same option, but Shanji!
Oh my lord!
Flex it, baby! That man's issuing a challenge.
Shanzi never disappoints me when it comes to Cassante lanes. I believe the last time I casted him, he introduced the Udyr into Cassante matchup in that top lane, and he absolutely dominated the Cassante. Like, he was just playing with the feelings of that Cassante. Now with the Darius, I mean, just a lot of damage from OMG's team composition already. The Darius and Vi being locked in for this top side, I mean, a Sylas would be perfect for them.
Oh, Kitty named it. Sylas to come through. I mean, again, you know, for Ching, he hasn't really been that style. I think looking at them at the moment, yeah, he's only played 1 individual game, so Ching's going to flex another. And so we do have double solo lanes here for Melee, or, you know, vice versa. You guys know what I'm trying to say for Ultra Prime. But no bottom lane, Kitty. And so while they continue banning away mid laners, I feel like for OMG right now, they have the pick of the litter to just deny Doggo.
Look, Draven's still up, and I'm still coping. Maybe Doggo does pick this Draven. It does do relatively well into
Kitty,
Varus,
it's
especially
banned by
when
OMG. I know you're excited
I'm so
for it.
blind. Hysterics. Why am I so blind? I need to get my eyes checked. I am so sorry, everyone. But like
Hey,
you've been
don't
saying,
worry.
Doggo, a lot of champions as well. I mean, we've seen the Xayah. It is a pretty good champion into specifically Darius and Vi, where they want to consistently go in, and it does fit the overall team composition of up so far. Up, UP.
No, you can Ultra Prime up. UP is something I rarely say, but I realize when I say it what it kind of implies. But still, everything's on the table as LeBlanc gets banned away. Mid lane taken away from Cream again. 3 targeted bans here towards one of OMG's core players. 80 carries already been taken away in the form of Jhin. Kitty, you know, I know you want to look at aggressive laning 80 carries. I'm trying to think, like, maybe the Ezreal comes through. Yuumi left to a second ban. Thank God Yumi's dead in this game. But Doggo now with limited options.
Yeah, very limited options. I mean, Ezreal is okay, but Ultra Prime's entire team comp is lacking some damage, so I'm expecting a hyper carry up against this Varus in this bottom lane. And we've seen Baolan, he loves his Lulus, so potentially we could see something. I mean, Sivir is okay, but I would love to see something more long range, because you're up against a Varus that can potentially go poke, and you also want to be playing with the positioning up against a Vi and Darius, so something that can kite extremely well as well.
God, will it be an 80 carry Varus? So that's still what I'm just waiting for. Again, PP God's already played it, and against this Heimerdinger too. It could be a bit of an adaptation here for the bottom lane of OMG. They are going to look for something a bit more mobile to hit some of these side lanes, Kitty. So Cream being on a core control mage. Ooh, have to see what gets locked in the bottom lane though. That's all I care about. Show your face. What is it going to be? Even if it's an
Caitlyn
AD.
is still available for both the Varus support and Heimerdinger support, so it's a pretty exciting pick for anticipated pick. But Abel, is he going to bring out the Cleanse Ghost again? Come on.
I'm not too sure.
I'm waiting
Will
in
it really be the
anticipation.
say something a choice?
Lock it in. Oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah, he is. Okay, again, this is why we love OMG. You just don't know what's coming with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Zai is looking extremely good for Doggo. It really depends on if he decides to opt into this. Caitlyn is still a viable pick because it does gain a lot of lane priority when you are paired with a Heimerdinger. So it really depends on how Doggo wants to approach this game. Both Zai and Caitlyn, pretty decent answers into the Kai'Sa. I mean, yeah, like you said, this is a Varus support, and we saw from last night that the Varus support actually does a lot of damage.
But Kitty, I mean, you said it on the other side. You were saying Zaya does really well into the composition OMG run into it. And it's going to be the final pick here, something we don't really see with the Heimerdinger, but a lot of control in that 2v2. Excuse me. Kitty, run me through draft. Start with OMG, because it does feel like they want to accelerate this game through Darius, through the Varus Kai'Sa bot.
Most definitely. I mean, OMG's is coming out with a lot of comfort picks, I would say. I mean, Abel, he's always been known as that aggressive ADC, so Kai'Sa fits him perfectly, and Shanzi, he loves playing these lane-dominating champions, so Darius up against K'Sante, they want to be looking for those early aggressive plays, especially when it comes to the mid-game. But like you've been saying, this Ryze pick, it's always been so dominating in patch 13.1, but when it is in the hands of Cream, I think it really depends on how he pilots his realm warp, because that is one of his core identities, just making plays on the side lanes or just making plays around the map where you can just play alongside Ning, or not Ning, sorry, Aki, and then get your side lanes ahead. I mean, both Kai'Sa and Darius, both very resource heavy champions, so it really depends on how Aki decides to play this game.
I'll be asking you more questions about Ultra Prime as we get into the game on top of that, Kitty. Thank you for the diagnosis of OMG. Look for Cream's Realm Warp, she said. Level 6 going to be core then. As OMG once again pull out of the bag with another beautiful draft. Guys, our last day of 13.1, and it doesn't even feel like it yet opening game 1. It's perfect to see that OMG aren't like the rest, that even on the other side, Ultra Prime are willing to throw out a couple of bits of flair as well as we enter Summoner's Rift in a very different space. I'm finally glad to say that we're going to say goodbye to this patch after today. It has been a month and a bit. I cannot stop talking about 13.1 being said and done. Kitty, today's a glorious day. Honestly, nothing could go wrong. We could have a 30-minute game of no kills. I'd still be smiling.
No. But here's the real question. Would you rather Kai'Sa Zaya meta come back or Zeri Lucian meta come back?
Oh, Kai'Sa Zaya. Any day of the week. Oh, my God.
It's already
At
back,
least...
hysterics.
Yeah, true. And there might be more to it than meets the eye because level 1 could be dangerous as Ultra Prime have the engage. That's an abscond stuck start with here the Silas. Ninga's already gone on in, setting up, wants the permafrost, and instead just blocking off. PP God has to burn a flash. Remember, you get the melee from the Silas and you get the first blood. Beautiful aggression from Ultra Prime at 1 minute 30.
Gotta protect those towers at all costs 1 minute into the game. I mean, PP God even burns the flash, and that first blood does go into the hands of Doggo, so he's gonna have a wonderful time in this lane. But with the Varus not having flash available, I mean, this Sejuani is sprinting it down bot lane.
Well, giving first blood as well over to Ultra Prime, and I believe it was Doggo who picked it up. Yeah, so this Kai'Sa going to be dealing with a lot more than we expected at first. Kitty, run me through the 2v2 matchup and how this works down here, because again, Kai'Sa Zaya, as you said, not something we often see.
Yeah, this is probably the first time I've ever seen Zaya and Heimerdinger being paired as a duo in the bottom lane, but when it comes to the Varus vs Heimerdinger support, it really depends on the lane priority. We saw that Balan really wanted to protect his towers in that level 1 skirmish, and they did just that, where PP got lost all priority, and he isn't going to be able to walk into that and denial the vision while tossing out poke because of just how behind you are. I believe he's around 3 minions behind from that death, so it's going to look a little bit tough with this Varus, and especially you as a carry support champion, you don't want to be behind.
And already you can see that Abel not able to step up to the wave as safely as you would have expected. Balan and Doggo hit 2 first. Pivigod is able to catch up a little bit here, but it does feel like he was a minute or 2 behind, as you were saying. Poke not going to connect, and Ultra Prime's bottom lane off to a roaring start. While we look towards these other lanes, and Shanti, something we haven't talked about yet, Kitty. This Darius versus Cassante matchup already looking like a feud.
I mean, as long as Harry doesn't die, I think he's gonna do just fine. But Shanzi already pushing in the wave, denying an entire wave of CS. He's already down half and Nessa catch just safely under his own tower. The amount of aggression from Shanzi, I love it, because he has been kind of the light of OMG. I think he has been so entertaining to watch. He just loves his random champions, and Darius, LPL, they go hand in hand.
Yeah, really, again, it's always a pocket pick for people in our league. Shanji's someone who especially has a couple of pockets that we've come to know and love. The Rumble's a great example of that. So far in the league, he has been the best by far. As now, for the engage, Harry just setting in. Great trade with Shanji, even finding himself a level lead. Gets a push out from under turret as well, and Shanji has to pay a little bit of respect for a while, but we know the level 6 onwards and coming. And that's when the real threat shows up, as I think Pipigod Kitty got poked out of lane again.
Yeah,
and so he has to back away, and Abel's just stuck in a 1v2 under turret, while Doggo unfortunately missing, but
this
is going to net near a plate.
Oh no! Abel didn't even get the last 2 CS under the tower, and like you said, PP got poked out once again, where you desperately need that level 6 spike, but something's happening top lane.
Aki is coming in, Shanji pops the ghost. All we need is an unstoppable Cassante. Forget everything, it doesn't matter, OMG can't get the kill.
Ning does hover just for safety in case Vi does go for that tower dive, but look at this bottom lane. I mean, Doggo just consistently pushed up with no jungle threat at all. He is just eating the plate at 4 minutes into the game. I mean, like I've been saying, this Xayah was such a perfect pick into OMG's team composition, because you have the Darius, you have the Vi that consistently want to go in, I mean, even Kai'Sa as well. But Ning isn't going to get spotted here. Can he burn at least a flash from Shanzi is the question.
Harry does have flash as well. Remember, melee matchup, but he does to his ally. The flip back from Harry. He gets it under turret. He doesn't care for the time being. As Shanji heals up a little bit, but has to burn his last remaining summoner. And Ning so far well and truly on the board in top and bot.
So much action happening in this top lane. I mean, I think Abel is begging for at least some help, because Doggo is consistently pushed up, but this Darius not having the flash available, I could potentially get another gank going towards that top side. I mean, Aki, I would love for him to path towards this bottom lane, because I think Abel on this Kai'Sa, he is an absolute monster on it. We've seen what he's been able to do, and once this Kai'Sa gets ahead, they're gonna dance on the enemy team comp.
But again, will they ever get there? Because Baolan's already moving, has the freedom in lane as the wave was shoved up bot. Baolan and Ning moving in together, that's a great CC combination. Azaki's here on Raptors, but Cream might be caught out before he can get a reaction in. His flash is available with the permafrost there, the stun up, he hasn't burnt it! Cream, you greedy man! Almost dies, but holds onto the summoner. I guess it's well played to the end, but he played it close to the edge.
That was calculated hysterics. You can't say that without Cream just holding onto his flash for dear life and greeting it until the very last second. Didn't need to use it though, so that's pretty worth. I mean, he did get the ignite from Baolan, so the bottom 2v2 is going to be a little bit easier. But this entire just lane party from the bottom side resulted in this gank. Aki just didn't even spot the jungle support duo where Cream was just trying to get his wave in. The CC doesn't land from Ning, but Baolan comes in with the follow-up CC. And does secure something, but not the flash.
It's close though, you know. A couple of more hits. Cream looks from, you know, base to like, I don't know what the opposite of Giga Chat is. I think it was George. I decided anyone out there called George, really sorry, but that's just the name was gone. No, Brian! It was Brian! It was something about Monty Python. However, the point stands that Cream holds on to the summoner. Flash is available still, as he's actually walking into a trap. Might need it for this one. Permafrost comes through, Chicken this time lands. It's gone to Duck and Cream. That summoner comes in handy. Azaki now hit it in the bottom lane, but he's getting 1v2, flashes away. Root comes up! Doggo! Oh, oh, oh! That's what you want to see from this Xayah.
PP God has flash as well. Everyone is just deciding not to flash, I suppose, in the first skirmish in this 7-minute mark. But yeah, really clean kill onto Doggo. Like I've been saying, Aki does come towards his bot lane, but I assume the wave was just way too pushed up, and Doggo just playing with his feathers perfectly, resulting in getting a CC onto PP God, and he died as a result. The flash was available, so he could have just gotten out. I mean, yeah, Aki was just sitting here for a very long time. Goes in for the flank. I'm assuming no CC lands onto Doggo because it does get cancelled a little bit. Doggo doesn't get touched, and just without any follow-up CC, PP God didn't expect the root from Doggo right here, and he dies as a result.
That was Battleland. That was beautiful timing. Like, just great stuff from the Heimerdinger. A second kill goes over to Doggo, and Kitty, you weren't wrong when at the start of show you're talking about the blood of Ultra Prime really relying on Doggo. Well, he's set up in a great position yet again. He's got a small CS lead with this wave pushing in that he should be able to catch the majority of, but he's got those 2 early kills, which means this Xayah is in a position to carry yet again. I mean, Doggo is being set up by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, definitely set up for success. This Xayah pick so annoying for OMG to deal with. They are going to start the Herald here. Ning does have his ultimate available. I mean, the support isn't here just quite yet, so they do have a numbers advantage if they decide to take this.
Again, Doggo's going to show on bot though, so maybe it makes things a little bit more dicey for Ultra Prime to contest it. OMG have already burnt it down. Herald drops, and that's just about that. So they are going to get themselves an objective to match, as Ultra Prime were able to get the earlier Dragon. Kitty, where do you want to see this placed? Because I think Ultra Prime need to start moving and start influencing the match.
Is anyone going to bail Abel out?
Well, I mean, you get the root back in. Abel going to get ulted. Great ulti in response. Killer Instinct gets a reposition as the wave's getting cleared on the mid, but it's flashed away. Doggo can't get the range as well. Abel running for his life. He lives on. Abel, fancy feet, man. That was a nice little Stinger B moment.
That was a really well-played trade from Doggo. I mean, he was just spacing the tower perfectly. Unfortunately, the CC didn't land onto Abel, and he just managed to scrap out while Cream comes in with the reinforcements from that realm up. So Doggo was forced to leave the play. But yeah, this Kai'Sa vs Xayah matchup really sad so far with how the lane state is. I mean, someone just has to help out Abel in this bottom lane matchup, or Doggo's going to be backing with a Mythic very soon.
Doggo should be pretty close to it by now, right? But again, props are Abel for surviving there. That was fancy footwork with the Killer Instinct. The fact he gets out of that alive is incredible enough with Doggo's already massive lead. Now, you were talking about items. We do have Gale Force picked up for Doggo now, so he's in charge. That Gale Force is going to do a lot to help the repositioning of Doggo in some of those 2v2 clutch moments. As Cream is getting bullied again, ulti comes through, he lands. He doesn't have his flash available. Ching stole the Chains of Corruption. One more auto, he has a flash to get it, but still, it's a security with Ultra Prime's 3rd kill in 10 minutes.
A lovely commitment from the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, even Balan flashes and follows up with the CC once the Sejuani ultimate lands. And I believe Ting had the Varusol available, so that just guaranteed the kill onto Cream. But yeah, this movement from the support and jungle of Ultra Prime, they're really just placing the tempo onto the map, and they're allowing so many plays to be made across where Doggo is already ahead. So if they continue this tempo and they're able to generate the lead into early objectives, then I think Ultra Prime is looking extremely strong, and they're happy with the game state.
I mean, you talked about like how this game could evolve from things like Realm Warp, side lanes being important. So far, Cream hasn't been able to get on the map. He's been bullied constantly. Ning has been a ganking fiend, and this ain't the Ultra Prime that I saw with LGD earlier in the week, or rather last week. This is the Ultra Prime that is supporting quite a lot of familiar names for the global community. Doggo as well, we've seen at Worlds, we've seen on the side of Flash Wolves. Bao and Ning are both world champions. People say, you know, sometimes are they washed up? Are they been around for too long? But they've still got that credibility no matter what you say. Supporting a couple of rookies like Harry and Ching, this team does have a lot to lean on, as we're seeing in this first game.
Oh, but Ning is just hovering that bottom side where Abel doesn't have his flash available. I mean, the good thing is that PP God is finally level 6 on this Varus, so they can potentially outplay this. I mean, he got hit and he is dead.
Prison, you cannot. PP God with nothing. Those summoners remain intact, but he does not.
I mean, Aki tries so desperately to make something happen in this top side, but just look at the KP difference between these two junglers. He's only up 3 CS, but Ning has 2 assists and 1 kill in his pockets, where this early dragon, I mean, this early dragon is just looking like it's already in the hands of Ultra Prime. Aki does have the Herald here. He is going to drop it just to get some extra gold into Cream's pocket, because they're not looking like they're having fun in this early game.
Aki going to be sharing that with Cream if he steps up close, but unfortunately just out of range. Barrel land positioning in case Cream overstepped his mark. But meanwhile, Doggo just gets solo first turret blood. He's up 30 CS as well, guys. And this Xayah is going to take over the game. As you can see, gold on the left-hand side of your screen, 2,000 over Abel. And Kitty in total, Ultra Prime, a 4,000 gold up, and we'll now have 2 dragons. This early game is perfect.
Shandy doesn't have the TP available either. He decided to opt into the Ghost, which is the common summoner spells for Darius. But yeah, when it does come to these bottom skirmishes, you won't be having your top lane contributing in these fights. I mean, PP God, he is so behind on this Varus support, where ideally you always want to be ahead. I mean, you want to build the Umbral Glaive and you want to be poking where you potentially could outdamage some of these carries on your team. But with him being set so far behind, I'm afraid that he's only going to be an ult bot from now on.
Gotta just wait and see what they can do, though, because nothing's happened. OMG, this comp, nothing has happened because Ning has been everywhere first. And, you know, props again to Ning's game. I think his Sejuani game is showing us that, kind of like the Jarvan against LGD, sadly, that I have to remember, but it was still the willingness to engage, the ability to control and...
Just send it.
Well, in a great way. Ning's voice on this team is impactful and important. And I remember on the IG roster, Ning was one of the big voices there and one of the big shot callers in 2018. He's got the experience of veterancy, and that's what I was talking about before, where Ultra Prime are really utilizing that, it feels like, and Ning is obviously the one driving this car. Is right now, Kitty, I mean, we have to see if he drives towards Herald, because so far, Ultra Prime have picked up everything but that first one.
Yeah, I mean, like you've been saying, Ning, 7 games on the Sejuani, now his 8th, and he is just doing great things and being extremely proactive for the side of Ultra Prime, where Aki is just consistently trying to hover these side lanes. But unless you're hovering Shanxia, I'm afraid you don't have the damage from Cream on this Rise to ever get a kill onto Ting. He has that role available and also the stopwatch.
It would mean that Ching's able to go in, set himself up with one of those stolen ultis that we've seen before. Chains Corruption, a good one. And as well, maybe even something like the Realm Warp to steal away. Zaki's angle is onto Doggo, but you talked about this, Kitty. Doggo is built against this composition. That ultimate is going to give him a bit of time to work with alongside that Gale Force as well. So look out for the Blade Caller as Ultra Prime move over to the Rift Herald first. And you can see, Kitty, OMG just aren't confident to walk up to this objective.
Yeah, confidence is key, but Aki is consistently hovering towards his bot side when the major objective is that Herald just gives it for free towards Ultra Prime. I mean, you do have the Darius and the Kai'Sa, they scale okay when it comes to the mid-game skirmishes, but when you are depending on Cream in the side lane, you're consistently hovering him, then, I mean, mid lane is just going to fall as a result of that.
And it's going to fall even easier. The Herald being taken and dropped straight away. Doggo's wave clear is almost instantaneous. And opened up mid. Ultra Prime now with 2 turrets in this game and a 5,000 gold lead. Just about at 15 minutes in. Kitty, it's sad because for OMG, they also picked up this Darius. And I don't think I've seen a more quiet Darius game. Like, we saw one gang towards the top side that didn't work out. Matched by Ning for the counter. And Shanti just hasn't been able to exert that pressure that you'd expect out of, I guess, now a Divine Thunder Darius.
Both junglers getting top ones, and they burnt the flashes and they're like, I'm out, I'm going bot side. But in the return, Aki didn't actually get anything done in the bottom lane, where PP God died as a result in that 2v3. And this is why this early game has gone such an upside down matter for the side of OMG. I mean, Kai'Sa and Varus, they want to be ahead, they want to be the aggressors, but up against Doggo on the side, you just can't ever be making one single mistake when you overextend.
Well, now how they play the mid-game is all going to come down to pushing these advantages and sides. Ching right now setting towards bot. Doggo is hovering mid consistently. No fear of those chains of corruption either, as Abel just does his best to catch the wave and catch back up, but he's a full item down. Kitty, that's a Phantom Dancer now picked up by Doggo, so his ability to duel got even better. While the rest of Ultra Prime are hovering towards this bottom lane. It looks like they want to try and push into these inners or make the dive happen towards Cream. This level 11 rise might be caught out. but the minion wave thinned out a little bit as Negus is behind enemy lives. The Scott and Duck doesn't connect though. Ching need to land now, but at least setting up for the permafrost the Stars can do. His chain disruption is great. Hang on, Ultra Prime. This one was ambitious, but Doggo to the rescue. Who's a good boy? Yes, he is. Get him a double kill. Okay, now against the virus. Ulti out. Oh, yeah. Never send him to a kennel again. As Aki goes in for the ulti, Doggo tries. But now put on down. The shutdown as well. Aki's able to get something back in that wild 3 for 3.
Okay, that was really well played from Cream. He delayed the entire jungle and mid of Ultra Prime where the reinforcements were able to come over and PPGo just chucked out the ultimate at the very end. But yeah, look at how Cream sidesteps all the abilities from Ultra Prime. I believe he dodged like at least the Silas stun and then he just ulted the Silas Q. PPGo throws out the ultimate here and April just ulting in as well, trying to help it out. But everyone forgot that Xing had that stopwatch available and Doggo just went sicko mode here. I mean, he is just so fed on the Zaya with the lethal tempo as well. I mean, you just can't really escape the grasp of the Zaya.
Able to get another kill as well as Doggo does get shut down by Aki, but again, it's over to the jungler where Doggo was able to clean up a couple. And this means that this guy's coming in red hot, but without the summoners, we'll have to see how confident he feels in this next fight as Kitty. This is third dragon if Ultra Prime can secure.
No flash and ultimate on Doggo in this 5v5 in particular. So it's going to be a little bit tough, but I think Ultra Prime is still in a winning position because they do have the Sejuani ult available while Vi doesn't have hers.
Yeah, Shanji as well with double summoners versus everyone else on OMG actually not having it up. Harry has this flash with the all-out we haven't seen yet this game as Cream starts zoning off, but Harry jumps on in onto Cream. Now it's a re-engage. Chain disruption in that choke's beautiful. Aki goes in though. Straight away they're able to find a kill, but rather that was Ching as Ultra Prime are taking a front to back, jumping in on top of Aki. Shanji starting to do stuff, but straight away as he gets a double, takes it even further. Finally, it's Dunkin' Donuts. How can I help you?
Shanji has had enough of this peaceful gaming. He comes in with the triple ultimate and triple kill and wins the entire fight and turns the game state around. I mean, I've been saying this Hysterics. Ultra Prime, they generate that lead onto Doggo, but he just throws it away. He just has too much fun in the Zaya and he just forgets about his positioning because you do need to play with space when you're up against something like the Darius and of course the Vi, where I believe the Vi just instantly ulted the 80 carry of Ultra Prime and he just wasn't really able to avoid the damage from Shanji as a result of that. But yeah, the Ghost activates from Shanji and they ulti Doggo in this team fight where Shanji just kills everything in this specific choke and the resets are just insane. I mean, the Sunder Darius is doing work.
I was expecting this to go to Ultra Prime with the quick pick up of PP God, but Kitty, Shanji comes out of nowhere, picks up a triple, now has a dead man's plate. And I take back what I said. Imagine going up to Darius in real life and saying, bro, you've done nothing for the first 15 minutes. Then he comes at you like that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, father. I'm so sorry. 20 minutes into the game, Kitty. That's a dragon take as well for OMG. So they are back in some kind of position to contest. And what we were talking about earlier for Ultra Prime, now you're going to have to tell me the other way of OMG finding a way back into this game because it does feel a bit more feasible.
Definitely a breather for OMG, finally finding something. I mean, that was technically a 4v5 at the Dragon fight. PPGo got instantly deleted because of the Sejuani ultimate landing onto his head and just the amount of focus that OMG provided in that team fight onto the ADC without the flash available. I believe the Zaya did have the Gale Force, but the Baron is getting started.
I mean, it's going down quick as well. Ultra Prime just throw the Hail Mary. It's on a ward though as April now is positioning here with the Killer Instinct. But look for Doggo in the pit and look for Shanji again going in. Oh, baby! OMG just steal it! Aki gets it from under their nose. Doggo might get the kill, but Aki gets the respect.
Hysterics, why am I seeing this win slowly being taken away from Ultra Prime's palms? I mean, they just flipped the Baron complete 50-50 where Aki just cues in and steals it. They're just being sent more and more behind and this Rise having an excellent time just CSing in the silent. I mean, you're just up against something like the Silas and Cassandra. You're gonna glide on them perfectly, but yeah, just look at Aki. He just goes in without any he does have a blue ward, Scrying Orb to provide that vision and gets it with that Vi ultimate. I mean, just stop burger flipping, Ultra Prime. Come on, you got this. You were supposed to win this game.
You were the chosen one. I agree. Doggo was taken over, taken names, man. And now, Kitty, that last fight, Shanji has a moment. Aki now has a moment. OMG now have a moment because they're 500 gold ahead. They were down almost 5k at like the 13, 14, 15 minute mark, Kitty.
Good TP.
It's changed so much, his all-out does come through, but Shanji now has a Cassante who's not that tanky at all. Caddy 1v3, Darius has done crazy things, but however, in front of everyone, maybe it's not meant to be. The apprehend's good, Decimate coming through, but no, Duncan again. Ching takes a heavy trade, but they got what they came for.
They also got the tier 2 top lane. They will gladly trade for that because they burnt so much onto this Darius where I believe someone nearly died. Ching nearly died. I mean, 2 more orders and he was pretty much dead. But yeah, a lot of macro with this Baron now. I mean, Cream is just having a wonderful time on this Rise in the side lane where Aki is just going to consistently hover. It is going to be a 1-for-1 tower trade. I like Cream with his Rommel finally coming in and stopping something.
Ching, good steal. Very good steal there. Abel still had the ulti, and you could see the flood in his eyes. So an attempt to get away and deny the inner turret. Kitty, you're talking about gold trading over. I mean, this time around, Ultra Prime don't really get the full extent of what they came for, and gold remains in OMG's favor, however slight.
The dragon will be spawning in 45 seconds, so with PP God, I mean, having the Umbral Glaive available, he is just going to fight over the vision against Baolan. It's looking real tough for Ultra Prime now. I mean, Silas and Sejuani, you're lacking a lot of damage. You're really dependent on Doggo once again, but he has to play his spacing perfectly. I mean, he has the Gale Force available and the ultimate and the flash this time around, so it really is all eyes on Doggo for this upcoming fight.
Kitty, you've been saying it all game. You've been talking about Doggo all game, so have I. But he's fallen silent, so yes, it will definitely come down to him. As the Blade Caller is still up and alive. As Abel's going to get poked out. Cream jumped it as well. Hail of Arrows is good to zone them off. Ching's taking a bit of damage here from the poke as PP God is actually doing some work. But I'm looking at Shanji yet again as Apprehend doesn't connect now to PP God. He has to flush away. Chance corruption in return, but Aki goes in the backline. It's on top of Ning. Not the right target as Cream runs forward and Abel starts firing away. But the all out from Harry on the other side. Doggo runs in. Fresh off the beat here. This dog wants more walkies. But Ultra Prime unable to give it to him right now. The leash is let go and OMG punish them away to get their second dragon of this game.
Look, everyone walks away scot-free, but this dragon does go towards the side of OMG. I mean, Doggo, I saw a light where he just glides on everyone with that Gale Force and Flash available, but unfortunately diffused from the side of OMG, and they will gladly take that dragon. It does result in 2 towers falling for the side of OMG, and that does open up the map a lot more. But yeah, that ultimate from Aki, it did end up on Ning, I believe, halfway through the fight, and they weren't even able to execute the Sejuani while Aki committed so many spells onto the jungler. I mean, I think they were just trying to get rid of the Smite 50-50 potential, but Doggo, without that Vi threat being there, I mean, he was just smurfing on them.
So, Kitty, question for you. What does this game look like as we go on? Because gold's even, and it's a very different draft in 13.1. We're very glad about it, but there's a lot of changes to how these comps play out in team fights, and I was curious about what you thought about scaling and how Ultra Prime and OMG run into each other as the game goes on.
The flash is definitely super important from OMG Shanji on this Darius. We saw how potent this Darius pick was in that previous dragon fight where he was able to pick up 3 kills. I mean, once the eyes of OMG are set onto Doggo for these team fights and Shanji is able to get potentially a flash hook onto the ADC, Ultra Prime is left without any damage options. But on the other side, I mean, Ultra Prime, they've been playing these fights okay, mostly peeling for Doggo, but it really depends on just how he plays these team fights. I mean, Harry might get caught here.
Yeah, he might. You know, you talk about that Shanji summoner. Will he have to use it here? Harry, again, goes unstoppable, decides to all out onto Aki. There's one ulti burn. Shanji burns Ghost and Flash. They want the kill here, but Harry's down. How many dashes do you want to give him? The minions run in fear as they should have. Ching under turret gets the heal, but look, again, Duncan part 2 is Shanji so epically low. Doggo gets out as well. Forward he goes to Blade Claw, not connecting though, and Aki's still dead. A double out as PP God saved. This time by Cream, but he's not far enough out as Ning and Baolan still continue to chase. And Shanji and Aki set up that play, but Harry survived for so damn long.
4v5 from the side of OMG. I mean, they do get the ultimate onto Harry, but he bought so much time because you are Cassante up against a Vi and Darius. I mean, the Baron is spawning in 10 seconds, and that was a 2-for-1 trade where the TP is also available from the Cassante. So you just did all that, but the Baron ends up in Ultra Prime's hands.
10 seconds. Yeah, you're right. Not enough time. I mean, Doggo's going to threaten this down so quickly, and for OMG, we throw it right back, Kitty. There's just something about Ultra Prime's games that feels like they're always a little bit back and forth. They're always, I guess, a lot of fun, but even though they return to the position of power, this one's been choppy. But Kitty, we've got to look again because Harry bought them a lot of time.
Yeah, they did spot that most of Ultra Prime was hovering that mid side, so they just committed all their spells onto Harry for this under this tier 2 tower. I mean, even the flash is coming out as well. Unfortunately, couldn't outrun the ghost. TP comes out of the mid laner of Ultra Prime, and then just the reinforcements. I mean, Doggo just gale forces in. He doesn't care. He wants those kills because he knows once all of OMG dies, it is a Baron upcoming in 20 seconds. I mean, PP got, I believe, QSS himself, and then got out with the Realm Warp. Not QSS. He just lived. He took the taxi.
He just lived. Yeah, he took the taxi. Again, was walking into the Realm Warm, so feels pretty good, man. After PP God surviving, as he's died already 5 times, didn't want to make it a 6th. Considering that Ultra Prime off the back of it already got so much, and the Baron included, we said off the back of the replay. Kitty, it's a 2,000 gold lead here for Ultra Prime at 28 minutes. Now they have the Baron, and they're wave clear. Pretty immense with Doggo sitting mid. Look at the setup here with Harry in the bottom lane as well.
Come on, Cream. I want to see more from this Rise. Be more proactive. This Realm Up is so valuable when you want to make those silent plays, but now your base is being threatened from the side of Ultra Prime. You can't make those plays anymore. Just force something. Harry is bottom lane.
And Cream will at least clear the wave here to make sure that Harry can't get too much. Steps up to the counter minion, but mid's already gone down. It's just the inhibitor that Ultra Prime are looking for right now. Doggo's going to get this with ease. And so that Baron is going to net some more pressure towards mid lane. Ultra Prime moving towards bot as well with the next wave coming up to try and threaten yet another in-hit turret, but this one will be a little bit harder.
A slow, suffocating game from the side of OMG. I mean, to be fair, the only real time they got to breathe was when Ultra Prime threw and gave them a free Baron, but this entire game, not a lot of proactiveness from the jungle and mid laner of OMG, where this is the game state now, and your champions, I mean, without the flash available on Shandy, it's gonna look really difficult to get your hands onto Doggo.
The threat continues here. Doggo has been safe this whole game long. Ulti, double summoners available, stopwatch too. Just how do you do it? Is Ching feeling comfortable with his own Zhonya's as well as his flash? He's keeping the Baron minions towards mid, and that pressure continuing on as Abel has to match, and slowly but surely, you said it, it was just whittling down this bottom lane turret. Look, PP God's not even doing that much damage, and so Ultra Prime continue to walk it in.
The Varus also misses from PP God. I mean, Cream just has to clear these Baron minions. He's doing a relatively good job, 3 items on this Rise so far, but yeah, so many stopwatches coming out of Ultra Prime as well. You pretty much have to kill Doggo 3 times. He has the stopwatch, he has the Xayah ult available. It's just going to be really tough because Aki, once you commit all your spells, I mean, you only have a stopwatch yourself. Someone gets caught.
PP God, what are you doing, brother? Come on, mate. That's not how it's meant to happen. He's just caught out in brushes. Shanji doesn't get the apprehend, and Ching just walks it out. Third dragon here for OMG, and now the PP God's dead. If it wasn't already free, it definitely is now, Kitty. So Ultra Prime will be moving towards Soul Point, and finally getting a Mountain Dragon for themselves at the very least as well with all these tanky members.
PP God, come on. I mean, they did first pick the Varus, and it was flexed to this support position, but we just see how detrimental it was to give that first blood over to Doggo. 7 and 2, now getting the Gale Force, I mean, the GA into his pockets as well. I don't think OMG has enough damage to kill Doggo twice.
True. They've only just barely killed him once in this game, so I can believe that as well. I think in this game, though, guys, let's be real. You know, Doggo's had a great time. Ching's had a great time, I think, on the Sales, but he's also been set up. But Baolan and Ning, I would say Old Faithful, but that's just a lie. They're not Old Faithful, but they are definitely old men of the league who have still got it. Like, this is a brilliant game to kind of state that Ning and Baolan are capable of having these carry performances. Really nice to see, especially on the Heimerdinger. As Ning, again, setting out the ulti, as I talk about him, doesn't hit Abel, but still, the threat there is he has to back away, as PP God's forced to flash with the positioning here, and straight away, OMG getting threatened on their last remaining turret outside of the base.
Definitely gonna see a 4-1 coming out of Ultra Prime now with the mid inhibitor being down as well. But yeah, OMG, they need to do something because their base is gonna suffocate as a result of this. But Shandy does have the flash available. Perhaps you can get your hands onto Balan, who doesn't have that many defensive items just quite yet, and make it a 4v4.
Hook coming through still continuously. Bottom wave pushing in against Ultra Prime. Just notice that bot side. Wave not really synced up to be threatening. Mid's being reacted to as well. Kitty, I will say so far, Ultra Prime, their constant shoving hasn't really been linked that much. Every single time, it just feels like one wave's pushing in, okay, and then another one pushes in, and timing's just not 100%, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the waves aren't being timed perfectly, but I think this tier 2 tower, you could play for with Shandy having that flash available. I mean, Doggo is just playing so greedy here. He does get caught.
Oh, and Shanji's right to the mark as well. You just talked about Doggo, he went to GA. Kitty, he might have the ulti, but as the Featherstorm flies out, he has to flash over. The Blade Call will give him safety, but now for the re-engage. Shanji walked on in. That guy's got a big hook that'll slam on down as everyone's in the AoE. Shanji about to die. What? That healing nut almost saves the game as PP God's poke ain't enough either. Cream getting doused down as Harry jumps on in. It's time to Cassante things up. Next up is Abel. The cleavers come out as Ultra Prime almost lost the fight, but instead they won the war.
You know what, Doggo? I'm gonna give this one to you. That was a beautiful bait from the ADC of Ultra Prime. Get something happening. I mean, Shandy saw his opportunity and took it, but he forgot that this Zaya has a GA and a flash and that ultimate available, so you have to kill him 3 times. And with the choke, I mean, OMG just played into the hands of the Zaya pick, and they weren't really able to just get any damage out, because once Shandy and Levi has been kited on these 2 champions, you're just not gonna get any follow-up because you have a Rise, but the Kai'Sa being set up from so early on just can't, he doesn't have the confidence to ulti in because he just lacks so much damage and items.
Again, like the bait you said, I guess Doggo did bait perfectly. Surprisingly enough, I honestly just thought Doggo's getting caught out, but yeah, to every rhyme there's a reason. As you look, let's be real, Ultra Prime, Kitty, they deserve to win that game. OMG found some good comebacks thanks to Shanji's Darius, thanks to Arki's pick, but Ultra Prime from the start of this game, Ning was carrying them on their backs. The ganking of the Sejuani was insane. Like, he was everywhere across the map, and Arki just had a very quiet game overall.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with Ning getting that flash out of Shanzi where he wasn't feeling too confident to overstep in that lane, and then he played the mind trick and started playing towards his bottom lane where PP got, I believe he ended the game at least 0 and 6 on this Varus support, getting caught out, of course, in that level 1, and it was just a terrible time because when you do pick these ADC supports, I mean, if you're not ahead with the lethality items, you're pretty much just an ult bot, but you have no range up against something like the Zaya and the Heimerdinger that can kill you from 2 screens away, and we saw that happen multiple times.
He had a really good point, you know, in the draft as well, that like the Zaya was perfect for the composition. It could deal with the Vi, the Darius, like there were options for this AD carry to play the game and not just get absolutely caught. And with the GA there, right, you know, Doggo in the end still able to flash away, ult away. He's out of position. No one can catch up to him. And so you can see that Doggo's still able to output damages. Cream's a bit of a surprise, but we know that Doggo's not. He put on a bit of a masterclass down bottom, but props to Baolan, who in this 2v2 dominated Abel and PP God, sometimes even without the jungle intervention.
Yeah, the only time that Aki decided to gank bottom lane, that stun from Baolan was just perfectly timed, and it did deny the 2v3 and even resulted in a kill going to Doggo's hands. I mean, just looking at the damage charts, PP God ended up doing more damage than Abel, but that's just how the game state was. When you are on a champion like Kai'Sa, you want to be going in, but you need to know that this Kai'Sa's up against a champion like Sylas, Sejuani, and Zaya, so much CC, so it's not going to be as much of a fun time as you think, especially when you don't have that item lead.
Yeah, again, you know, utilized from the very start, Abel always behind. We saw the Kai'Sa come back out, and it was nice to see diversity coming from OMG. But the problem was, as you were stating, you know, how that bottom lane 2v2 was going, how it was executed, really rough to see because, you know, Abel is someone who, when he finds a lead, typically holds onto it, can really take over games. That game around, I think that was the most quiet I've seen Abel in a while. As we're going to throw to a break, folks, see what comes out in game 2. We're still 13.1, but let's hope it doesn't feel like it here with OMG versus Ultra Prime right after this.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the fake deal. It's Fofo. He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The Doomsday clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the Gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the Hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into
everywhere.
Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar secured. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Sharima shuffle, and this fight is all AEG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Why is Cam? Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's not, it's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
hungry Quack, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The fate seal from Dove, he's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪もか
感觉现在这个版本打野在野区应该没有什么碰撞，就是版本所导致的吧。就在野区基本不太会有特别多的碰撞。一般来说的话，你劣势的话，除非你阵容是真的很比对面好特别多，然后你是允许你劣势的嘛，不然的话基本就是拖自觉，拖不了就或者找机会没找好就提速了，就结束了。
Ning with a good read coming through. Ultra Prime with a game 1 win as well as myself, Hysterics. And Kitty take you through game number 2. Now, Kitty, I didn't hear about MVP. I'm assuming it was Ning. There's some part of me that tells me it has to be Ning because there is no way, any way, that Ning would not get it. But it was Doggo, wasn't it? Damn!
It was Doggo, Hysterics. What are you talking about? I'm hearing
Ning
crap out of
deserves
you.
it, bro.
Nah, it's Doggo. He got the most kills and KP overall, and he was the reason why. I mean, okay, he wasn't the reason why. The champion was a big reason why UP took the first game out of this series. But I just think saving this counter pick for Doggo just allowed him to do so much in these team fights. And like I've been saying, I mean, this first blood going to the hands of Doggo, cha-ching plus 300, and he took over the game. PP God even flashing and dying as a result. I mean, he just didn't have a great time on this Varus support. But yeah, Doggo gliding onto the carries of OMG, and Ahi just wasn't really able to find any angles to get his hands onto the ADC, except that one team fight at Dragon where I believe Shanty got a triple kill, but it only happened once when you needed more of that in the early game.
Yeah, again, like Shanji found an opening for OMG, but Kitty, this dive, this is what put Ultra Prime back into contention, set up for the Baron, where they went so deep for Harry for this Cassante. And it backfired so much. So again, OMG decision making a little bit to the wayside. As early game, the first 15 minutes, I think we can say the same thing. Considering that Cream didn't play to bot, bot was already kind of in the dumpster a bit, and then didn't play much to top. The Realm Warps just weren't anywhere, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that Rise, other than a CSing machine, you gotta use your ultimate and get that silent pressure with that Realm Warp. I mean, like you've been saying, this Darius pick was quite the spicy one for game 1, but Shanty was just 0-0 and 0 until that second dragon from the, I believe, 20-minute mark around there. But yeah, just overall, I think team composition was definitely a little bit weird for OMG. The Varus support was a good first pick, but I believe that Ultra Prime will be blued for this game too.
Yeah, so let's see what changes. You know, maybe that virus, if Ultra Prime get it early, might just go into the hands of Doggo. A lot of the time we've seen that, you know, virus does go in the AD position, but again, we expected it could be a potential flex with PP God
Wait,
playing
read
the form. I
Can you read that?
can't. There's Bull. Bull is somewhere in there. All right, that was definitely,
Okay.
or maybe that was Xia.
Yeah, that was definitely Xia.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hang on.
永远为你而来.
Oh, god
I think
damn
that's
it,
for
that's
Ning.
hard.
I think that's for Ning. He was just out there, you know, support the MVP in our hearts hysterics. You said that Ning should have got an MVP, and I think the Sejuani in the hands of Ning, I mean, he was just playing like a madman in that early game, affecting both side lanes of Ultra Prime, where he got both Harry a winning or a stable matchup, and then he made Doggo just become an absolute insane carry as well. The Lucian is going to get taken off from the side of Doggo. That does mean the Zeri also is looking like a potential ban. It does go away as well, but this time around, the Draven's banned again. Why do I even say that? I keep wanting a Draven.
I know you do, but OMG aren't going to let you, are they? You know, you thought we were changing sides, but apparently we're just sticking on the same one. So, again, we saw this virus first pick. No, again, I ask the same question every game, Kitty, because there's so much information in the break to absorb. I don't blame you. And again, you know, I'm glad you did highlight the Draven, because we have triple AD ban, which means OMG are like, well, we'll just pick the virus again, and it is still a flex.
Yep, the Ashe is available for the side of OMG though, so this Varus, I mean, could we ever see a world where Ashe goes ADC and Varus goes support? I think Ashe support is just way better compared to the Varus support, so does mean that Ultra Prime potentially could deny that pick. I mean, you never want to be versing the duo of Varus and Ashe. It's just way too much damage in the early game and a lot of CC as well. But Doggo, I mean, paired with something like the Ashe, the Caitlyn and the Heimerdinger, they are giving over the Ashe.
A little bit earlier, yeah. Again, Ashe can just be picked up, as you were stating here before as well. And just going to look at PP God. So far, he's only played one game of it, but he's got, you know, kind of the multiverse of supports going at the moment. Even seen something like his Alistar. So let's see if that's the direction they want to go. For OMG, it makes sense. But on the other side, their jungler, and they're just going to go for the Vi again. The handshake deal in the jungle. Well, I'm glad you pointed it out, because the 2v2 is set for OMG this time around.
I'm surprised that Aki decided to opt into this Vi vs Sejuani matchup again. It's not that this matchup is bad, but just the amount of proactiveness we saw from Ning on the Sejuani and how much it generated a lead for Ultra Prime. I would assume to take this away, it is his most played, I believe, 8 games on it now for Ning. But they rather verse the Sejuani over the Malphite, which is fair enough. But Ezreal getting locked in for Doggo. I'm not a big fan of Ezreal in this current meta, because he doesn't do a lot of damage until he hits his item spikes. And when you're up against something like the Varus and Ashe, I mean, they just have so much poke and CC.
And I mean, we're still on 13.1, and I just know that, you know, Ezreal does have a couple of builds. We know that Kraken is incorporated into them, second or third. We can talk about that going into game, but I'll be curious to see how they pair this up, because Kitty, now we have a bit of range in the bottom lane, but are they going to go for something like a front line in the top lane again? Because Casante's banned away early here by OMG, and Ultra Prime is starting to get rid of other solo laners, and our solo lane pool is shrinking pretty fast.
Yeah, Sylas definitely a champion for contention, especially looking at what OMG provides with their champions. I mean, the Virus, the Vi, also the Ashe are just beautiful things to steal if Ching does want to opt into the Sylas once again. I mean, it did extremely well as well, paired up with Ning on the Sejuani. A lot of proactiveness in that early game, but it really depends on how Cream plays against the Sylas. I believe that Ultra Prime, once again, perhaps banning the Kassadin, because they see the angle of this Sylas for this game too. Exactly that. Cream, we saw a lot of champions coming out of him. I mean, the Tristana, like you've been saying, such an aggressive laner where Aki just gets to do whatever he wants, because it does open up the map so much more for that early game.
Well, Sylas banned away in that regard, so we actually get that taken away from Ultra Prime this time. Now, is Ching just going to pull out something like Syndra? Because he's been going Syndra or pretty much like Zoe, you know? This time around, is Ching going to go something a little bit more, I would say standard, but this is not a 13.1 comp really anyway.
A lot of scaling from Ultra Prime. Harry really needs to make up for that lack of damage. Perhaps something like the Renekton or the Jace. I mean, you already have some poke coming out of Victor and Ezreal. The Jace would just fit perfectly in there. But yeah, Cream, now what's his response to the Victor? I mean, something aggressive would be lovely. Might just look like another game of Rise for him though, but I didn't really enjoy him from that game 1.
No, neither did I. Hang on. Well, Nymera is sitting there with a big grin on his face at home because we get an Ari running into the Victor matchup here. Things get a little bit spicy, and maybe for Cream, an elevated laning phase this time might be exciting. As for Shanji, something explosive up in the top lane, Kitty. Now that would be something as well, wouldn't it?
Yep, definitely denying this Renekton from going to the hands of Harry. Shanji hovering his iconic Rumble pick gets locked in a second time in this spring split. I mean, the last time I saw his Rumble pick, I believe that he had a terrible early game, but once he hit the later stages of the game where he was able to play those team fights for those major objectives, he just popped off.
This is why OMG are fun to watch draft, as Harry's going to take the Camille into him. So it is going to be an exciting matchup, but Shanji is well versed. This is his pocket pick. And Kitty, this just means that layering in chokes is going to be so much fun to watch from OMG. And their setup as well. Like, they have the chance to Ash Arrow, burn, charm. You just don't get to move.
You don't get to move, you don't get to escape either. I mean, just the Vi and Ari combo from OMG makes these teamfights so, I guess, not vulnerable, but a lot of course, mobility coming out of them. But I do want to focus on Ultra Prime because they have Sejuani and Camille for this top lane 2v2. And if Shanji's Rumble gets to the 10-minute mark without getting camped, I'm going to be surprised.
All it will take is Shanji finding a snowball then. And he'll just be able to take over the game. On the other side, just note, Kitty, that we do have a lot of engage. We have ourselves great side laning. Quite a bit of scaling as well. Ultra Prime running the Ezreal nice and early. Victor comes in. Like, this is a strange draft from Ultra Prime as well.
Definitely a very wacky one to say the least, but it does make sense. It does make sense. I mean, Shanji is just on something that he is comfortable on. Definitely a very lane dominant pick, but this Ari and Vi, I mean, just we were lacking that mid-jungle synergy from game 1, but I think with these champions in the hands of Aki and Cream, they are able to make that happen, and just so many resources around the map is going to go into the hands of Shanji, because if he's behind, I mean, this Rumble is going to have a very tough time.
That's right. Again, they'll be able to take over side lanes from Ultra Prime's perspective if they put him behind. Let's see what they can do to the top side with the melee matchup for Ning to try and abuse. As we head onto Summoner's Rift, Ultra Prime, their game 1 started by smashing down in the bottom lane. Absolute sipping all round. And then for game number 2, we're going to ask what they can do to set up the early game as well. Keep things chill. Because for Ning, at the cornerstone of the game 1 was him on this Sejuani. As he's going to be invaded this time around, but not caught out. Watch out for Ning. I feel like it needs to be said, because his game 1 was fantastic.
Ultra Prime once again setting up that bush priority with Balan on this Hammonding. I mean, we're just going to kind of see a repeat, but this time it's going to be the Ashe Varus in the hands of OMG. A lot less punishing. I mean, something we saw from game 1 was that Kai'Sa, but if you don't find those angles and you're not proactive enough, it just falls way too behind. But something like the Varus, I mean, you provide that utility and you're able to sit so far behind where you are able to get to the carries of Ultra Prime on this Ezreal and Victor.
And this time around, if he hits that utility, it's going to be much more dangerous. You know, we're talking about PP God's damage being immense, but we know as this kind of on-hit 80 carry, still that lockdown comes through, the dueling powers there. Maybe a bit more threat this time from Abel. As Doggo's starting in brush, they were trying to find something onto PP God and Abel, as Balan's going to do that with his turrets just out of range. But no one walks into the brush. Abel and PP God well versed enough. As lane this time, Kitty, starts without an advantage for Ultra Prime. I think that's a +1 for OMG.
Yep, and no first bloods in the first 2 minutes, so that is a great start for both sides of the team. But we already see Sejuani starting this red buff. I mean, if Ning is feeling cheeky enough, I think he could potentially burn a flash in this top lane 1v1.
Oh, yeah?
And that's going to make Shanji very, very upset.
Harry is level 2, so Shanji's going to have to back off anyway, as the wave right now quite stagnant. Kitty, a good mention. We'll see if Ning can do anything there, as Abel actually caught out. Level 2 hit first by Doggo and Baolan. Look at the damage. And straight away, again, Abel has to back. He just burned his flash. Like, come on, round 2.
Ning, I mean not Ning, but I think Varus is just a very cursed pick for the side of Ultra Prime. OMG, but we see Ning consistently hovering towards his top side. No ward down. I mean, there's a ward in that river, so Ning has realized that he's gonna back and potentially look towards his bottom lane, where Abel did burn the flash in that 2v2.
And that flash being down means it's abusable, means Ning can partner back in the bottom side as well, look for the cleanse as well. A great start from the 2v2, and again, Doggo and Baolan this series have been great, and I think giving the Heimerdinger away is something that needs to be looked at, Kitty, because second time in a row, Baolan has hit the, whatever, the KFC Photon McDonald's
KFC?
grenade. The thing, whatever that big long spelling of his E is, he's hit it every time.
I'm not a Heimerdinger player, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this Heimerdinger and Ezreal just getting that level 1 push in does mean they got level 2 first, and it caught Abel off guard. But Aki coming in here to help out Shandy a little bit.
Oh, Shanji's overheating. His auto damage is immense as Ignite's already gone down. Harry trying to dissuade it, flash in immediately. Harry's got his own, but he doesn't burn it. Instead, First Blood goes over to Aki with a perfectly timed gank.
The top lane 1v1 is so important for this game too, and Aki gets the gank off. It doesn't burn a flash from the side of Harry, so he is still going to be able to have a bit of survivability for that second game that can potentially come from the jungle of OMG. But the first blood going into the hands of Aki, I would have preferred this onto Shandy, but that would have meant that Shandy had to burn the flash, and you definitely don't want that to be happening. But we see the roles being kind of switched over now. Aki is being proactive on this Vi, and that's exactly what we want to see OMG have for this game too.
Yeah, Ning hasn't found his way into a lane yet, and bot looks a little bit difficult at this point as the waves actually push against Ultra Prime for the time being. Doggo just waiting it in, and excuse me, that's a perfect setup for Doggo and Baolan to slowly push against him as Ning gets a back off. Might even end up returning to the bottom side. Shanji still scuttle crabbing the top side, meanwhile, gets a bit of vision himself and further secures this top lane wave as Harry is pushing into him, and Kitty. I will say, Harry having flash maybe makes it hard for Aki to make a return, considering that Aki did burn his own flash in that first blood.
Most definitely. Ning is just being a little bit sneaky here because this wave is currently being frozen from Shandy, so he does have to break this just in case Aki decides to come top lane and burn that flash. I mean, Ning will just be there for that response. He does get spotted on this dot bush though, so Harry is going to be able to get his wave in very safely. But yeah, once these level 6 spikes come from the side of OMG, I mean, with the Vi and the Ahri having their mobility in hand, these side lanes are looking so vulnerable, especially when the summoners are down.
Maybe we'll see Cream move around this time, because on the rise there was no movement. Cream was always getting ganked, and to his credit, Ning wouldn't actually let him leave the lane, so I feel like last game was just the quality of Ning making sure that mid was always pressured. But this time around, Cream's had a much better time, and even with jungle being nearby, able to push that one out, move across, ensure this early drag, and that OMG this time around will pick up first.
Ning did dodge the vision around that Skeletal Crab though. Can he pull off a gank in this top lane? Harry is 6.
Well, he's going to lock him down. Shanji has the red carpet available. He's overheating at the time being though. Has to flash away. Goes for the quick re-engage here as he burns down. The Equalizer being held for now, but the Summoner being down on the Rumble is great as he uses Equalizer just to push out and try and reset this wave.
Oh, but this wave is so terrible for Shandy. He needs some reinforcement. Cream coming top lane right away.
Oh, Ning's still there. Ning's still there, but he is spotted out. Arctic Assault gets him through. A second Electro Harpoon will also fly in. And the wave does end up going towards turret, so I guess you call that a win.
Crisis has been averted. The lane has been pushed in, and everyone can breathe on the side of OMG. I mean, finally some action coming out of Ning, but he's looking for more, I think.
Round number 2. Not sure if he was spotted in. Shanji walking up to the turret, maybe a big greedy flash from Ning. Shanji just burnt it, but he's overheating. That's Rumble with Flame Spitter as well. And remember that overheat auto damage is insane as Harry goes back in, but Shanji can do this.
That does mean the wave gets pushed in and Shanji gets away with the plus 300 into his pockets. But yeah, this replay, I mean, he did dodge the vision, Ning did dodge the vision, gets the CC landed onto Shanzi, but the amount of damage from the overheat and the ignite just melted Ning, especially when he only had half HP into the fight, and Harry having that magic cloak in this 1v1, Shanzi just wasn't able to kill, not passive, ruin the passive, yes, of course.
No, but it's just insane, right? Like Camille's passive coming in clutch. The shield given was huge and means that Shanji, I'm not sure if he would have got the 1v2, but it would have been even closer. As you said, it was still clutch. He got the 1v2, he got a kill rather, and Ning's flash, and he's still 10 CS ahead. So Shanji's still in a great position as Ning is in the brush again. Set
Ning's
up a
living
10th
his
brother.
walls.
Oh my god, and he's got the ulti too. Equalizer on top, but Shanji has no support nearby. Aki was doing the Herald, or at least getting to start it up, as Ning is a ganking machine.
I told you, Hysterics, the Sejuani and Camille combo coming out of Ultra Prime for this game too. I mean, if Shanji lives the first 10 minutes, I would be extremely surprised. Now with double summoners down as well, these 2v1s are just looking impossible. I mean, Aki was around, but he just wasn't there to hover for that wave to get pushed in as well. And last time I saw Shanji on this Rumble, he had a tough early game.
Yeah, again, it's setting up likewise, right? Even despite the good play, Ning is just so sneaky in these brushes.
Yeah, the wave is once
one.
again getting pushed in for Shen. This is the second gank, I believe. The wave once again building towards the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, Shanji has to get this wave in or he gets frozen on. But Vi just being a little too late to the situation does end up getting the Herald, however. So if Aki is able to make it up to Shanji by popping that for the top lane, I think it's okay.
But we need to be real. Harry is set up. 2 kills now on this Camille. So Divine Thunder are coming soon. And for Shanji, we did talk about him. If he falls behind, this gameplay for OMG looks a little bit pear-shaped, as Ching might be ganked now as well. Vault Breaker in. Flash immediately burned. Cream with a Spirit Rush as well. But that'll be a summoner down for Ching that maybe can be abused later on.
We need to do a level 6 checkup. OMG's bot lane has reached that level 6, so PP Gold going to have a lot of more pressure around the map. Now Aki has realized that this top lane is just getting consistently camped, so he has to be there for the counter ganks. But Baolan being freed up from that bot lane priority, I mean, he's just hovering as well.
Ning actually saw him on the edge of the blast cone. Just as he took it, Ning popped out of the brush and pings went down, so they know that Aki's up here. Ning hovers and waits as his ulti is available, but Harry is not pushing forward. They don't want to risk it, as Pete Bigod now on a ward, Cream now on a ward. Great vision control from Ultra Prime. Let's see how they react, because Aki, as he steps out, is still thinking about that Rift Herald, as Shanji pushes up, trying to at least set up one play.
The dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds, however. So Shanji's just going to take this wave and head out as Aki resets for this dragon. I mean, like I've been saying, the Ashe and the Varus safely reached that level 6, and they're going to have so much engage compared to the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, unless the Camille joins in on the fight where she has the TP advantage, I think OMG is looking at a very good fight to take for this first dragon, or second dragon.
Yeah, they're second, right? Because second was set up thanks to their first due to bot push, mid push. Now being able to find a second, OMG off to the races early on. Again, sits well, as Aki going to still be holding on to that Herald. Might be able to utilize it alongside mid and try and get that priority there again, as it is going to be dropped down. Cream moves in. Shanji's even come down for this one, only having the Ignite. So Kitty, this has the potential to be a full 5-on-5.
We need to remind everyone that Shanji did use his ultimate to clear that top lane wave, so they're lacking a lot of damage when it does come to a 5v5.
Oh, Ning goes forward, misses out, but PP God flashes out. So that's a summoner burnt for the Glacial Prison. As mid gets pushed again, OMG pull off the objective for now. And everyone just backs away slowly for the time being.
Yeah, well, getting that bot lane priority, however, I mean, Doggo is pushed up and he has to get this wave, so it just looks like OMG is going to start this first. Without the Sejuani ult available either, it's going to be very hard to engage a fight that you win from the side of Ultra Prime. So he's just gonna go back and clear the vision in that top side, because it was working for you for the first 10 minutes, just camping Shanji on this Rumble.
So get back in and get him towards his first item as Drag goes down number 2 there. Herald did get a charge mid, by the way. All gold went to Aki by the looks of it. I'm not sure if Cream was able to share some of that in its wake, but at the very least, OMG now lead by 500 gold. It's not too much, but still, you look at the objectives, and Kitty, you look at the ability to force fights early on with this Rumble in the mid game. OMG are definitely on track to do that, and definitely on track to have a much better game 2 here, coming out of the early game stage especially.
Yeah, especially when Abel burnt that flash so early into the fight. I mean, I'm surprised that Abel was able to survive for this long. I mean, Ning, once again, back in this bottom lane. He does have the tons available.
Wow, bit of a Captain Jack Sparrow from Doggo as ulti comes through. Baolan sends out all the rockets. Now that upgrade's done as Ning flashes, but it's an instant response. Abel already burnt the clans, and he might die. Permafrost though not getting the rockets. Hang on a minute, doesn't connect here. Abel able to auto attack down as he picks up the kill. Cream is the carry to rescue them this time.
It's not about how you got there, it's about what you got as a result, and the Sejuani falls down. PP God, I mean, the attempt was definitely there. The ultimate, I respect it. Abel just getting so much damage down before this fight even started. Doggo just instantly eating in, a little bit disrespectful, honestly. But Abel, I mean, he is just trying to run for his life. Still has the flash available, so he does dodge this. Predicted the CC coming out of Sejuani, and PP God does block a lot of this damage from Baolan as well. And oh my god, I think that hit me, Hysterics.
Oh man, it must have hit one of us for sure. But
I'm stunned.
I was wondering, I'm like, what was that just flew past Abel? What was that across the screen? I thought it was just like a Heimerdinger particle. But it was PP God's arrow.
Definitely a particle.
Yeah, just wanted to fire it somewhere at the very least. Either way, kill goes over, Abel gets it. A Mortal Shield by picked up, so even though he's 10 CS down, that kill going to match up and even put him over the line of Doggo a little bit here in the second game as OMG settled for a 2k gold lead. And Kitty, you know, we already talked about the early game going well for OMG. Now it's kind of interesting to see how they group up, especially around this third Dragon, maybe second Herald, and start some of these skirmishes / team fights off with that one item power that you see coming through.
Just the amount of lockdown that OMG's team composition offers. I mean, you have the ultimate from Vi, which Shanzi, once he connects his ult as well, that is just one person gone from the side of Ultra Prime. So they're playing so scared in this early game because you don't want to be bleeding, but you are giving over 2 Heralds and 2 Dragons towards the side of OMG. A lot of gold into the hands of this team. How long can you really hold on there?
Line is always going to be better. OMG trying to shift up for a second charge, which they'll be able to do here. And so Inner gets damaged pretty hard as PP God, fancy beat Abel as well. Look at this, arrow back, equalizer. OMG's bottom lane just come out randomly and dodge everything. They're literally in the Matrix. That's Neo.
I think we have OMG Neo on the side for this game, but like you said, the amount of ults and CC from OMG, Baolan just misstepped the slightest. He had that flash available, but Abel's ultimate connected onto Baolan. He just wasn't able to move. Shanzi even being there and drops the rumble onto his head as well. I mean, poor little Heimerdinger, he didn't deserve this. All he did was a little bit too far pushed up because he thought that Ning had something. They had a pick there and he could cut the bleeding, but that wasn't the case.
Look, 1, ready, 2,
3,
and then everything else lands. The re-engage is beautiful. Even Abel dodging the Q from Doggo in the end as well, which in essence would have hurt like hell. Kitty, nice stuff from the bottom lane of OMG, and off the back of that pick, getting one for themselves. Nets this gold to continue scaling up. Kitty, 30 seconds till Dragon as well, and we are 1 item strong for everyone in OMG.
Yeah, really good start from OMG for this game too. I mean, Ultra Prime just trying desperately to hold onto their champions until they can reach that later game stage. But I think if OMG keeps this up with how they can lock onto one single person and completely delete them in the matter of seconds, that's exactly what you're trying to look for this upcoming fight.
And the burst comes down though, and Shannon across the arrow hits onto Ching. There they go forward, Everfrost as well. Equalizer, look at the lockdown. Ching unable to move until he flashes out. The ring's going deep as Janji just under 4 people. No fear whatsoever. Chaos Storm helps out. True Shot Barrage as well. Absorbs a lot of it, but OMG finding a beautiful pick to set up to this neutral.
The Mikhail does get used to bail Ching out of that Ashe ultimate, and Harry wasn't there, so that was a 4v5 where OMG comes out on top. Harry could potentially look something here.
Oh, there's the flash plus the flash. Actually, Harry with the Hextech ultimatum, but he's in the hexagon with the whole of OMG. As Ching comes back in with the TP, he's about to find reality. Pretty harsh. As Abel better be called God. He's 3-0. OMG now reassert their dominance and are ready to move back to Dragon.
Harry tried to make something happen as he saw that OMG was resetting to get that health back. Cream did end up resetting, but there was just no follow-up CC from Ultra Prime. Once Ning is dead in these teamfights, you just don't have a front line or any follow-up CC to guarantee the kill, and they just walked away scot-free. Third Dragon going to the hands of OMG, where a Mountain Soul is now being threatened for the next 5 minutes. I mean, if OMG keeps this rolling and gets the morale there, I think this game too is looking very winnable.
They're not slowing down. It's 3,000. It continues to progress in their favor, and they just got the third dragon, which means fourth has to be a fight. Means in 4 minutes 40, Mountain Soul's on the menu, boys, and Ultra Prime will be there. But will they be comfortable enough with how this game is, with their item state? Because, Kitty, you're looking at gold on your screen right now. I think it's really only mid that has a gold lead with Ching over Cream, but bottom side, 3-0 Varos. He's almost 2 items with the baby rage knife turning into a...
Baby rage?
That's what it's a baby. It's a baby's knife. It's like a butter knife.
It's a dagger.
It's Vince's rage blade. It doesn't matter. It's like what you give to kids. You know, it's a plastic one. I don't know why you'd be giving a knife to kids, but still, it's like the plastic one, you know? Like something you get from like Kmart or the reject shop. That you're like, it's not morally very sensitive, but if they wanna handle weapons, that's good enough.
For sure, for sure. I mean, OMG looking like they're threatening with something real here. The Baron is spawning in 40 seconds. Once this dragon is going to be up in 3 minutes, I think OMG can just threaten this Baron and give over the Dragon's Soul, as Ultra Prime obviously is going to prioritize that, but really close call from Harry.
As you said, they're able to balance that out. They can play through double objective. Like, okay, Soul's not the setup, we go to Baron. You know, and pushing in sides with Baron as Rumble, waves insta-clear. Ari, you could say the same thing at this point in the game too. I think there is a lot of versatility, further to what you mentioned, with how OMG play out those next 3 minutes. As we're looking at replay from right, Harry just ultied in. Red buff dies. I guess the observers are a bit of a sadist.
The Ash hit onto Harry here. It was really close because the minions died. I mean, he just eat away scot-free. I mean, that was so close.
And because of it, Kitty, Harry has to back away, and Shanji ends up pushing all the way to this bottom turret, netting a third one for OMG. 5,000 in the lead, or rather 4.5, but you get the picture. It's a large amount of gold, with 2 minutes 40 being the countdown. Baron is now up, as well as Ark is going to be spotted out with the True Shot Barrage. So the play kind of ends there. And Kitty, now it's all about the setup for these neutrals coming up, because no vision in River right now for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely nothing from the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, they are just holding on to dear life, hoping that this Ezreal hits his 3 items, hoping that Ting also gets his damage items online, so they are just able to take over these 5v5s. But yeah, this Ezreal only having the Essence Reaver, he is going to back for his second item, however. But just with the items available for Ultra Prime in this 21-minute mark, they are lacking severely.
Well, they might have found a pick, though. Charm's going to come through. Ning following this up. Arctic Assault there. One more for the Permafrost. Cream not going to get hit with the Winter's Flail, but there's no follow-up from Ultra Prime either. Just trying to find a pick out, get the Banshees. That's something, but that'll be up for the next fight.
Yeah, playing a jungle in patch 13.1 is pretty sad, because you're playing champions that go in and they don't really have a way to bail out. So usually you see junglers either popping off or getting popped. So Ning is unfortunately 0-3 in this current game state, with the 4th dragon spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. If Shanzi is sneaky enough, I think they can just get Baron under Ultra Prime's noses if they act fast on it.
They'll do it so quick as well. Arrow flies out. That was a bit of a blindy as Baolan takes the equalizer. Following up, the poke not connecting is a shame. Baolan's going to live for now. Equalizer, remember, not really on that much of a cooldown, but it's early enough where second item isn't there for Shanji, so it is noticeable here with about a 40-second cooldown still to look at.
But PP's god ultimate is already halfway, and the dragon is still 50 seconds from spawning. I mean, Cream just getting so much done in this top side, just from the pure amount of pressure that OMG has with these engages. Ching has to be in mid.
Well, Kitty, my feed has frozen. I don't know about...
The ultimate from Ning comes out, and Abel flashes away. TV coming in from Harry. He joins in the fight. Ning dies as a result of that. PP God has to flash away. Camille getting his hands onto PP God. Flash is committed from Ultra Prime. Cream going in. He doesn't get anything done, but a 1 for 0 for the side of Ultra Prime. I'm taking over, sir. Don't worry, I got you. The fight doesn't stop just quite yet. Cream re-engages. Shanty has that ultimate available once again. The snipe from Abel. And Harry dies as a result of that as well. OMG takes the entire fight with a 1 for 3 trade, and the dragon is now being threatened.
Bruh, don't worry about me. Honestly, I got the feedback, but Kitty, I think we prefer listening to you play by play. Absolutely nailing it. And honestly, we come back and Ultra Prime is still wiped. I don't know what happened with the feed, but absolute base. Well done. All right, so Kitty, now that you've done both roles, what is more fun? Be real.
I think I prefer breathing and doing color casting actually. No, it's okay though because OMG is getting their hands onto this 4th Mountain Dragon, and Ultra Prime, they do have the Sejuani ult available, so they can flip this realistically.
Oh, they're going in. All right, Ning's going to be Vault Breaker as Ching flashes immediately from the TP, gets knocked back. Ching in the middle of no man's land, getting blasted away. And unfortunately, Ning's going to be sniped down by Shanji. This is over Red Rover. The fight makes it so, and the Dragon as well. OMG say Ultra Prime gotta go.
Now with the Mountain Soul into their hands, this Baron is just completely free, and something that you don't want to be giving over to OMG is that Baron, because once you start this bleed, I mean, Ting and Doggo realistically might never make it to that point where they do damage in these team fights. The TP comes out of Harry here, but just the amount of focus that OMG has onto the carries of Ultra Prime, they can't really escape. The Vi just has so much lockdown, and just the follow-up from OMG is insane as well, where it becomes a 3 for 0 trade again.
Baron gets taken in live as well. This one in 24 minutes is almost a 10k gold lead, and a good resurgence for OMG, playing a comp that they can start rolling with. Again, Kitty, the early game so much better this time. And despite bot being a bit of a travesty, a bit of a harsh one with Doggo and Balan finding an early reset against their team, I think Ultra Prime have struggled to find any direction here in this game. Ning not having the same ganking capabilities as Harry. Now has to run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run. Well, Everfrost, it connects, and good buffer. There's everything else. I don't know the rest of Run, Rabbit, Run. It's like a 1920 song. Showing my age a bit here. I'm at least 90 as OMG do finally get the kill, and with Baron, now here comes the base.
Hysterics, I spot with my little eyes that I believe the solo laners of OMG has a cheeky Medjais in their inventory. Both 16 and 14 for Cream and Shanti, definitely keeping up the momentum from how this early game was so successful from Aki. The tables have flipped. I mean, this time, Aki's being the aggressor. He's the one looking for those proactive plays where the side lanes of Ultra Prime are suffering as a result of that.
Now, the base is going to blow up as well as Go Ching. Just get, no TP to get back, but as he resets now, his base is going to be in absolute tatters. As Harry's here first, Ching there as well. Arrow flies through looking for a fountain as Balan gets hit with the equalizer. Half his health gone thanks to Demonic Embrace as well, it looks like. And they got everything they wanted out of the Baron play. It's only 1600, but the base is now broken.
Yep, and we saw Ching desperately trying to get that CS from that bottom lane to get his 3rd item online, a Shadow Flame. But with him getting Banshees as that 2nd item, absolutely no damage from the side of Ultra Prime, where Cream, I mean, having that Medjais available, obviously just melting the side of Ultra Prime in these team fights. Can they really hold out until that 3rd item for Ching? Because 2 inhibitors are down, they're going to focus this bottom one now.
Wave getting pushed in by Cream on the side while OMG continuing to pressure up top. Harry's going towards his top side. But OMG playing between Fog of War right now, clearing out every piece of vision that lays in wait. And OMG now have to just dot I's, cross T's. A good sign for this team, considering that, OMG are like our mid-tier team, 3-3 right now, is holding the barrier of that 10th, 11th region of our standings. And OMG with a win here would be massive, as they're now to the back line. They're trying to finish it off. Equalizer with CC is just too easy for OMG. As again, teleports from Ultra Prime this game have been in the middle of danger. You may as well just walk into Mordor with the one ring. Here you go, Sauron, how's that? As the inhibitor drops down, all three are now gone down. And OMG are going to just back off, it seems, or at least poke them down with a teleport and try and finish here.
Harry walked out with that TP, but you know who didn't walk out? Doggo. He got a vial to his face, a rumble lord to his face, and he got melted. 4v5 now without a carry from the Ultra Prime.
Everfrost gets Ching on the back end, getting destroyed by Cream. A good resurgence for him as well as Shanji's Rumble's probably what we need to talk about. Under turret, he gets saved out as Baolan runs back to the fountain, but in 28 minutes, OMG bring it all the way back. It's flushed away from Baolan. He gets ultied, and Doggo is sent back to the pound again. No barking from me this time. It's all OMG for game 2.
Look, I'll do the barking because Cream and Aki played the second game perfectly. The amount of synergy that they had for these side lane skirmishes and just how they communicated for these team fights, especially with PP God on this Ashe as well. Just a lot of proactiveness and exactly what we're looking for this series to go to a 1-1 up against Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
I mean, like I've been saying for this entire time, Doggo on something like Ezreal, where he is the main star of Ultra Prime and he is that main carry that all eyes are looking onto. Something like this, when you're looking for those scaling options, I mean, Harry had to step up or that game exploded, and that's exactly how it went.
Yeah, look, I mean, Harry, you know, had a couple of good moments Ning with the setup, but as you said, it wasn't a big enough lead. It wasn't Shanji being put into the dumpster enough. And I think more importantly, Kitty, is that what we saw this time around was that Ching on a mid laner that was kind of stuck in his lane versus the Silas that played around with the skirmishing with Ning in game number 1. The melee solo laner that Ning could really utilize just wasn't there. And I think so far, when we've really talked up Doggo and how he's a core carry for this comp, another thing we haven't mentioned is that Ching, being a bit of a newbie and also in the mid lane role, is quite vital to this comp's success too. And this game around, he had a bit of a quiet one.
Pretty quiet. I mean, that's kind of what you're getting yourself into when you do lock in the Ezreal and Victor. Very, very slow start for the side of Ultra Prime for this game too, where it was all up to Harry, and we saw how much attention that he got from his own jungler, but it just never really resulted into anything. I mean, Shanzi at one point traded a 1-for-1 when Ning fell as a response of that. And just looking at the damage charts, I mean, Cream was just on top of everything, and Shanzi, these two solo laners from OMG for this game too, just did so much damage where they had the momentum of building the Medjais, and I believe it got to 24 stacks.
It did. It got near full. Like, Cream was, yeah, he's a barrel of laughs by the end. 13 kill participation as well. Involved in quite a lot. As I look across, Kitty, I'm just noticing that most damage comes through from Shanji, 33% on this Rumble. Not the most surprising, but honestly, like, Shanji, this is a pick that has been banned against him many times because of how well he does in the mid game. He thrived again.
I just think back to this one team fight that OMG had. I believe it was at tier 2 mid lane. Shanji dropped the ultimate and just flashed in and started burning everyone 1v4 style, and that's how he bumped up those damage graphs.
Not a big surprise. It's his most played. It's his pocket pick, and it needs to be respected, much like Abel's Samira as a pass as well. We're going to go to a game 3 between Ultra Prime and see, honestly, let's see if OMG still have it in them for game number 3 as well. Right after this. Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's going to get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match, to promote the series, and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler get sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas. and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now on a 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up, and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal. It's a Fofo. He kills him, assassinated on the back end. TP coming in. It's going to be Rookie coming in. His fate seal's going to be back very, very shortly. He has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call. And now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will Top Esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over Top Esports have EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for Top Esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out.
我觉得要对战 UP，感觉他们表现最近还行吧。就准备的话，就是多注意一下他们的野辅联动。我觉得这版本对中单的要求就是不能太毒，得打的团队点。对于后半程的话，就平常心吧，就不要想太多，就正常打就行了。
The most forehead statement I've seen in a while. Just plain normal. Yeah, absolutely. A huge salute from Kitty, and myself and Steric's going to take you through the final game of the night. Now, for anyone getting excited about Weibo and IG later, don't worry. It's not running at a delay. It's in Shanghai. The whole of the night is in Shanghai, so everything will be running in full on time. They have to wait for this series to finish. And Kitty with, I just absolutely blanked. Shanji getting MVP up in that top lane for OMG. I think OMG have showed us a lot in this second game.
Yep, second win into Shanji's pocket on this Rumble now. I mean, with him getting this MVP for this game too, completely deserved. He was just getting completely camped from Ning in that early game where he had to burn the flash, I believe, in that second gank, and he was just never being able to push up for those top objectives. But yeah, in these team fights, we saw how much lockdown that OMG had with their draft for this game too, where he was just realistically dropping an ultimate onto whoever Aki locks down, and that person is dead. And we saw him later on into the game where once the ball gets rolling from the side of OMG, they get one pick. This Rumble was just happily getting that Mejai's into his hands, and he was just doing more damage than ever.
And again, like, you know, alongside Cream, as you're saying, this is such a beautiful showcase from the solo laners of OMG. This is the one fight where, you know, Ultra Prime kind of threw everything, the Hail Mary out, and nothing came of it, as this was a stomp. This was a 29-minute massacre where Ultra Prime never got the ball rolling. They never got to that comfortable stage we talked about, Kitty, getting to the late game and being able to utilize Victor, the Camille side lane. Like, even down in the bottom lane, even with an early start, Doggo and Baolan didn't have to do much in that game, or rather should have done more, but didn't get to do much. It was sad to see because game number one, Ultra Prime was so proactive with Ning on this same pick, Kitty. But game two, the Sejuani wasn't able to set up as many lanes as we saw in the first one.
Yeah, the bottom lane of OMG definitely a lot more disciplined for the second game where they weren't giving any angles for Ning to gank, right? But going back to my my very first point on OMG is that their team, once they get to that lead in the early game, I just think they're able to capitalize all these winning lanes when it comes to the draft, and then they end the game so fast. I mean, you blink and the game's done. I mean, I just don't think OMG are ever gonna lose once they generate such a big lead in that early game. They don't make these tiny mistakes similar to what we saw from Ultra Prime. Even in that game one, I mean, Doggo was extremely fed, but he was still getting caught in those team fights.
Yeah, he was. Again, game two, Doggo not doing too much on this Ezreal. Let's see how 80 carry bands change, because OMG are once again on the same side. We are not swapping this whole series. And Kitty, so far, it has been Zeri Lucian on red from Ultra Prime every single game. I wonder if that trend continues, because so far, it's just Cream's Akali gone. There's Zeri, OMG first pick the Varus, and everything runs like clockwork.
I mean, surely Baolan picks up the Ashe here. At the last game, that Ashe just had so much priority in those team fights. Yes, please lock it in. Deny the Ashe Varus combo. But this time around, PB God is more than happy to pick up the Heimerdinger, and it has just as much lane priority when it comes to the 2v2. Ning, a third time on the Sejuani, now the 9th game in a row. I mean, for that game too, I don't think he landed a lot of great ultimates, but potentially it's just some miscommunication coming out of the entirety of Ultra Prime, but he was extremely solid from the game one. I mean, the exact same jungle matchup from the previous two games.
Okay, Heimerdinger in response on the other side. Not sure why OMG was in a coffin, but I don't know, it's that bear. They're always there in the memes. Over in China. I have no clue what it said, but Kitty, that's the kind of memes I'm going to rely on you for when you have
I
a next
wasn't
plan.
seeing. I'll take a look, but yeah, I was too busy focusing on Ting getting his hands onto the Silas. I mean, just great synergy with this mid-jungle duo for Ultra Prime. No more scaling, please. Put Doggo on something that can play high progressive. You already have the Silas and Sejuani locked in. Something that can go for those mid-game skirmishes where Ting, we saw him being extremely proactive in that game 1. Hopefully we can see that translate into this final match-depending game. But yeah, this Kassadin obviously going to be banned from Ting just because the matchup is so terrible. But once again, this top lane matchup very, very questionable because Harry, we saw him pick the Camille, but it didn't have the effect of what we wished from a super carry champion. But Shanji, I mean, you just can't ban out all his champions.
No, you can't. We know that Shanji played Rumble last game, but guys, keep an eye out because Shanji so far, when he hasn't played the Cassandre, it's things like Sion, Aatrox, Gwen, the Udyr top. Again, second game of Rumble in game number 2. So far, this guy puts on a bit of a clinic up there. Rumble even banned against him this game on. And we just got to question what happens up in that top side as Doggo Zaya actually banned away this time too. So 80 carries getting thinned out once more, but does he just return to Ezreal again? Is it really what you want against this bottom lane?
No Ezreal. You're not allowed, Doggo. I'm banning you from playing Ezreal. But yeah, banning the Zaya does mean that Cream might potentially look for something like the Ahri again. It worked wonders for them in that game too. I think just with the amount of mobility that they had, they were more confident in making those plays. Kai'Sa gets locked in for Doggo.
Against the Heimerdinger, that's going to be an interesting one here, Kitty. We can talk about that in a second. I just want to see how OMG round out their comp because solo lanes for Cream and Shanji, they could rinse and repeat. They can bring in this Renekton. What do you want to see, Kitty?
This Renekton can flex to the mid lane. I think Shanji still has so many champions in his pockets where he's more than happy to just blind something like the Cassandre. Oh, sorry, the Cassandre has been banned, but we did see that Harry had that Cho'Gath, so I wouldn't want to see a sign from Shanji. The Rise does get locked in for Cream. I'm praying that after the performance with that Ahri, they are feeling a lot more confident in their play just to make plays around the map, especially when you have a Renekton blind in that top side for Shanji. He got MVP for game 2. He had an exceptional presence in those team fights. So yes, OMG, your team comp is looking pretty good so far.
And Cream is going to be the only question mark to see if he can actually get through the map because last time in game 1 wasn't able to do much with this Rise. On the other side, rounding up though, Ultra Prime, bring in the Gnar. So Kitty, a lot of all-in, a lot of team fight presence from Ultra Prime to finish off.
No more Ezreal on Doggo. He is going to be, in fact, locking in this Kai'Sa for this final game of the night, paired alongside an Ashe. I mean, this isn't the first time we see Kai'Sa in this series. It's the second time, first time being on the side of Abel, and he wasn't able to do any damage. I mean, I believe he did less than the Varus support, so gonna have to see how Doggo pilots his champion because you're up against something like the Vi and Renekton, and once they get their lockdown onto you, I mean, Kai'Sa just can't really fly away. But yeah, the Sylas and the Sejuani getting locked in for the side of Ultra Prime once again, where we saw a lot of proactiveness and a lot of mid-game skirmishing potential, especially paired up with a Kai'Sa this time around. They have so much damage to opt into.
All that damage, all that way in. Ultra Prime through early game. This is the similar type of composition where they exploded with in game number 1. So let's see what Ning does again here in the early stages of the game with Doggo and Baolan looking to get in charge. On the other side for OMG, Shanji on this Renekton, something to bully the lane yet again. This is his first time bringing it out this split, but it's not his first time in competitive play. I can tell you that from experience. As we get on to game 3 in Summoner's Rift here in Hongqiao Arena in Shanghai. We have to find out if OMG can move their way up the standings, up to 4 wins. That would put them in the top 10 yet again. A comfortable place here at the halfway in the LPL. For Ultra Prime, a win would get them closer towards that halfway point. And they need every single win they can get. This team is 2-5 right now. And they've got a hard schedule coming up. EDG, BLG, IG, WE are even better than them at the moment. It feels like RNG there too. Ultra Prime, it doesn't really get that much easier.
I think something's gonna happen.
As, look, again, they're doing the same thing, aren't they? Abscond ducked onto Cream, trying to kite away. He might have to flash, and he does. Meanwhile, OMG turn it themselves. Call an ambulance, but for whom? PP Gold with the turret down. It's going to get some response damage, but Ultra Primer is a 5-man stacker coming in. It looks like Chig with the Abscond of Ducks wants to go in, as Abel has to flash as well. Triple summoner from OMG, only 3 from Ultra Prime, but it's on Doggo and Baolan with the heal.
Triple flash from that level 1 skirmish from the side of OMG, and this time around only Doggo burning that flash. I mean, just so worth, especially when you are trying to look for those mid-game skirmishes. Qing and Ning were just sneaking their way in just to find those opportunities, and OMG gave it to them. I mean, PPGo, we saw in the previous games, once he gets this flash burnt, he is looking so vulnerable from these ganks, and Ning, I mean, it's a perfect setup for him to camp bot lane this game.
Really is. Again, Ning's got those summoners, and last time around he was able to abuse them quite vastly. So we see already starting on the bottom side, might do a 3-camp clear into opening up and seeing if he can get Abel or PP God. No heal available as well, just hurts on top of that. As we're going to have to see how Doggo sets up for the lane, because already, Kitty, I think we saw this in game number 1. He got a 30 CS lead on the Xayah when he was going against summoners lanes this early on.
Yeah, both ADCs just playing the waves extremely carefully. I mean, if you're overpushed, we already have Ning kind of pathing towards his bottom lane. I mean, if Abel mismanages his wave and gets a little bit too pushed in, Ning is just going to pop out of the corner and kill you. But yeah, this top lane matchup, I mean, it is going to go relatively even. I don't think they're going to get any jungle presence for this game 3, unfortunately. They're going to just CS until those major team fights. But yeah, the proactiveness from these two junglers is exactly what I'm looking for this game 3.
Aki spotted out with a good hawk shot from Baolan, so information gathered here for Ultra Prime. Ning tries to work off the back of it and cross this map and rather maybe find an angle into this mid lane. Cream burnt his flash as well, and that's a great thing here for Ultra Prime, Kitty. Ning can choose mid, Ning can choose bot. It's whatever wave is set up the most that this Sejuani can just get involved.
Sejuani does get spotted on the ward in the tribush placed by OMG's bot lane, so they do know that a bot lane dive is coming. Cleanse is available for Abel, but I'm afraid if they get their hands on the PP God, it's looking very, very dangerous. Aki looking for something on the top though.
Cream moving down though. This could be a good counter if he gets there in time, but it's already coming through. TP burns down and Cream then forced out. Ning getting a teleport as well. That's still worth.
Most definitely. I mean, Abel getting his 3 waves under tower. Harry under the threat of a dive.
Or TP in response, so that's another one coming through on Summoner's Rift. As that's Qing coming topside, but he didn't lose anything mid, considering Cream already made his movement.
Ning has been spotted a second time. He is going to eat out, but how many summoners have been spent in this first 3 minutes, Hysterics?
Oh my god, he's going back. He's thinking about going back for round number 3.
The wave is too bad for him to go back. He has to back here.
Yeah.
I mean, just the double TP coming out of both mid laners to save a dive. The amount of proactiveness in this game, I'm loving it, Hysterics.
It's again good from Ultra Prime's sake, because this is what pulled out such a beautiful win in game number 1. Setting up their core carry in Doggo. He's already 10 CS up as well. So good news there, while you look towards the rest of the lanes, going practically even here. And Kitty, we talked a lot about the all-in skirmishing from Ultra Prime. It's set up for success already, or rather, it might not be, because there's a gank in the top side. Harry gonna get the sun down. He holds onto his own summoner, tries to outplay it. The hop! No way does Harry get out of that! The hop juke, he gets flashed off it over turret. Ning, you hero, you absolute demon! Harry as well! Well-deserved first blood!
That was a very well-played 2v1 from the side of Harry. I mean, Aki holding onto that flash until the very last second where Ning was able to come in and come for the save. I mean, Aki burnt that flash ease, but there's just not enough damage, especially when you are diving the Gnar. I mean, no vision from the side of Ultra Prime this time around. The CC lands onto from Shanji, and Harry lives on 1 HP, dodges the Renekton dash. Bounces onto these mid. Aki has flash right here, but he just doesn't have the CD available. Flashes. Ning has the follow-up engage, connects onto Aki, and Aki dies a very sad man.
I cannot believe he got out. Oh god, that was just skill. A bit of a juke from the top lane, and an Ultra Prime gank I'm never gonna forget. Jungle roll coming in clutch as Ning gets first blood and now sets up for the bottom lane. Flash timers, though, might not be on par as PP God and Abel are going to have it available as they move down, and Aki's also spotted this timing. He's coming in without a flash as he gets away with the Vault Breaker, but Ultra Prime has 4. Heal already burns up as Balan takes the aggro for the time being. Up the turret. It's so messy. They're willing to sacrifice. Able to sit their melee. Gets the kill. The aggro, I guess in the end, wasn't juggled well.
What is this game 3 and getting unsuccessful dives for both sides of the team? I mean, that was just extremely messy from the side of Ultra Prime. They just didn't have enough damage focused down onto one person where it became a 2-for-0 trade. I mean, Rise wasn't even there. He was just chilling in mid lane while Ultra Prime was stabbing themselves back in the toe. I mean, we can see this play, the wave is built up, but Ning already uses a CC onto Aki where it misses, and Ning ends up tanking the tower. As one of these melee champions takes the tower, and they can't drop the aggro because you've already been committed. Ning using that flash earlier in the top side. The tower aggro is everywhere, Hysterics.
Oh god, that's what I said. Turret aggro juggled perfectly. It got everyone. That's what they wanted, I guess, in the end. After the great topside gank, it all just flips around. And now Gold even yet again. Kills don't really go on who you want, but Abel was still a big part of it. As now OMG, because of it, are able to start off this Dragon, but Ning is nearby, looking to contest. Ultra Prime jungler thinking about going over the wall, but he won't get anything. Instead goes behind. Wait. No way.
But they're looking
Is
for
this
more.
another skirmish? Yeah, LPL again at it. Is able to have someone from the last fight. Maybe the dive was just a lure. As Ching ready again, and Scott of Duck forces another flash. Ultra Prime work in mysterious ways.
Are you sure we're on Summoner's Rift for this game 3? I'm pretty sure we're on the ROM map and we loaded into an ARAM. Cream, I mean, has that realm up available, potentially a dive onto Harry here.
Okay, with the Realm Warp, as you said, they might just be able to get a flat-out kill. Harry close to death. One more, and that's the clean dive I was looking for.
He goes from bot lane jungle to top lane, and he's gonna base, but the Herald, I mean not the Herald, 3 people in the mid lane, not a lot of response from Ultra Prime. Harry falls as a result of that. What is happening, Hysterics? This is a lot of crazy.
It's a lot of crazy. I mean, crazy as I can. They didn't change the logo as Aki. Oh, thinking about it, he's like, man, that's sus. They're so sussy. But Ultra Prime, they won't stop here, will they? You have that KFC grenade in your E for Ching as an opportunity. But Ultra Prime not going to use it. In second, start out the Herald on full vision, but still they have priority.
On full vision, like you said. I mean, Balan did hit level 6 from this mid wave, so a lot of threat in terms of CC engage. But yeah, just so many kills. 5 already in the first 7 minutes. Herald is going to go towards the side of Ultra Prime. Aki isn't too close to contest this with the smite.
Shachi's just walking in though. Herald will go over to Ning. He's going to zone it for now as Harry tries to jump in. He's about to go Meganar. There's close present on to Cream. Ning gets the Herald as now Meganar incoming. Cream's dead, and Shanji as he goes into Dominus. Spartacus gets out of there. Ultra Prime get and a kill. Not bad.
Not bad. I mean, 1 Herald plus 1 kill. Ultra Prime just playing absolutely all random, all mid. But, you know, I keep asking for proactiveness. And both of these teams are serving, so I'm not going to be complaining. Although it's a complete fiesta, I'm loving the energy, Hysterics.
I always do as well. I think Game 3, especially the end of the series, has to end this way as Aki with flash available isn't going to be able to catch Doggo in time, nor is PP God. They just walk away, the Herald gets a charge and shares gold. And Doggo, by the way, 23 CS up at the moment. Don't know where I went with that, Kitty. I'm just in a strange mood with Fiestas. Right? I'm not sure. We went from American to Canadian to like that level. Doggo's up. Doggo's up at CS. The point stands. This guy's about to get his first item. And he's in charge. Again, he's in charge just like he was in his eye again.
Loving that. I mean, Doggo on something aggressive is exactly what we want him on. I mean, this time around, 1 kill in his hands compared to the other side where Abel is still 30 CS down. And just OMG, I mean, with this Vi and Rise available for your team compositions, look towards the side lane, help them out. Shanty got that flash early on into the game, but Cream is chilling.
He is. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Again, Rod of Age is going to be coming through soon, so that's when you're kind of in a more chill state. Is Shanji dealing with a potential gank here? That's if Ning decides to pull the trigger. He has him back, luring in. That wave's going to push up as well. Shanji walking up, doesn't have a ward yet. 5 seconds off, maybe less. Oh, ward spots Ning out. They know he's reset as well, so you can see straight away Aki's like, right, can I get an invade? What can I get off on the bottom side while this all happens? But Shanji's like, you have no jungler anymore. There is no Zul. There is no Spoon either, as he just gets ulted back, and the 1v1 potential ends there on the 20 CS up Renekton.
While Ning was trying to look for something in this top lane 1v1, Aki did get the response Scuttle Crab for this up-and-coming dragon, where a lot of ultimates available for both sides of this team, but Shanzi did force Harry out of his lane. He has to reset, however. The TP does get burned here, so that's an extra TP in OMG's hands.
So, Kitty, the next question is 30 seconds to this dragon. OMG have bot side priority. Mid is being to Ultron. Walk me through this fight. This game's gone. This has to be a fight.
Glacial synergy from Baolan and Ning, and they get a pick here. 4v5, get the dragon. That's exactly what I want.
Well, arrow's going to fly through. Aki gets hit, and guess what? The pylon. Glacial synergy. Kitty, welcome to the LPL. Spot on, as any LPL caster should be. As now in a 4v5, the dragon, as you said, is also theirs.
They do get rid of the jungler for OMG, and that was perfectly landed from Baolan. I mean, Ashe, as a support out of everything else, I just value it so much. I need to remind everyone that we are on patch 13.1, where she is able to build that Umbral Glaive.
Shanji going to be ulting in the top side meanwhile, though, and he's already used everything onto Harry, so nothing more comes through. As Cream now realm warps into the top side, flashed away from the Gnar. Cream has to match, but Boomerang is good at pausing that play. Dragon goes over to Ultra Prime in the meanwhile, but Shanji, Kitty, he's going to be able to get another plate from this.
Yeah, this Renekton is looking a little bit fat. We have a fat crocodile for this game 3, but Doggo and Baolan with the PH, thick with the double C. However, that's not Doggo for this game. He is up in CS, but the constant pressure from Aki consistently playing towards this bottom side. I mean, the tower plates are gone.
Ooh, okay, Chance Corruption used the arrow in response, hitting PP. God, he has no chance.
Does he land?
The arrow from downtown as Doggo flashes away, gets away from the quiver, and Abel's not able to finish him off. Baolan again, beautiful pick.
Just beautiful team fighting. This is blessing my eyes. I love action. Double summoners coming out of Doggo, survives on the tiniest bit of health. I mean, this tower is just completely demolished from the side of OMG. Cream, not having the ult available, could potentially get picked off here.
Getting low under turret, as you said. He's going to whack away with the ulti in hand, throws it out. But first turret goes over to OMG. A 1k gold lead here in the early game. At 14 minutes in, despite the action, things are still relatively close, as that dragon going through to Ultra Prime does mean we could have a longer game on our hands. Kitty, replay time though. And this is Baolan's arrow from Spawn.
The ultimate does go from the base to this bottom lane, hits it onto PB God here, and Ning follows up with the play, but Doggo instantly cleanses the Varusol as well. I mean, really fast reactions from the ADC of Ultra Prime. Dodges this as well, but the tower does fall as a result of that, and it opens up the map for this OMG ball lane so much more, where they're able to contest this next Herald.
Well, it's up in about 30 seconds or so, 20 in the top right, if I could count rather. And we've got first items coming through for everyone, so there's going to be a lot of damage in this fight, and Kitty, Kraken picked up for Doggo too in this fight, so the ability to shred through. But I'm looking at the Renekton with Gore Drinker. I'm looking at the Renekton with, rather the Varus with Immortal Shield Bow too. The ability to get this fight and pick off. Free position as well, kind of nice, Kitty, so let's see how this pans out, because the Herald's now up and everyone's moving it.
Yeah, Shandy does have that flash available on this Crocodile, so Doggo has to play this next team by extremely careful if they want to contest this. I mean, already half HP, doesn't look like it's going to be interested from the side of Ultra Prime, but really good early game from OMG with the objectives. However, like you've been saying, Doggo having that Kraken available up against an Immortal Shieldbow Varus, he is going to be tossing out a lot more damage. So if they don't focus down Doggo here...
Ooh, Cleanse does come out. On the other side, they're apparently focusing down Abel.
How many times has Aki been in this top lane? Harry, you got the camping last game. You're getting camped this game.
Woo! But to Harry's credit, he was ready to charge in. Ning was coming up. Doggo was coming in. All they need is a second skin stack. And they launch it out. They save tier 1 turret in topside 2. And Harry's just going to hold on. They know Ning's up here, so they can't overpush. The turret will just be standing gold for now.
I believe this is Baolan's win ratio on this Ashe. 80% over 4 games. Very, very dominating pick. I mean, just Ashe in general, when you do trade it over for the Varus, already 4 assists, it's just looking so much more proactive when you do have those global ultimates, especially if you're able to predict out of vision. I mean, that's just lethal, and we saw that exactly happen in the bottom side where Cream died as a result.
And so we're at 2K. 1 minute till Dragon. It's a Chemtech Soul. Unfortunately, probably one of the worst in League of Legends at the moment, but still, maybe with a silence, things look a little bit more pleasing. Is Shanji.
Ning has a Radiant Virtue because he's going to heal Copium.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. Look, honestly, still one of the best items in the game. Ning's just been chilling on the Sejuani. We talk about pretty much every Ultra Prime game. And Arrow again. Well, Baolan's been throwing them from downtown, and Chains Corruption onto Doggo. He cleanses too. Now both cleanses are down on 80 carries as Chains Corruption stolen by Ching. We A-ramming again. As there we go, Abel dodging away from the ult, or rather Ning not getting the right connection. He flings it to the side as this mid turret under threat. Chains Corruption in response, and Doggo thinking about going in. It's not kind of walkies at that point. It's like sprinting to get the ball. But he chooses not to. He holds and he's patient because Dragon's now up and they don't want to throw it away.
Look, Hysterics, if we throw all of them out, at least one's gonna land at some point, right?
True.
And although a lot of ultimates from the side of Ultra Prime, only the Varusol from Ting was able to connect, but even that was denied with PPK dropping down a Heimerdinger, so Doggo couldn't follow up on the play. And this second Dragon goes into the side of OMG. I mean, they just have so much potential when it comes to playing around this vision. The Vi and the Renekton, very lethal, and you don't want to be face checking into that, especially when you don't have too many escape options.
And the only tank is Ning as well. If it's anyone else that face checks, how do you get out without Mega Gnar? Well, that's a question to be answered. As look, it might be towards next Baron, rather first Baron, I should say. This game that is epically slowed down. We've got 8 kills in 18 minutes. We had 6 kills in like 8 minutes before, and the teams are now just chilling. It's so crazy that it was chaos for the brief early period of the game, and then now no one wants to fight. No one cares anymore.
Hey, although OMG's 3 to 5 in terms of kills, they are currently 3 towers up, opening up the entire map to let Aki and Cream do whatever they want. And of course, with the amount of vision control you're able to gather from this lead, I was breathing there for a second. I'm sorry, I thought Balon was going to hit that for a second time. It is nice to have this game slow down because you have that Rise available where you are comfortably scaling to the late game this time around. I mean, Doggo, he is a short-range ADC on this Kai'Sa, so the Rise can hit him this time for this game 3.
Quincy's Rage Blade picked up here for the Varus as well. Everyone grouping up. That arrow that we saw swing and miss in the top side is almost up and available too. Baron up in 15 seconds. And as I sit here and have a bit of a blink, I'm wondering, Kitty, what do you think about scaling in this bad boy? Because this is like even more interesting than the last game. There's a lot of similar win cons.
Oh, but PPK gets hit!
Oh my god, Doggo just ulted in as well. But hang on, did Doggo just grief it? Ladies and gentlemen, answer now! He's dead, and with the TP in from Harry, Aki not having the ulti, he flashes in. That was tragic, but at least he got Harry's flash, and straight away that pick from Baolan turned on its head.
The treat of PPK just looked too satisfying for Doggo, where he had to take the ultimate, and that resulted in a kill going over to OMG. Now threatening the Baron without your main damage source available in this team fight. I mean, it is going to die down, but that was a very, very exciting play, to say the least, from Doggo.
Exciting, yeah. Pour one out for Doggo, guys, and give him a standing ovation. As we look at this again, it was ambitious. I mean, Baolan hit a pretty good arrow.
I mean, with the vision given, he didn't see Aki over the wall and he just thought it was Abel and PP God in this mid lane, but with the Vi just jumping out of nowhere from the wall, Doggo fell as a response. I mean, Harry even burnt the flash for this, but yeah, Doggo falls a response and he just didn't expect the amount of reinforcement that OMG had as PP God got an Ashel to his face.
At least we get to see some action. 2 minutes still dragging, Baron's still there. I can't wait for another play in League of Legends. And you know, Kitty, it's a great time to bring up that if people didn't hear it earlier on, 13.1 is dead after today. Woo! After today, we get to bury it. And honestly, I will say the sermon. I will do it. And you know what I'll say in the sermon? You know what I'll say in the burial? Or whatever the people that do the burial,
Yeah.
What do you call them? Sermon? Not a religious one. I'm just going to say sermon. The dude that says the thing, the host, the party starter. I don't know, a little bit insensitive. However, 13.1, I'll bury, and what I'll write, Kitty, is I'll write, it was nice knowing you, although we knew you for a little bit too long. Let's get the party started with your offspring, aka 13.3 and 13.4. You leave behind a great legacy, and that's enough for us. Don't come back. The end. I think that's pretty fair. I have
a letter to you, Hysterics, from Kitty.
Yep.
Although 13.1 is leaving us so soon, Yuumi is not just quite... Yuumi is the only one that is dead in 13.3, and we're still going to be seeing the exact same meta going to the next patch. But hey, Yuumi's dead. Let's go! From Kitty.
Look, Kitty, lovely letter. Second of all...
Did I just do from Kitty twice? Yes.
Yeah, no. Sign off twice. Let them know. The biggest thing is that if we're getting to 13.3 already, surely 13.4 is only around the corner. As long as we don't spend another month on 13.3, that's all I ask. Please.
Before we go on to 13.3, we still have a banger match obviously after this, but this one has to finish, and OMG is looking at this third dragon, closing out the game, looking to close out the game, hopefully, but Harry is here with his Mega Form.
Are they going to walk in? Abel's walking in. Okay, no, never mind. Realm War for the flank. They're going to turn this into a fight. The arrow stops them. Aki, the one of the engagers. OMG has separated. That arrow from Baolan may have actually just won the team fight. As Aki gets altered back. Harry not getting anyone against the wall. And as they target down this fight, it's a double over to Doggo. Baolan's unique thinking may have just started. It's now onto the 80 carry. Ultra Prime. Everything's going up from here. Doggo's
and that all started with a pick onto Shanzi. They found the lonely crocodile and they focused him down straight away, where it became a 4v5 extremely fast, and Doggo just having his ultimate available, he was just gliding onto the team of OMG, where Abel, I mean, with the amount of frontline and CC that Ultra Prime has, he just wasn't able to DPS as much as he would have wished for, because Cream on this rise, Roll at Ceres, but he has a Murtress, not enough damage just quite yet, so opting into a 5v5 was a questionable decision.
Close enough, Kitty. Run us through.
Yeah, so the ultimate does come out from OMG. Shandy gets picked up, unfortunately. Really good flip, getting Aki back into the face of Doggo, where he is also going to fall as a response of that, but just the focus from Ultra Prime in this game was extremely nice. They just targeted one by one, where on the other side, OMG, they were just hitting everyone. And obviously nothing was dying because your Ryze and your Varus just had a lot of scattered damage.
And the win team fight from Ultra Prime as another arrow flies through. Nets them the Baron as well. So off the back of that, it might not have been groundbreaking, but it was definitely game challenging, as Doggo able to pick up a bounty off the back of it, and close to getting his third item too. That Kais is going to be launching in, as Ning at 100% kill participation you're seeing on the side of your screen. Again, I think Ning has had just a brilliant game overall. On this Sedge, when he has lanes he can play through, this guy kind of unstoppable. As with that 100% KP, he's now looking for picks down the bottom side. Good stun up onto Aki. As Baolan's getting close to the arrow, watch for the rotations from Ultra Prime utilizing this Baron. As Doggo pulls them towards mid. Then you look back bot. Let's see if Ultra Prime can sync up waves again.
A lot of dancing from Ultra Prime. Ballin with his ultimate once again. Doesn't hit, but Harry is getting a lot of damage onto this tier 2 tower. And they're just kind of playing with OMG right now, where it does free up the mid lane, and Doggo potentially could push in that wave where he gets that tier 1.
He's going to get it right now. I mean, Abel stepping up. Maybe
Aki's
I was
hovering.
overzealous. Yeah, and Chain Corruption there, maybe too much as well, as Baron minions do it for him. Ultra Prime have cleared out vision in this bottom side as they continue threatening here. The Baron minion going to do a lot of work as Harry sits down bot 2. Top side not in check here, Kitty, so maybe they won't be able to break the base in this one as Ning hovers off to the side, and look at that minion go, just ignoring everything. Now the turret's on one hit, which Ultra Prime should just be able to walk up and go, ta-ta. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Doggo is allowed to be sitting in this midway by himself. We see a lot of rotations coming out of Ultra Prime. I mean, once again, you have that realm of available. You're allowed to make those plays and force those number advantages.
Aki has just gone in. None of his team are there yet. They're all flashing forward. Aki flashes away, trying to get that engage off as Doggo just walked that one out, and they used a lot to try and stop him. Maybe it stops the Baron play.
It doesn't stop the Baron play just quite yet. 2 towers falling for the side of OMG. I mean, hopefully that's all that you expect out of the Baron play from Ultra Prime, because you want to cut the bleeding, especially when this Ryze is getting that Rabadon's online very, very soon. We saw the amount of damage that he was tossing out before Shanti died from that, from getting caught in mid lane, but it just wasn't enough. So hopefully Cream, once he is able to clear out all these minions as Ultra Prime is pressuring, it is going to give him a lot more time to pick up his Rabadons and finally face off in this 5v5. But the Dragon is going to be spawning in 50 seconds. They lost all the vision control in OMG's bottom side, so I don't expect them to be contesting this one. Doggo!
Oh my god, Baby God's just dead. Now Abel's getting in for it. Golden in the nick of time, or should I say, for his jungler to come in. He flashes away. Doggo's already started this, and looks like Ultra Prime are ready to end it. OMG needed this win desperately, but Ultra Prime ain't out of this season just yet as Harry gets the ulti back. Cream gonna get knocked up, and Harry gonna get knocking away. Doggo with a double on Kaiser, 6, 1, and 3. Navori Quickblade's doing work, and Kitty, look at those death timers.
Finally a win into the hands of Ultra Prime.
Die.
I mean, Doggo's had enough of scaling out with this game. I mean, alongside Cream, he was just desperately trying to get his items online, but Doggo catches out PP God as he was trying to go in for that vision control and makes it a win into the hands of Ultra Prime.
They needed this desperately. Their 3rd win in the LPL, denying OMG climbing up the ladder and being a nuisance here at the halfway point of the split.
Finally, I mean, we set Doggo up to be the superstar coming into this series, and he delivered. I mean, other than that one time he died, to be fair, he was 7-1, but the one time he died, it was extremely fun to watch, to say the least, because LPL ADCs, you know, it's just built within them. You gotta play aggressive, you gotta play forward, especially on something like the Kaiser, which we've seen for the 2nd time this series. It was just very fitting and a perfect ending to how Ultra Prime gets their 1st win and stops this loss streak.
And I know that Doggo performed well again, but let's give it to Ning. Let's give Ning some support. You know, Baolan as well. Some great arrows in this game. I think the old IG World Champions, the 2018 squad, definitely deserve a lot of credit here, because in the wins, they were so good at setting up Doggo for success, even setting up Ching to regards. They were in game 1 as well, Kitty. Like, they had a relatively good series, you know, despite that game too.
Yeah, Ning definitely stepping up as the proactive jungler that we've been lacking in the LPL, and especially alongside Baolan, where he was able to get a lot of lane party to free him up from this bottom lane and roam alongside Ning. They just got so much done on the entire map. And on the other side, Harry on this Gnar, I mean, we have to just throw it back to how he lived on 1 HP up against Aki, and I think the momentum from then on, he was done for.
Yeah, it was, again, like, stifling for that OMG top side of the map. The Renekton not really getting off to the races. As you said, it was beautiful counter ganks from Ning, and that saving grace, that alone deserves him MVP in the game, because that was their window to blast open the game, Kitty. Make that Renekton hard to verse. It was a beautiful game from Ultra Prime, and I've got to give them credit where credit is due, where their jungle has been really solid. We've talked a lot about Ning so far. There was the 4-15 Jarvan game, which they won, but he was still a big driving force in that as well. So I think, again, Ultra Prime are a team that are a little bit of a surprise. Are they playoff team? I don't know, but they might be a thorn in the sides of some of these mid-tier teams.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, with this win going to their hands, this is the time to start that win streaks and secure that playoff spot because we don't have much time left. And with OMG dropping that loss, being at 3 and 4 now, I believe just their entire series, their entire split so far, they've been really rocky, not too consistent in terms of getting a win streak or a loss streak going. And you can't be having this inconsistency when you are fighting for pretty much the last spot in that playoffs.
Yeah, again, like 10 spots in playoffs, and it is so hard to clinch that last one because you have about 5 teams that usually tie with you. So win here might mean something in the long term as we look back at it, and Shanji just not involved in the game. I mean, PB got doing more damage than him, but overall, I guess damage is not the true story in this game because it's not relevant for both sides. What's relevant are those big pickoffs, those windows utilized, and the game being flipped by people like Doggo, like Ning, to net a 2-1.
We need to remind everyone that OMG had the 3 dragons in their pockets. They were just waiting until that 4th dragon, but it doesn't matter because once you get aced and you give the Baron towards the side of Ultra Prime, I mean, you saw what they did with the amount of Baron minions and pressure that they were able to generate from just one throw in the game. It was a winning position for OMG. They were scaling comfortably, but one mistake cost them the entire series.
On the other side, though, props to Kareem. 41% of his team's damage in that game. Kind of crazy is on the other side, I was hyping him up, and I think he deserves an interview at this point. It's Baolan from Ultra Prime that we're going to get an interview with.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Baolan, support for Ultra Prime. Congratulations on our victory. First question for you. Why did you guys pick Zaya and Hammer in game number 1 into your opponent on bot lane? 欢迎宝蓝选手来到赛后采访，恭喜 UP 获得了比赛的胜利。我们从第一局想了解一下，为什么下路这边会选出一个霞和大头来打对面下路的组合呢？
其实维鲁斯辅助是完全可以预想的嘛，因为在这个版本也是一个比较常规的，相对来说，尤其是对抗大头，一般都会使用射手辅助，觉得更好大家。但是卡莎其实应该不是一个特别常规的选择，但是可能是 Able 选手特别有自信，所以他觉得卡莎比较好。然后 Doggo 他也是很有自信的选手，我觉得2个 AD 的选手其实可能性格这方面有点像，都属于很自信。因为我们最后一局也是用了卡莎了。其实我倒是觉得理论上是霞可能在其实我也不知道霞和卡莎到底哪个准确的更好，但是Doggo选手是觉得他对霞的英雄很有自信，然后他就想要选这个组合。
Actually, in game number 1, we have predict and expect that we'll pick a virus support because this is really popular and a normal champion picks ADC support in this meta. But for that Kai'Sa, actually, we don't know about why did they pick the champion. Maybe that Abel is so proficient and confident on this champion. About Zaya, actually, my bot laner Doggo is so proficient and confident on this champion. And I actually have no idea about Kai'Sa and Zaya, which is a better choice. But actually, we really pick this champion in game number 1. And still in game number 1, I'm curious about that level 1 action on bot lane. What did you want from that skirmishes? 那么还是说第一局开始，可以看到下路选这个组合之后，好像 UP 这边在第一局下路有一个4包2的举动，是想通过这一波打出什么样的效果呢？
因为这个版本下路在游戏中就是有一定的影响力，然后尤其是在下路的线权上是非常重要的。然后可能双方开局就很有可能因为争夺草丛而就是想要占取兵线的先机，然后围绕草丛做一些行为。然后其实第一波也算是巧合吧，因为我们是本身只是单纯的想要把那个草丛的占领权抢回来，但是正好对面是在我们眼上漏了，然后对面可能也是没有提防这一点，就给我们找到了机会。
Actually, in this meta, bot lane really plays a very important role, and laning priority is also important. Our initial goal was just try to occupy the grass and to see if there were our opponent in here. But accidentally, we find them, and we really made a really short call and good actions in that skirmishes in game number 1. And next question, I'm curious about the game number 3 because we have seen there were so many skirmishes, roams, and tower dives in early game. How did you guys manage to stabilize the situation and control the whole game, especially in mid to late game for this victory in game number 3? 那么第3局的时候，可以看出双方前期都在频繁的游走，又是越塔，又是野辅联动，然后又是很多 gank。UP 这一边是怎么样确定在这么稍微有点激进又混乱的局势下，掌控了局势的主动权呢？
其实第3局我们开局是有一些想要设计的，因为前2局都是比较非常正常的开局嘛。然后如果我们利用前2局的资讯，可能是能做一个比较好的设计，但是 因为我们这个设计的有点突然嘛，临时嘛，就是有一点可能并不是那么的完善，所以就看起来有一点双方虽然起了冲突，但是并不是我们最理想的想要的。然后至于后续，就主要还是因为我们大家可能第3局心态都稳下来了吧，然后就是可能都相对来说冷静一些了，然后正好我们也不是说看起来很劣势，所以我们就冷静的玩，就会失误会减少这样。
Actually, in game number 3, we really want to do something creative or something special in bot lane to get some leads. But actually, you can see that OMG also did this as well in game number 3. And into the mid to late game, I think that if we just stabilize our mentality and calm down, and we don't fall behind too much, so I just think we still have a chance to do this. But maybe the level 1 gank in game number 3 was not very ideal for us, but we're still trying to fight back. And final question for you, we are so excited to see you come back to LPL. Do you have any special feelings about your journey since then in this special season, and what's your personal goal for spring season? 那么最后一个问题，我们很多人都是非常激动的看到了宝蓝选手再次回归到了 LPL 赛场上，想问一下，自从在这一段春季赛的旅程，有没有什么特别的感受呢？
我觉得首先就是能够重新回到喜欢的赛场上，然后能做自己喜欢的工作，首先肯定是很开心的事情。然后，对于我来说也比较激动吧，因为也是一个正好有了这么一个机会，然后有一个重新开始嘛，对我的角度上来说，所以说我希望能够好好把握这个机会，然后也希望能有稳定的好的表现，希望自己能够对自己的要求越来越高吧，因为自己也是有段时间没有打了，所以可能很多东西还是离正常的情况还是有差别的。
Actually, it's been so much long time for me to coming back to the LPL stage. I miss this so much, and it feels pretty happy for me to come back to LPL and do this kind of job, which is I really prefer to. This is my favorite job. I really love this job, and I really appreciate for this opportunity. I want to grab this opportunity and to make better performance, especially for me. I really have a higher standards for my own performance. That's it. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢宝蓝来到赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christina and Baolan. Again, good to see him on stage. As she was saying, it's been a while since we've actually seen this man in the support position on a roster. And alongside Ning, has high standards there, Kitty, of his own performance. Not happy with it yet, but definitely, I think, is motivated to improve.
Yeah, he definitely provided us a lot of insight on the entire series, honestly. And I think for that Game 3, he said that they were prepping something really spicy where it was that level 1 invade, but OMG responded with the exact same play. And I love the response for Kai'Sa because Kai'Sa isn't a very popular champion in the current meta.
True.
And his answer was pretty much just both ADCs just felt like egoing it and picking Kai'Sa. But of course, Kai'Sa worked for one and it didn't work for the other one.
It just has to be the way, doesn't it? Baolan gets MVP for that Game 3, by the way. Again, well-deserved. Felt like it had to be him or Ning. Due to how the early game went, and might not have 100% kill participation, but 0-0 and 10. His Ashe was on point, Kitty, and the arrows were just landing left, right, and center.
Yeah, and this all comes back to that level 1 where Ashe is just such a potent champion when it comes to these 5v5s. I mean, once you get the autos connected, you're not going to run away unless you burn that flash. And we need to remind everyone that OMG burnt 3 flashes in this early game, but they were still able to at least generate something. But consistent fighting for the side of a Kai'Sa, Sylas, and Sejuani, I mean, this is just a perfect game state for Ultra Prime, and they played exactly into this.
Ultra Prime knew exactly what they're doing. As I said in the interview, playing towards that aggressive game state. I mean, this was some beautiful team fighting when they just isolated OMG, Kitty.
Yeah, these team fights were, the target selection was just really nice from Ultra Prime here because we just saw Shandy fall since all of their players were targeting him first, and the next one falls and the next one falls. But it's just a lot of good communications from someone like Ultra Prime where they have been lacking in terms of the communication, especially in those team fights where a lot of their biggest struggles is closing out their games. But this time around, we saw them kind of playing peacefully in the early game. Not a lot of objectives being given over, but they close out the game just fine.
Yeah, look, they did have better direction. Again, there was better shot calling, it felt like this time around for Ultra Prime. A 2-1 win's decent, but ladies and gentlemen, speaking of decent, speaking of hyped up, next up is Weibo versus IG, is the Shy versus YSK, and we have been waiting for this one for a while. And after the break, we will finally get it as we move back into Shanghai to start off that series.
use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal. It's a Fofo. He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The Doomsday Clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the Gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the Hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar secured. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Shurima Shuffle, and this fight is all AEG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam. Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's not, it's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
a hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The face seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
you at some party. You acting the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast, fast like that. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast, fast like that. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see
monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side?
카사 선수랑 샤오 선수 잘하는 선수로 생각하고 있고 선수라고. 근데 지금 게임이 미드 정글 합도 중요한데 바텀 쪽이랑 이렇게 원활한 움직임이 필요한 것 같은데 아직 저희가 거기가 부족해서 그런 움직임을 잘 맞춰야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, interesting talk about synergy there coming through from Gideon. Looking for IG to strengthen it ahead of this next series. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Kitty, who is going to take me through IG versus Weibo Gaming. Now, these two teams at the moment near top in the league. Weibo at 4-2, IG at 5-3, and Kitty. There's a big rivalry, I guess, between the audience that they've created ahead of this one.
Big rivalry in the audience and bigger rivalry in that top lane. We have Wise Cam versus The Shy. And you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Master Uguay has to, you know, pass on his all of his skills onto Poe as the discipline. And this is exactly what is going to play out for this next best of 3 series.
Oh my god, yeah, and then somehow Poe learns the whooshy finger hold, and everything breaks loose. Yeah, great Kung Fu Panda reference. It fits in perfectly. Again, this series has been hyped up as we actually get some stats here as well. We're kind of looking at the bloodiness, like the first death, first turrets, right? Okay, those stats are there. Kitty, I'm looking at the lead at 15 because it's not all complete, right? Like these teams do find a lot of wins out of comebacks, and I'm not kind of surprised with their playstyle.
Not surprised at all. I mean, starting off with Weibo, I think whichever team that Xiaohu touches just genuinely turns into gold. I mean, he did so well with RNG. Now in Weibo, where they are genuinely a top 2 in contention for the LPL Spring Split, where, like you look at these stats, I think they excel at team fighting, and with their target selection and priorities, it's all extremely clear. And someone that has been going under everyone's radar a little bit noticed nowadays is Light, and I think Light is the new generation's UZI. People have been calling him this on the Chinese side, and especially with like his attention to detail, I think he is probably one of these best Caitlyn's we have in the LPL so far. We have a clip of him playing Caitlyn floating around the internet where he got a 3 headshot combo onto Doggo, I believe. So it's just his mechanics are so clean. And I'm excited to see how he is going to develop as a player.
It's crazy because on LNG, Light was the stable AD carry. I think Lyric said it best when he said that Light is someone who kind of goes, under the radar, and he's not always the most flashiest, but he can have these really clutch moments. He's not like the Jackie Love that I think has a higher ceiling, but Light has shown bigger consistency over the years. So props to Light for, coming out of his shell even a little bit more here on this new lineup together. While on the other side for IG, we could say that this team's a big surprise, right, Kitty? Like, they are a bunch of players who've just come together out of the blue, and it works. Like, Gideon's come through with his debut in the LPL, Dove as well, his debut. Arn and Wink were a mediocre bottom lane that are now a good priority 2v2. And YSCam came over from the PCS from Frank Esports, where he was bodying top laners there, and he's actually fit into the LPL, and he's bodying some top laners here too.
Yeah, definitely fitting in like home. But like you've been saying, IG had a really banger debut, and I think that's mainly because of the strength of schedule, where recently they've been up against these super teams like JDG, like Top Esports, and now today Weibo Gaming. And this is going to be the final test out of all these 3 teams. And we've been seeing a little bit of cracks with this roster, right? We didn't have high expectation going to Spring Split, but we saw what they were able to do from those first few weeks. But with these cracks showing, I mean, specifically through Gideon and Dove, I think there was a bit of disconnect when it came to these skirmishes. I mean, Gideon was just hard forcing these early game team comps, but it just wasn't executed properly, and I think YSCam is being held back. Well, the entire team is playing on a restriction due to that.
Well, I'm glad there's honesty for Gideon in that regard. He even said just in the interview, right, Kitty, where they know that there's a bit of disconnect between jungle bot, you know, in this meta where it is so important to play through bottom lane, to set up bottom lane. We know dragons have heightened weight. So Gideon is aware of it, and I'm sure the whole IG ecosystem is. And that's what makes this team so exciting to watch, because there's been development. There's obviously some kind of awareness going on with the team and where their flaws are. And yes, you said like they had a strong earlier schedule, but or rather an easier early schedule. But remember, RNG were in there, EDG were in there. They beat both of them. And while they lost to TT, IG is still sitting on 5 wins. And the rest of their schedule will be teams like RA, Ultra Prime, WE, NIP, LNG, BLG. These are winnable teams for IG. If they can beat the strangely beatable sometimes Weibo Gaming today, IG are actually in a great position to make playoffs this split. It's like, yes, are they outside of the top 3? I feel like yes. But are they a playoff team? I think it's fair to say that IG at this point definitely should be considered one.
If I were to rank them with how they're going to be sitting in the standings by playoffs, I think IG is probably a top 5 team. I mean, you are in contention with so many other extremely good teams. But yeah, I think once they lift this restriction when it comes to their gameplay, because I feel like they have a bit of a... they feel a bit limited when they are playing up against teams like JDG, Top Esports, where specifically towards Gideon, I mean, once this restriction has been lifted, he is going to become an important piece to how IG is going to take over the series up against Weibo.
Oh, looking forward to it though. I've been waiting for this one. The upstarts in IG versus the absolute base legends in Weibo Gaming. Weibo might be 4-3, or 4-2 rather, but they are still looking like a top tier team as we go and introduce them after wins against Ultra Prime, after getting beaten randomly by TT earlier week 5. We bring out the Shy, Kasa, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. Remember that the Shy, you know, it was the last series versus Ultra Prime. He kind of came back quite strong. Against TT, died about 9 times, but as he comes out onto stage, let's hope we get the best out of the Shy today with his cute little grin.
Aw, Shy Dao. I couldn't see, it was too fast. But yeah, talking about the Shy, I mean, he's definitely transformed a little bit with his identity. He's playing more utility top laners like the San and Gasante. But I think that's because look at your team roster. You have Xiaohu and Light, and they have huge carry potential for Weibo. And obviously, we all wish for Kalista, Vayne, and Quinn to come back, but I think this is the perfect form that Weibo can settle on.
Well, again, you talk about those plays because there's great flexibility there as well. Chris sends his hands into the air. No sass here today from Weibo. IG are the team to do that as Easy Hoon takes his bow as well. Again, good foundation on Weibo as, you know, this is just a legend in the making, or rather a legend that has been made in Easy Hoon, I should say. IG on the other side. A quick fun fact for you as we introduce YSKM, Gideon in jungle. You'll see the mid laner Dove has been a nice, impressive piece for me, as well as Arn and Wink at the bottom lane. I want to mention that fun fact is that during 2021, debut of YSKM came in Summer LDL on IG Young. This was his organization. He started out on it. Yeah.
But how swag is that?
Of course, he faces back. The bow to the Shy as well. That man was playing on IG Young while the Shy was still on IG. So they were within the same organization. That's why it's ever so relevant to mention him as Mini the Shy as the rest come out onto stage. It's going to be about that top lane matchup, even though Dove versus Xiaohu raises some eyebrows as well. Arn versus Wink in the 2v2 when Light and Crisp have been going that well. That's going to be an interesting one as well, as that man used to be their AD carry, now turns support. Let's see if IG can start him up today, Kitty. This is going to be such a tall task, but if they find this win here, again, your top 5 prediction, your ranking of this Invictus Gaming team, I think will be spot on.
Yep, I mean, when it comes to this top lane 1v1, I'm not too sure who's going to come out mechanically first, but when it comes to these pre-game poses, YSKM is definitely #1 in our hearts with how creative and how awesome he is able to just introduce himself every single time. And I'm never disappointed. And hopefully this game and the series won't disappoint the fans as well.
I definitely won't. Look, let's be real. We know there's going to be a lot of blood here. It's going to be aggressive. IG never shy away from fighting. Weibo Gaming are exactly the same. Now, Kitty, 13.1 still. Let's be real. The patch, we're excited to move on from it tomorrow. However, as we saw in our first series, I don't think these teams are quite limited to just trading off Zeri Lucian, right? even though this has been on the cards for, you know, these specific bottom lanes, I think we've got the potential of seeing a bit more flexibility out of these two.
I mean, Wink on this support, he already has 9 different champions played, and that's ranging from Blitzcrank to the Lux to the Varus support as well. Him transforming from the ADC to a support position now with the meta suiting him perfectly just means the stuff like the MF and the Varus is always available on the table. But on the other side, we have Light and Crisp, and I think these two people as a duo have been working perfectly. I've never seen Light play like this before, where I think with Crisp enabling him in these 2v2s and these team fights, it's just such a pleasure to watch. And something interesting about Light is that he is one of the only 80 carries out of the entire LPL split to not play a single, he has one single Varus game. But up against someone like An, where the Varus is tied both for Wink and An at 4 and 3, I mean, this champion is going to be a high priority.
How surprising is that Wink's almost played more Varus support than his 80 carries played it. That's just crazy. Again, it tells the story you were mentioning that Wink has been pulling out 80 carries in the most perfect meta. He has also played 9 unique champions. Even Blitzcrank earlier on in the split, a couple of those Heimerdingers, the Misfortune, the Ashe has been coming out, of course, the Varus too. You can never know with Wink, and that's why the bottom lane is so much fun, because while Arn will be willing to go aggressive with things like Draven, Wink can supplement it with any of the above I just mentioned. That's why the draft's going to be thrown up in the air, as this 2v2 should be a challenge for Light and Crisp. But we were talking up Light and Crisp, and that's my concern, that this bottom lane as well is in great form.
Definitely, and I think when it does come to the early game, it really depends on who gets the tempo going out of MVP. 只靠自己争取 yes! Go for it. Everyone in this, you know, that's translating to MVP. Whoever gets it, kind of.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's more descriptive, but I kind of said it in a blunt way.
Well, thank you for translating that, Kitty. That's what matters. Hang on. What's that? Help me.
如果的帅
Doll.
然后的帅那是我就 I lost it. I can't read as fast. I'm so sad.
Great, Kitty, again.
I can't.
Again, another side.
Well, I know what it meant. So the Shy is saying that he wants to go against YSKM wants to go up against the Shy because he is the mentor, and it's going to be a wholesome 1v1 in today's top lane matchup. And I just think it's going to be super interesting with how I think the last time we saw YSKM, he was on that Sion champion, so it is nice to see him introducing another type of playstyle to him, where the Shy's already been in the making for 2 or 3 years in LPL, and he's already been to that stage where he is comfortable on the Cassante and the Sion.
Again, Kitty, look, thank you for that. I won't make you force you to read any more sides. I got confused between Dol and Nar, so, you know, where at least you were able to come up with me there with my one character. On the other side, though, welcome to Pick and Ban. Weibo versus IG. We are waiting for this to be a banger. And Lucian and Zarya off the board, Kitty. What a brilliant start.
That means the Ashe and Varus is going to be in hot contention for both Weibo and IG. I mean, Elise instantly getting picked for Karsa. I was talking about this earlier, where the early game tempo is going to really set up for these solo laners of Weibo. I think they have amazing carries in every single lane. It just depends on how Karsa plays around that. Now, YSKM locking in the Cassante blind. I mean, I was saying this, how YSKM has introduced a different dimension to him, where he's able to play these tanks now.
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, maybe not the most exciting start, but at the very least, when we have the Jace on the other side that can flex between these solo lanes, it spices things up a bit, especially with Karsa getting the big potential already. First is insane for Weibo Gaming, Kitty, and that Varus that's been left open and available, here comes the range.
Second game of Varus is going to get locked in for the side of Light. This time around, so much range already from Weibo Gaming. I mean, this Jace can flex either mid lane or top. We see how potent the Shy is when he is given one of these carry champions. But yeah, we're going to have to narrow down the champion pool for both mid lane and support, because like we've been seeing, this Varus can rotate towards that support position.
Again, the flexibilities in 13.1, at least something good to talk about is, here's a Jhin. Kitty, we didn't even get that many ADs banned out, and straight away IG just went, yep, okay, we're going to add some range too.
Yeah, I mean, Jhin is relatively stable into a Varus lane, but once again, this top lane, I mean, YSKM blinds the Cassante. That means champions like Sion, Gwen, even the Fiora at times needs to get banned. 2 of them have already been taken off the board, but the Shy, I mean, he has such a big champion pool. Do you think we'll ever get to see his Kalista, Vayne, or Quinn ever again?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I think we got to get in the right meta for it. Sanguine Blade helped that out, Kitty. That was
That's
definitely
such an
an
old
item.
item.
Yeah, like the Shy would pick that top and just play it over and over in solo queue. His movement was sick, and that's why it's sad. But hey, look, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting something like the Jace top. Again, AD for the Shy, like some kind of marksman in spirit would be so normal, as Sion ban against him probably assumes that it is going to Xiaohu through mid. Because we get rid of the tank, the Shy's always played the Sion in whatever season. Gwen gone as well. Now the curiosity is, like, does he get given something like the Camille? Like, will the Shy play the Camille? That's my biggest question,
I have a
Kitty.
weird feeling that the Shy might just land on something like the Gnar for this game 1. Very stable pick into Cassante, and it also does provide a stable CC for this Elise and Varus to obviously pop off in these team fights. But the Jax is going to get hovered. I mean, the Gragas is going to get hovered here. I think they're anticipating a Jax top lane from the Shy.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. But the Shy's not a big Jax top lane player. Like, he's played it sparingly in his series. Hasn't played it much this split. Maybe something like the Renekton there as well, Kitty. That's not banned away. I mentioned the Nidalee, but no Kappa. Like, this would be the comp to bring it out in. Honestly, it'd be the perfect comp. We get a Soraka from Crisp. Again, the Ashe was banned away. Just interesting here that they opt into this, and the Shy's
No
okay,
Nidalee, no Nidalee. Get out of here with your hysterical ideas. We saw it once, and it was exciting enough for that one solo kill, but it didn't work out too hot for the side of Weibo. But this entire team comp for this game 1, I mean, Soraka and Elise coming out, a very potent duo once you do land the cocoon, because the combo is once the CC lands, you put the Soraka silence underneath, and they aren't able to escape. The silence is going to be the response into Jace, however, so it is going to be a Gragas jungle, but I mean, IG just playing very standard for this game 1.
Yeah, IG again, like, holding their cards close to their chest, it feels like, with the draft. Kitty, Weibo, I'm not sure if I can say that because I already mentioned range. What else does this draft do apart from snowball out of control?
It does a lot, because when it does come to these team fights, Xiaohu and Light, it really depends on their positioning, because you are up against something like the Cassante and Gragas, where it can disposition you in these fights. But Karsa is the lifeline of the early game for Weibo. Same for Gideon, but I think the difference is that Karsa, he loves playing towards that bottom lane, where Gideon, he is more flexible in terms of whichever lane he decides to go towards. But I need to highlight that the Shy is picking Gnar for this game 1, and out of all his champions and performances, I think his Gnar has been a little bit shaky.
It's crazy though, because the Gnar is his most played. If anyone goes to his fandom page and looks at his career stats, he's played 53 games of Gnar. This will be number 54. He's 35 and 18 on it. And even though the Shy has more career deaths by about 210 than his career kills, Gnar has always been mostly consistent. So I look at this and I say, well, the Shy, pull out something special here, because you're versing your younger brethren. He may as well be the Shy's son at this point, because YSKM debuted in IG Young in 2021 when the Shy was still on the IG roster. He started his professional career, that's YSKM, on the organization, went to Frank Esports, and now has come back and is starting out in the LPL for his debut split. He goes up against his old father, the Shy, who really is the father of the LPL at this point. The Korean top laner who never played the LCK, never played Challengers League, bar one best of 3 to qualify for the Challengers League that he lost. He is LPL through and through, and he's the man to beat to place yourself in the LPL League. Welcome to League of Legends here for the final time tonight with IG versus Weibo Gaming. This is a battle for the top 6. This is a battle for respect in the top lane, but overall to show us if IG are worthy of being up in that top 6 overall, or if Weibo have still got this spot.
Let's see how this early game will play out, because we already see Weibo being extremely proactive and getting rid of Wink's early Heimerdinger towers, where he isn't going to be able to replant those. I mean, Light caught a position here. A little bit.
A bit of damage coming through. Arn is going to get a 4th shot off as well, so really good start to the lane. Arn does have to pop a pot though, so Light doing the same as Xiaohu moves down. He's going to catch Dove out in rotation. Maybe just looking for a trade here, Kitty, as a good dodge away from the shock blast means Dove comes to lane full health.
Little bit of trading for this first game. Never hurt anyone. I mean, no summoners weren't burnt, so it's completely fine, guys. Both junglers start the red side of their jungle, and I just want Karsa to be consistently playing towards Light. I mean, he has so much CC once the Varus hits level 6, and just the amount of guaranteed threat that you have with the silence from Crisp for this game 1. I mean, if you chain the crowd control perfectly, I think Wink or On, even having the cleanse available, is going to have a tough time for this bot lane 2v2.
True again. Easy to burn out. I like you've been talking about the Soraka, because something we don't normally see here in the LPL. For Crisp as well, he's got a unique champion pool. Is able to heal up here, but the stun down, Deadly Flourish, no! Doesn't connect from Arn. The barrier is pulled out though, so a net win. Still overall, Kitty, you see him spiraling in, but he's going to go over a ward. So they're trying to bait it. Oh, they're trying to bait it because Gragas is coming through, but
nice
Cocoon doesn't land. All right, into melee form. Deadly Flourish with a return. Arn playing it dangerous in the chest. Repels up. Here comes Gideon, but the wave's crashing in, and all he can do is safeguard.
Does want to heal from both sides in this bottom lane. I mean, Soraka obviously did have to burn that barrier for getting caught.
Oh,
Karsa's so low in the 3v3. I mean, he has to be careful here because Gideon does have that flash available.
Gideon's not going to throw out the Gigaton right into the face of Elise. Karsa narrowly gets away. Dangerous players again. Speaking of dangerous, Arn standing in this lane now needs help with a barrel roll to help clear out the minion wave. If Arn gets hit with another piercing arrow, he's dead.
Desperately trying to get this wave pushed in before he doesn't have enough health. I mean, Light is landing every single Q. They do secure the bottom scuttle, however, so Karsa is going to part towards that top lane and clear his blue buff and get the scuttle as well. However, YSKM knows that and does put a ward in the river, so just avoiding any ganks and trying to negate all the threat that Karsa is putting out in this early game on this Elise.
So, Kitty, let's talk about other lanes, because I think it's worth mentioning that Xiaohu right now is leading in the mid, using the range advantage quite well. Top side's going even for the Shy so far, as YSKM is managing to hold himself, but it looks like the wave is in a pretty good place for the Shy. So, for Weibo Gaming, small gold lead here, just based off their natural advantage in these lanes.
On does come back into the game with a Swifty, just trying to dodge everything. I mean, Karsa does secure the top lane scuttle. However, I think all of the action is going to be towards this bot lane. When it does come to mid lane 2v2, however, I think Xiaohu having the amount of lane party up against Dove, I mean, you can see this consistent push. It does allow Karsa to have a lot more freedom when it does come to invades against Gideon. But Xiaohu is a little bit over pushed here. I'm getting a little bit scared.
Gragas not making his way down there. Gideon actually heading up to his topside camp. He'll be safe for now, I guess. Safe, thinking that Xiaohu is nearby. Shock blast dodged away by Dove. Good movement here from the mid laner of IG as Xiaohu's expended all of his mana, but he'll just auto away, continuing to put pressure on Dove through mid as he farms up. That gives Karsa a bit of time to get in, get the scrying plant, and get himself a bit of information. Seeing that Gideon's topside, after his pretty much full clear, just backing away.
A lot of priority from the solo laners of Weibo. Gnar and this Jace are just consistently pushing in the enemy team, so Karsa just trying to find these angles onto the enemy team. I mean, we've seen this Elise previously, however, in the hands of Gideon last time, and he wasn't able to get those early leads, or at least early summoner spells, burnt from the enemy team, and this Elise pick just suffocated when it came to the late game stage, so they're kind of on a ticking time bomb here for Weibo.
So keeping the game moving at a good pace. Important to note then as Wink not going to let his AD carry get spotted out, or rather just luck of the draw as Arn's able to get a quick reset in the bush. So a little back from Arn on top of the Swifties, gets the long sword, while Jungler's now appearing in the bottom side. Dove hits level 6, hasn't stolen anything with the hijack yet as Gideon continues to walk down, but nothing happens for the time being. The Shy is level 6 up at this top side. It is a shame when we hyped up YSKM versus the Shy, we have Gnar versus Cassante. Not exactly the most riveting matchup.
It's okay, I'm sure this 2v2 is going to be very spicy when it does come to the mid-game skirmishes, but this is what patch 13.1 does to our carry players. You're forever assigned to Cassante and Gnar duty. Bit of a shame, but it's okay. Team fights will showcase the skill that we have in this top lane 1v1 matchup.
True. Again, the Scheisner, his most played in his history as Gideon comes in. Dub with the flash in, chain corruption, IG straight to the pounds. First blood over to the newbie team as they get away with a cocoon landing. Xiaohu isn't in time. Beautiful window to punish, however small.
Really sharp decision making from Dove. Saw that Crisp was caught out, instantly flashes with the Varasol available and gets Crisp as that first blood into the pocket of Gideon. I mean, Gideon loves his AP Gragas, so once this Bomber gets online, I mean, someone's gonna get popped in these team fights.
Oh yeah, again, first blood. This time feels very relevant here tonight as junglers have been picking it up left, right and center, but Kitty will look again because as you said, Dove comes in with a beautifully timed ult.
Yeah, a little bit disrespect from Weibo. You did see the mid laner rotating first as Xiaohu is desperately trying to follow, but it was just a matter of seconds as Crisp fell as a result. And I think the Silas stealing the Varus ultimate for that fight caught him off guard and he didn't burn the flash.
Just great roam timing overall though. First blood going over, as you mentioned, to Gideon. Hextech Goldenator, the first pickup here as the reset comes through and Kasi uses that small little timing as well. To speak of which, getting the dragon, well, Gideon now heading up to the top side. Herald's up in about 10 seconds and Wink has already moved over. Kitty, this is priority and a half for Xiaohu. He's going to get some information here without getting spotted out himself.
Wink is already here. I mean, the Jhin is going to be CSing alone in this bottom lane, still having the cons available, so even if Light lands a Varus ultimate onto the AD carry, he is going to be just fine. Proactiveness from IG, though, exactly what we want to see in this early game. I mean, you had the Silas and Gragas, a lot of engage and CC from these two melee champions.
So you can see in the meanwhile, though, Light just walking back down to the bottom lane. They've already given it up. Herald's already gone down. It will be an objective trade as Gideon is going to finish off his last camp, see what he can achieve up in that top side. Dove, meanwhile, though, wants to shove out this wave, but he's getting ganked. Arm's moving up, and he's a little bit sus on this one. Thinking, well, hang on a minute.
Ooh, that was close.
Curtain call is available, though. Doesn't have to get into range. Dove, chain lash. He wants chain lash. He wants chain lash, but Xiaohu just zones him out. Nicely done as here comes the gank. Oh, it's gone away. Cast a cocoon doesn't land. Deadly flourish. Curtain call comes through. The counter punch from Invictus getting fly through. Weibo take themselves a couple of shots this early on. It doesn't do enough as Dove has turned into a spider and he will just be able to clear the wave. So a good defensive play from IG to stop the kill going over his Wing. I say that, he doesn't really dodge the cocoon nor the shock blast. It's just Michael Jackson doing smooth criminal.
I'm not too sure if Weibo is whiffing their skill shots or if IG are just in tip-top form and dodging all these skill shots. I mean, I've been accentuating about how the combo from Karsa and Chris is fatal in this game.
Oh, blind chains corruption. They know he's in there. Explosive cast gets him out. The blue buff goes to Wink, but Gideon dies. Weibo just never quit on a play.
Sorry, it was not first blood. Gideon giveth, give it, Gideon taketh.
Kitty, that was great though. Let's be real. Weibo, they missed the first time, missed the second time, but the third time they're like, all right, we're taking it to blue buff.
Yeah, Gideon just wanted his blue buff and Light was 10 steps ahead, having that ultimate available. I mean, even Crisp committed with that flash and instant silence where we talked about the combo where you can't just flash away after the initial CC lands and Gideon falls as a response of that. But really good play coming out of Weibo. We should be seeing more of that for the next upcoming 5 minutes, especially when Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But Crisp this time doesn't have the flash available. So if you do get CC'd, I mean, this Soraka is so vulnerable in these team fights with the amount of disposition spells from IG's team comp.
And that's the other side of it, isn't it? The fact that IG have found themselves pretty neck and neck here in the early game. The damage is going to be meaningful against Crisp as Dove's able to share some of the gold and Rift Herald, and meanwhile on our screen, the Shy, a little bit of a jumpy forward, and Cam just gets hit on the nose. But you talked about that Dragon timing coming forward. For now, I want to see how Gideon continues moving around the map. So far, he's been hyper-aggressive between mid and bot. Dove has been going all in as well on Xiaohu, and now after the mid push, pings are coming down. They're going to try and find an angle again, or at least threaten somewhat.
Gideon already has his Dark Harvest available in his item slots. I mean, with the dragon spawning in 1 minute, it really depends on what Karsa is going to be coming back because, like I've been saying, this Grag is full AP, and with how, I guess, squishy Weibo's team composition, other than the Shy, of course, is in the 5v5 sense, Crisp has to really stand in the back without flash available and heal them up because the amount of burst potential from IG is insane.
IG are also going to be hitting one item across the board everywhere else. Like, we should see Wires Cam pretty soon. Rod of Age just picked up at the 11-minute mark. Pretty good for Dub. Also for Arn, this should be a back to, what, complete Gale Force here? No, Noon Quiver only. Doesn't have enough gold yet, but should be getting pretty close. As that Dragon now being fought around pretty early. Weibo moving into position, but look at the river. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. IG have just placed 7 wards to kick this one off.
You can't really face check either because all the summoner spells are available, all the flashes at least, from IG, and this Gragas is the main damage source when it comes to the 5v5. I mean, all Arn and Wink has to do is sit in the back and just connect with their follow-up CC, and someone is caught from the side of Weibo. So they have to tread very carefully. I mean, this ward is beautiful from IG to get a catch.
But Weibo see inside the pit, so on the other end as well, Weibo obviously have information of their own. That's now going to be spotted out as well. The Shy, if he wants to join in on this fight, has TP. Note on the other side, YSCam has the same as he pushes up to the turret. Both these top laners ready to get involved as Xiaohu and Dub now moving in from similar angles. Dragon up in 1 second as to now. Chris not caught out by a Deadly Flourish as Dub goes all in on Xiaohu, but Weibo giving nothing away for the time being. Light sitting on bot wave as well. Kitty trying to get priority there so he can move in. As IG are in the river first, but Weibo definitely don't want to let this go.
Arn is sacking a lot. I mean, he's just consistently covering the mid lane as Dub.
Wait,
Oh,
all out. Oh my god, Mini the Shy, the flash away from the Mega one. But he is only Mini the time being. It's a confusing play as Flash and Ghost were both burned. These are the guys with TP as Cocoon lands from Karsa, goes all in. Gideon backs away with the body slam. Karsa himself just threatening away as Wink now throws himself into the fray. Dragon gets a little bit angry about who's visiting his home as the door was unlocked. Chance Corruption does connect on the edge. That hitbox crazy, but the explosive cast may have killed Karsa. Beautiful ulti coming through with Gideon's dying breath. As Karsa takes one more, all he needs to die. Dove doesn't land. No, Karsa alive. He skirts out death and baits IG into their demise.
The flash ultimate from Light lands onto Gideon. The silence follow-up from Chris. Gideon still has that flash available, but he just wasn't able to escape the CC from Weibo. And Karsa living on 1 HP. I mean, this Soraka pick is doing so much for this game one. Everyone, you just had to see Karsa's health bar throughout the entire fight because Chris was trying to do everything to keep him up. I mean, even dodging the spell from Dub after, which is beautiful and really well played from Weibo. They see this choke. Gideon is out of position and Light blast comes over the Dragon Pit and lands his ultimate onto the jungler of IG, and the amount of damage, I mean, just executes Gideon as well. 1 HP heal, Soraka ult, and he lives on 1. Soraka also does give him 1 more W as his Jhin comes back up, but he just dodges every single spell from here on out.
Xiaohu with the block, beautiful, nice side step as well. Doesn't hit the initial cocoon, but hits the one that matters. 2-0 start for Karsa here. And a fight that for Weibo Gaming nets them the second Dragon. Kitty, it's also a 1k gold lead. Even more than that from Weibo off the back of the fight. This game has now started for them, and IG are trailing.
Tempo is everything hysterics. I mean, for this game one, both junglers just desperately trying to make picks around the map, and Karsa comes out on top. Although giving the Herald as a response, I'm sure they're more than happy with having 2 dragons in this first 15-minute mark. And with Xiaohu and Light, I mean, scaling comfortably, these team fights, you have to be extremely careful because IG, they are lacking a bit of damage.
They are, especially at this point, even with the 1 item, like you were talking before, that we need to kind of develop into this game a bit more. IG looking to see how they can get that explosion off with Gragas, though, as Chance Corruption comes through again over the wall. The poke Wink flashes away. Kitty, this is what we're talking about in draft from Weibo's side. Their range, their poke is deadly.
Can't even walk into these chokes because Light is just so proactive with these ultimates. The first tier 1 tower does go down. And it opens up the map a lot more. Come on, just auto it!
It's a lure. They want to fight. They want IG to fight them under the turret. That doesn't exist. And the gold skyrockets up. It's 2,500 now for Weibo at 16 minutes into the game. Double Dragon. And Kitty, things are looking real good here. And I have to say, for Weibo, you look at this team, and this is a very explosive team. Not by draft, but by nature. Right? This team often goes for 50-50 players. They've worked out here, but it has been a little bit more solidified than I think I'd normally find.
Most definitely. I mean, they were the ones that went neck and neck up against JDG, going up to a game 3 where I think Xiaohu and Light, when it does come to those clutch moments, they definitely step up. IG trying to cut the bleeding, however, trying to make a play onto Xiaohu. Is it going to work, though?
Crisp is baiting them in. He's waiting in the brush. Okay, wait. Crisp now circling around. Dove is at half HP. Xiaohu feeling mighty fine. Jumps in, but it is a Silas, so it ends there as everyone keeps grouping around the bottom side of the map. Castle and Crisp looking for a pick as Cocoon is a little bit short onto the scuttle. Gideon does find that in the end. And WBG just walk it through as, yeah, Xiaohu's going to start doing more and more. Wink at half HP from a one-item Jace.
Only one item already sees so much pressure in that side lane. Dove is already struggling to match him. I mean, Gideon has to help him out in the side lane, but the entirety of Weibo is already hovering that, and they're being more proactive compared to IG, where I think Wink is just automatically going mid, and he's a bit late to this tempo where this tier 1 tower just falls.
God, another one for Weibo. Again, Kitty, I'll be honest. I know my Mandarin's hot garbage, but every time, as an English speaker, saying Weibo is like the hardest thing to pronounce. It is just saying it in a sentence and acting naturally. It's so difficult. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I think BO is just a pretty different pronunciation when it comes to English and Chinese, because I know a lot of people say Weibo, but in Chinese, Weibo, there's like a W, it's like B-W-O, Weibo, there's like a bounce to it, but Karsa, he's gonna bounce.
Oh, yeah, he is. Look, bounce house, great type, and Weibo. Oh, bounce house indeed. Up in with the rappel. He's alive again. Karsa is the survival expert. They even get a kill off the back of it as here comes YSKM though onto Xiaohu. Knocks him up. He flashes away. The curtain call. Last shot doesn't connect. Great movement from YSKM. The TP beautiful as well. Gets the knockback onto Xiaohu. So dangerous though. Fate's getting in as they get a kill. Arn jumps on in to find Chris, but now has to get on out as Karsa's rejoined back in. YSKM started that, but they're on a nice edge.
And the Shy is just chilling in this top lane, 0-0-0, but already has that 200 gold bounty. I mean, Weibo Gaming won a 4v5 in that bot lane skirmish. Karsa just getting caught out completely off guard, and he doesn't even die because he just ends up flashing over the wall. Walking into vision, I mean, Wink just doesn't have enough damage to finish off Karsa, missing the stun as well. And as highlighting a support is just getting kind of bullied in this game with the CC connecting onto Heimer, and he gets bursted here. Jace Q, Varus Q, he's gone! And then, of course, YSKM TP's in here. Doesn't have enough damage to finish off Weibo, however, Arn does pick up a sneaky kill onto Chris, but this dragon is online again.
I was going to say, Kitty, it's going to get worse from here for the Heimerdinger as well. Wink is going to have a rough time of it. There's 4,000 now to lead. The Shy, refusing to elaborate with his team, just sits in a side lane, picks up that inner turret. 600 gold for him. He is 40 CS up. He's coasting, man. This guy, he's got a yacht, sitting on it, just doesn't need to talk to anyone.
Yeah. The Shy's level 14 while Wink is sitting on level 7. I mean, double the XP. 3 dragons also going to the hands of Weibo Gaming. I mean, with just the amount of pressure they have playing alongside Vision, we already see how potent these silences are once it gets connected from a follow-up CC. Wink is just having a terrible time, especially on Heimerdinger when you want to be ahead and be annoying and setting up these vision control and having your turrets down. I mean, they're giving no chances over to IG for this game 1.
This is what the Shy needs to do to catch up on his kills. Is what are we looking at? Chains corruption. Hop away. Nice, beautiful hop away from the Shy. Well, Kitty, with that turret going down, we're getting close to 5k. this is the most calm Weibo game I've ever seen. And it's crazy because against IG, I thought we'd be scrapping like we're in a junkyard and everything's $9.95.
I mean, IG is trying to make this a junkyard and making it $9.95, as you would say, but Weibo with their macro, I mean, they're just negating every single engage from IG, like Karsa living the previous one from Gideon. And this AP Gragas isn't getting too much done on the map, as 3 dragons are in the hands of Weibo, and now Baron is also online.
Let's see if Gideon can find an angle. Dove's going to get priority topside as objective. Bounty is even up now as well. That's because Weibo got themselves the 3rd dragon here in this game, and everything is belonging to them with a massive gold lead. Karsa walking in, but still, he has not died yet. He has gotten out of 2 spectacular plays. IG going to try and push in, but Kitty, the problem is, as they group up and try and threaten Baron, look at Bot.
I'm looking.
Bot is just an issue. I mean, Dove's looking at top. Hang on, that explosive cast from Chris was great. The Soraka caught out the curtain call as he flashes away. He hides behind Karsa. Save me, Spider Queen. Okay, thank you very much. Crisp gets out, Karsa gets out as well, but IG forced the play as that's what I'm talking about. Bottom left, the Shy is just PvEing again.
Did burn the double flash out of Weibo's bot lane, but what did it result into? Well, the Shy is still consistently pressuring that bottom lane, where YSKM is currently 40 CS down from just an isolated matchup. I mean, just the amount of negating power and discipline from Weibo when it does come to these 4v4s in the top side. Crisp having that stopwatch previously available, I mean, just stops them once again from that previous engage. And they retake the vision control as the Shy goes back home and picks up his items.
He's got a Black Cleaver, he's got a bounty, 260 CS at 23 minutes into the game. There's a 40 CS lead mid. There's a 10-15 CS lead bot. Jungle has a lead. Weibo are outclassing IG. And look, to IG's credit, Kitty, it's not like this team is like not looking for answers. They are consistently looking for picks. That's what shows this is a playoff quality team, or at least one that's approaching it. They're constantly trying to be proactive here with the composition. But Weibo just aren't giving them an inch. Every time there's always coverage on someone getting picked or caught out.
YSKM is giving up on the side lane. I mean, the Shy is 265 CS at 23 minutes. Surely you force a 5v5 here because you're never going to be doing anything in that side lane. As the Cassandra, you're going to be slowly bleeding out as the Shy gains a bigger and bigger lead as the game goes on. I mean, Baron is on the place. At least burn a TP from the Shy so he no longer has that side lane pressure. Dance around the Baron.
Wink. Oh, that's dangerous. That's so dangerous. Luckily, Xiaohu was not nearby. He's pushing topside. Light, I guess, not nearby as well. And camera goes back here. All right, let's watch that. And Xiaohu, as he moves in, he's going to try and play himself the poke game. Hits Gideon. Chain Corruption doesn't connect. IG try again, but Dub not getting the abscond. Abduct has been denied multiple times. Weibo in his choke. Explosive cast is good onto Crisp, and they get him. Abscond, Abduct flashed over. They got him. Crisp is now dead. Okay, but look at the poke in return. You think you get the support, and then Weibo re-engage. They cannot, as Wink is a support ready to die, just like his counterpart. Explosive cast in, and Xiaohu blows him up. That's a solo kill, as they need to run. The Shy finally joined in. Give him a kill. He deserves it. Look at him go. Just autoing for the win. Xiaohu denies him, and IG outclasses the perfect definition of this game one.
You get Chris, but what in return? A 1-for-3 trade as Baron also goes in the hands of Weibo, as this 4th dragon also potentially getting contested. I mean, this game is just one from the 15-minute mark. The amount of lead that Weibo was able to generate from just laning, I mean, just look at the CS, all up by at least 20 to 40 CS, and Xiaohu is just way too potent, picking up his 3rd item as well, where Chris is setting up the vision already.
YSKM not going to get ulted in as the Shy, rather already burnt it. It's got a small cooldown. He's teleported in to set up for this dragon, the Ocean Dragon, Kitty. That's massive, and IG haven't had a taste of the dragons this game. Well, as they come in now, this is going to be a hard ask. Arn is now front-lighting Karsa, missing the cocoon. Good dodge away, shock blast as well, but Arn's already zoned out at half HP. Wink annihilated. He's just dead. I blinked, I winked, and I missed it.
And I'm flinking hysterics because this game is looking impossible for IG to win. I mean, that entire dragon fight, Light was just challenging. Double stun!
Double kill. Okay, time for the Shy with an Ocean Soul to do the dirty work. Under turret, he needs to get out of there. The all-out, though, from Wyatt Cam can't finish the job. As the Shy hasn't died, ladies and gentlemen, a fairly new experience over the wall. Can he hop?
He's gonna
go
for
He does
it.
anyway. Well, the Shy, props to this man. He has died 1,700 times in his career, 1,491 kills. This game, at least, he's going to catch up and get closer to the 200 gap.
This is what happens when you leave the Shy 0-0-0 on this Gnar, most played champion in his entire career history, and just completely dominates these team fights once he joins in. I mean, he was just zoning out at least 3 members of IG while they were trying to contest for that 4th dragon, but the early game, they weren't able to deny any of these dragons, and now they're put on a time bomb where the game has come to a 5v5 where you are behind an entire item. YSKM TV's a little bit too late, and this Heimerdinger support is offering nothing. I mean, the Shy just zoning out Gideon, and he's running for his dear life, but you are an AP Gragas level 11 as the Shy's level 17.
Oh my god, 16 level lead. Well spotted, Kitty. Yeah, the Shy
Double
level
stun.
17. And gets the ulti despite getting knocked back a bit as well. Look how long he takes under the turret. Like,
Ocean
why
Sword
is everything?
man. You can't
Yeah.
kill this man. He has a Hull Breaker as well, but this wasn't even the Hull Breaker being active since you have to be alone. He's just playing with 2 items and he's already that strong. Level 17. Let's take a look at IG. I mean, everyone is at least 3 levels down. The map is suffocating as the only inhibitor that is up is this top lane, but it's already a bit too late to force any plays as the JSQ just half-hells Wink.
Wink has been getting a rough time of it this whole game. And even though Crisp has been bullied out by IG whenever they can, it's only 3 kills going over. All 3 were on Crisp. But you've seen, folks at home, you've seen every time that happens, Weibo Gaming annihilate the rest of them. Even Gideon with a bit of health under his belt. Nothing stops Xiaohu right now as the Shy just running at them. Level 18 now as well. The whole team there. He's going to go into Mega Gnar. No. He's denied. He's dead. At least they killed the Shy, but at what cost with a triple kill forward? Look at the man go. We haven't talked about him all game, but with a quadra going over, Light Yagami, write it down. He is Kira with a penta in his name.
What a massive lad from An. He just says, come here and get it, big boy. You deserved it. And Light gets out of this game 1 with a pentakill and a perfect game from Weibo as they dominated IG for this series.
That was a perfect way to wrap it up. Domination, like Kitty, we didn't even talk about. Like, Chains of Corruption came through multiple times, but we were talking about other members of Weibo. It was Carter, it was Xiaohu on the Shake, the Shy side laning. A nice way to end it out, considering that he and Chris were probably the most quiet in the team, but that game was anything but. It was class from Weibo, it was consistency, and they didn't really let IG get away with any of these picks.
No, and especially with Gideon picking up that first blood. We saw how early his mythic item was online, but you say that Light didn't have a big role in terms of the early team fights, but I think the very first one where he was able to flash ulti Gideon, lock him down, and the entire fight turned was really when Weibo got the wheels rolling for this first game. And like you've been saying, Xiaohu and the Shy just being left on an island where they're just consistently CSing, well, you don't have enough damage to match something like the Gnar and the Jace in the side lane, and IG kind of just suffocated from that.
I mean, look, again, good opportunities from IG that they try and bridged out, but that play towards blue outside, excuse me, Kitty Blue, it was the Casa repel, it was the bait in, it was the unfortunate circumstances where it snowballed from there. It was topside running away in the solo matchup that lasted all game. It was Xiaohu finding lane priority and then moving across the map. And like, even though First Blood went over to IG, look at the damage output. They just weren't allowed to enter the contest.
Look, I love YSKM, but I'm pretty sure until the very last minute into the game, he was 0-0-0. And you want to be team fighting on a champion like Cassandra. You're not playing something like the Fiora. You're not playing something like the Camille or the Jax. You can't be just matching the Shy on Nara in these silence because you're not getting anything done, especially when you're being put on a time or you're on a timer. YSKM 4,783 damage. I mean, speechless.
Not much. Yeah, really not much. Again, you look across the board of Weibo, Xiaohu doing the most damage output, 200% gold damage to gold as well, is nice to see. On the other side, it's funny that Wink did the most damage, even surprisingly when he was just bullied out, he was zoned out, he was poked out. Like, Wink was always getting half health before every fight. It was amazing how he was a magnet to those shock blasts.
Wink also built Mikhail's first before anything else. I believe he had an Oblivion Orb, and that was literally it. So it was quite surprising that Wink did the most damage out of IG, but just the entire IG team composition going into this game one, they were severely lacking in damage, where An had to be ahead.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope this gets a little bit more interesting throughout the series because we talked about the top lane matchup. We're excited to watch IG try and challenge Weibo Gaming, but game one in under 30 minutes, Weibo said no. And for game two, we've got to hope that IG have a little bit more spark running into this series. Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dove's going to get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match, to promote the series, and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler get sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now the 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in. Maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal. It's a Fofo. He kills him. Assassinated on the back end. TP coming in. It's going to be Rookie coming in. His face seal's going to be back very, very shortly. Has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call. And now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will top esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over top esports and EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for top esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. If I could save you, all that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love song. Nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, then I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero. Fighting for your love soul. Yeah. Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become petri enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above.
对阵埃及的话，我觉得他们就是感觉上单的就是打法比较猛烈一点吧，然后下路的话也是那种就是愿意选那种对线比较强势的英雄，就感觉的话就是会很看对线状态吧。就是后面的比赛就是基本上每一场都要做足功课吧，就是感觉大家都是打完一个 BO 赛都有在进步，然后有选出一些新的阵容，就是我们队伍也要想办法去做到这样。
Respect shown by Caster towards IG. Nice to see, considering, yeah, again, their identity a little bit similar here in the LPL. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Kitty. Game 1 was Weibo Zone. It wasn't even close. Kitty, 29-minute win. I didn't hear MVP, but honestly, was it Xiaohu? It could have been Xiaohu. He did a lot.
It's
Who
the
was it?
purple goat running around the map. Crisp took
Oh,
over
no.
that game and saved his teammates so many times, where I believe the producers gave him MVP for that game 1. Of course, not having the prettiest KDA because he was just getting consistently focused down by IG, but just the amount of clutch heals he had in those team fights, it was pretty worthy. But I think everyone on Weibo Gaming had a chance to get that MVP, especially Light.
Yeah, again, look, Light had a pentakill at the end as well. Kind of surprised LPL didn't give that to him, but you know, Caster as well, although missing a lot of cocoons, some of the clutch plays that this guy made, alongside people like Xiaohu, alongside people like Crisp, who got MVP, was so well earned as blocking for the president here. Oh man, just this was the play that kind of took over. And Kitty, IG just kept going and going, but then Weibo Gaming always had a response, and it eventually became too much.
Yeah, they have a great discipline from Weibo. They just negated every single fight that IG tried to take. I mean, we didn't see a lot from YSKM on this Cassante. He wasn't realistically making anything happen. He was 0-0-0 until the very last second on being an absolute bro and giving that pentakill towards, I believe, Light as well. It was just really nice sportsmanship, and you know, you deserved it. And I think Light, if he plays good the second game in a row, I think, come on, give him MVP instead.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, again, Pentas in the LPL usually net a solid MVP. As we're about to get into game number 2. Draft, I'm sure, is going to be starting shortly. Weibo and IG. Kitty, I mean, in game 1, we saw top lane was a bit quiet for the drafts. Cassante versus Nah. I am hoping this time around things like the Fiora are left open, or maybe Jax, like they throw a spanner in and look for some of these snowballing, hard 50-50 matchup lanes so we can watch some good stuff in top lane.
Yeah, YSKM, you know, you can take the Fiora out of the draft, but you can't take the Fiora out of the man. And my man was playing Cassante like if you're just consistently going towards those side lanes and CSing. But you need to remember, you are a 5v5 champion, and you have a Heimerdinger and Jhin bot lane where you potentially, I mean, the entire IG draft for game 1 was just lacking a strong side. You have Cassante and Jhin Heimerdinger on both sides, where Gragas was, I mean, Gideon on this, Gragas was feeling a little bit lost because Jhin didn't end up getting ahead when it did come to those lane priorities, and the entire game just took through because YSK was just holding on to the hope that surely one day that the other side can potentially carry, and he just has to be there for those team fights, but that day never came.
No, it didn't. And it's sad, isn't it? Because there were so many opportunities for IG in that game to really snowball out of control, like finding the first blood, explode the game from there. But even then, they commit everything for bot side. They have to reset. Cars's timing's impeccable. He gets Dragon. He starts to snowball for Weibo Gaming. You know, the pick down towards, what is that image? Hang on. One word is Shuo Ai.
神说要有光. Everyone calls Light.
God damn it.
It's like Light Emperor. His name is Deng Huang, and I just think that's so awesome. All of them have little cute nicknames. It's okay, I'll teach you all of them later.
Yeah, please do. 3 nights, we had to just walk away. Oh, there's nights we just had to walk away. I was about to say. What do you mean there's nights we just had to walk away? What do you mean? Why did we have to walk away? Because IG weren't good for 2 years? That would be fair. Because to be honest, you know, I was an IG fan once upon a time. I had to walk away for nights. That was very sad for the past 2 years, but now they have a chance again. IG, Jayo, kiss.
It's like,
I like the kiss part.
IG, we give Fiora over to YSKM, and he brings us to a 3-game series up against Weibo Gaming. But this time the ban's very different. The Ashe and Varus has been swapped around, where IG is on blue this time.
Okay, so we changed things up. Varus, at least both banned away. That already makes things a little bit more interesting. The Ashe, of course, taken again, but this time around, Kitty, Zeri, Lucian, one of them is going to be left open, if not both. Yep, both.
The Lucian, Zeri, Yuumi, Nami combo coming out for this game too, but Light on this Lucian, I mean, he is such a perfect aggressive ADC. I'm not going to be surprised if he takes over before On can get to that late game where he pops up in those team fights. The Vi, as a response into the Zeri, very natural counter, but like you've been saying, it really depends on what Gideon plays for this game, because we saw him picking the Gragas from last game, but didn't do too much. I mean, this time he is going to lock in the Wukong, but overall, I think I do prefer the Vi over Wukong.
It's sad we don't get Fearless in the LPL, because then the Elise wouldn't have been bad, would ban one of the 80 carries, and 13.1 wouldn't be predictable. Kitty, Yuumi, Zeri, sorry, or Lulu, whatever, same thing. There's Lucian. Okay, talk me through the rest of the draft.
Oh wow, guys, top lane and mid are still unpicked, so let's start banning them.
Wow.
Fiora has already been taken off.
Really?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Weibo Gaming decides to focus down YSKM on his entire champion pool. Jax, Camille, all very proficient on these two as well. I mean, readers saw from his previous game on that Cassante, he wasn't doing too much, so I'm sure the Shy is more than happy to opt into a matchup like that again. But I want to see more from YSKM, because you have the Zeri Lulu this time. They're going to play relatively safe. I mean, it depends on how the 2v2 early game goes, but if YSKM is able to play through the side lane pressure and get towards that late game, well, I think IG, their entire team identity revolves around YSKM.
Yeah, it really does. Again, setting him up for success. Like, you talked about it. I think we were casting another IG game where we talked a lot about Dove and YSKM supplementing each other, and IG then supplementing topside from that too. So we'll see what comes up topside. No Cassante though, guys. No Fiora, no Jax. Okay, the Shy wants to pick Nah here, Kitty. But IG should ban Nah, and then the Shy will play Sion. Wait for it.
And then YSKM's gonna pick Cho'Gath. Oh, the sign gets taken
Sion
off.
ban.
But
Here
that
comes
does
Nah.
mean Nar is gonna get picked for Weibo Gaming. I mean, you know, the Shy had an amazing performance on this Nar. I wouldn't be surprised if they opt into it again. It does pair extremely well with the amount of mobility that Weibo has for this game too. But it really depends on who gets the counter pick when it comes to these solo laners. I mean, the Syndra gets locked in blind. And Dove, I think his Yone is pretty goddamn good. He should play more towards these aggressive mid-jungle duos to get the early game ahead. And Kali fits that perfectly.
Lane might be hard, but yeah, look, play towards side lanes, get to level 6. And Dove will be impactful then. Kitty, tell me what YSKM's going to play though, because right now you don't have a safe blind top, and the Shy has counter pick.
The Shy has counter pick. I mean, just something that you know you're gonna win. Or surely just give us the Camille. Just ego it, pick the Camille, a skill matchup in that top lane. Give us what the fans have been praying for. He cracks his neck. He's thinking about it. Hysterics, he's thinking about it.
He looks scared. It's like Malfoy versus Harry in the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, do it. Do it. Scared Potter?
Yes!
You wish. What a lad. Okay. Now the Shy's like, dude, I'm just going to pick Renekton. One of his favorite champions.
The Renekton. I mean, the Shy is always going to be getting this counter pick, so he's going to just pick the Renekton, lock that in, and this is going to be a skill matchup in that top lane. Jungle 2v2 is going to matter so much because this bottom lane, we already know how it's going to go. We've seen it for 6 weeks on end. Very sleeper, but YSKM for this game too, Camille gets locked in, and the amount of side lane pressure that IG has this time around, it's looking a lot better.
Okay, but for Weibo, Kitty, talk to me through some of the early lanes, because they look hard.
I mean, we do have Xiaohu on his iconic Syndra pick. This champion just brought the entire Weibo crew together when they were up against JDG. I mean, just so many clutch CC moments from Xiaohu. He pilots this champion perfectly. But alongside Light on this solution, I mean, that is his most played out of this split so far. And Crisp, I think he is one of the best Namis I've seen in LPL. I'm a Nami one-trick. I recognize a good Nami when I see one. And his bubbles paired alongside Karsa for these team fights are beautiful. And I just think you don't want to be giving Light and Crisp Lucian Nami.
Yeah, it's a lane I think they know how to pilot well. Again, we've seen Lucian Namis fail in the Zeri Yumi or Zeri Lulu matchup, but Light and Crisp are consistently potent with it. As we saw Light with the pentakill in game number 1, we're going to see what he can do with one of his favorites in game 2. Do IG have enough in the tank? Can they make it to late game? Can they get past this laning phase? Or will Weibo Gaming tear them apart? We're going to find out as we go on to Summoner's Rift. And we see if Weibo can fix themselves from their TT loss earlier in week 5. If they can move to 5 wins, get up there with JDG and EDG, and show us they're still worthy to be called a top 5, top 4 team in the LPL. You guys have been waiting for this. You've been waiting for YSKM versus the Shy as well. And finally, we get a potent matchup, but YSKM, best of luck.
Giles are so loud in the arena of Shanghai. This matchup is just, we've been waiting for it the entire night. YSKM on this Camille blinds it, and the Shy responds with his Renekton. I mean, Gideon, you already have a way. You just walk top lane and help YSKM while An and Wink just pray to get out of lane deathless.
I remember being in Hongqiao Arena. I remember watching Top Esports JG before it was cool. Back in 2019, sitting in the arena. It's infectious. It's great on games like this where there's a huge fan base in China growing for IG, and ever since they debuted, this team has just had fans coming out by the hundreds. Weibo, the same as well, being a top tier team in the LPL. Xiaohu give it a boost to lane, while Karsa, she's going to be starting on this blue buff. A solo start here as well for the jungle, while same can be said of Gideon down towards his own Raptors, actually not red, while Dove gets a bit of vision control up on that Raptor side camp. Xiaohu already spot him out with a defensive ward of their own.
Karsa's definitely going to have a better time when it comes to these early skirmishes because we have Xiaohu on the Singer up against Dub's Akali. So Xiaohu just going to be consistently pushing in this Akali for this early game. But of course, Lucian and Nami, their weakness is at level 1. If An and Wink are able to get their poke down before Karsa comes to this ball lane, the 3v3 is looking a little bit shaky for Weibo, but is that really where they fall for this game too?
It's going to be a dangerous lane once that 6 comes up. First item as well, we know. As even mid, right, Kitty? Like, we know there's multiple lanes for IG that are going to be pretty dangerous here. Is Xiaohu just getting some good range trades
oh my
again.
lord.
Xiaohu's been trading so well. Game 1, it was the same. Dove got bullied out in a range versus melee matchup, and Dove has to play the same again.
Exactly. And we do have Karsa and Gideon both pathing towards this top lane. The ward has been placed in that tri-bush from YSK, from the Shy. But it really depends on who gets the top lane first. I mean, summoners are still available, but it really depends on execution.
Karsa's going to get invaded on here, though. I'm sure of it at some point. I know Gideon in game 1. It was a quiet time for him. Gideon has been one of our most aggressive junglers. Him and Hung love invading. And Gideon here in the Wukong as he gets his clear off and sets up for Wolves later on. There might be a chance we keep an eye on him moving into Karsa's jungle here against this Vi. Especially if they want to go towards this top side. Pings are coming down.
Didn't get
Karsa's
spotted?
moving up towards top.
No,
He will on this ward at the very least.
Will there be a 2v2 for this Skeletal Crab though? However, we do have YSKM's wave pushing in the Shy. He's gonna dip out, but bringing it back to the top lane matchup, I mean, whoever dies first and gets the ball rolling, the bleeding is going to be so immense for whoever gets that lead into the early game, where I think Camille later on into game, Renekton isn't going to be able to match him in the side lane. But the question is, how are you going to get to that late game? Because you're up against Lucian and Vi for this early skirmish.
And we know as well, Syndra has to come into that equation too.
Xiaohu, of course.
Yeah, look, he might be ganked now though. Gideon's moving to the side, waiting. Scatherweek, if it comes out onto Dove for a trade. Xiaohu's just dead, but they're not going to wait for it. Instead, all in, he flushes away. Scatherweek misses. They got him. Gideon helps get Dove first blood.
A bit of surprise from Xiaohu. He didn't expect the Wukong to pop out of the bush, although we did see the Wukong spotted for that top lane scuttle. Xiaohu was hovering towards that bottom side, but he just didn't expect the damage from Gideon, and of course the E was also missed from Xiaohu. Really poor, it was kind of just poor mechanics when it came to this gank. We saw that Xiaohu just used all his spells onto the minions, so he didn't really have anything else other than this E, but Gideon just dodges the E. Or maybe Xiaohu just misses it completely, and the first blood goes into the hands of Dove.
Really nice shuriken flip from Dove, though, to dodge away from the slow of W. First blood into his hands, as you said. Hextech Ultimator picked up with the gold as well. So we're getting close to level 6 here, Kitty, and Dove will have somewhat of a bit more kill threat, as Xiaohu has to be careful because CS is now even as well. Mid's going better than expected. And IG actually up 400 gold in this early game. Kitty, a much more workable early game than last time around.
However, Karsa is up at least 3 camps on this Vi. He is going to hit level 6 a lot earlier compared to Gideon, and that's where Weibo's team composition gets potent. Gideon's still trying to look for something, however. Light's wave is pretty bad.
But spotted on the ward is good, as here's a response. Cast straight in on top of Gideon. The extended jewel not going to be given over as Gideon goes invisible, but he might have to burn a summoner that he doesn't have. He burnt the flash before, and Gideon's punished quick by Weibo as Xiaohu's moving down. Dove now with the ulti flashes on in. First pass already out. Wants to get in over the wall, but it's too late. Weibo burnt not 1, not 2, but 3 summoners with the Ignite going down in response for the kill too, as the other part comes through. Shuriken flip now to Xiaohu, but Karsa's coming in. All that needs to connect is a Vault Breaker, but Dove is too far away.
A little bit of mispositioning from Gideon. I mean, he didn't have any information onto Karsa, where Light and Chris were able to rotate first, and Gideon, without the flash available, just falls as a result of that. And a really good response from Weibo as well, just denying Dove from picking up any kills with a double flash over the wall. and ends up being a 1-for-0 trade going to Weibo. So they do cut the bleeding a little bit by killing Gideon. And Gideon's always been
Kitty
that
as well.
player.
I was going to say to you, the fact that you're telling me that Gideon's behind and that from that loss as well, Castle was able to pick up a kill, up a bit of CS. Things are looking good for Weibo when you consider telling me that this team's going to be very heavy into the early game and very heavy on their skirmishing.
Yeah, most definitely. Karsa looking for his level 6 very, very soon, where although having the flash available on the bottom side of IG, you can't really escape if the CC follow-up is well executed from Karsa. But back onto Gideon, I think he's always been that person who tries to be extremely aggressive in the early game, but he doesn't know his limits, and sometimes it does result in a loss for IG, and that does allow Weibo to come back into the early game.
Yeah, definitely like a play. That's why I said before, I always expect the invade to come through from Gideon. I always expect Gideon to play the aggressive route. You saw in that play, it did punish him, as our observer loves some nice CS under the turret that Wisecam picks up. As Dominus was using the top side by the Shy, and meanwhile, Gold is dead even pretty much. Bot lane with a 10 CS lead. Wisecam down 10, so it balances out there between lanes. As Herald's going to now spawn, Dragon's up as well, and for the first time in a while, this is a very late Dragon look at, with both being up simultaneously.
Both TBs have been used to catch the top lane wave for these two layers, but not a lot of explosiveness. I mean, from the Camille, there is a... Okay, I got a bit scared. Wisecam on this Camille, I mean, you do want to comfortably scale into that late game because you get to a point where items come online and the Shy can no longer duel you unless you get some help from the jungler. But this Herald is getting started from the side of IG.
Well, they're going to start it, but the thing is Karsa going to be able to interrupt it because he's got level 6 and he's looking for a rotation. Dove spotted going across the control ward. The bottom lane not moving though, and that's for both teams. But as Gideon continues to do this, it's getting a bit dicey. Xiaohu with ultimate available, and his flash is there too as Dove goes to the all-in. The Shuriken flip hits immediately onto Karsa as he gets away. Dove landing everything perfectly so far. Flash away, knives go down, and Dove's hit everything but just needs one more. Now he has to get out of there as Xiaohu slows him down. Karsa may survive, but that could help things with the Herald still being thought about.
Really good negating power from Xiaohu. I mean, he just completely stopped the follow-up for that execution onto Karsa, but Gideon's looking for more as Wisecam's, the Shy's wave is looking very bad. Doesn't get anything out of that, however, but yeah, back to the Syndra pick. I mean, when you use your E so well in these team fights, the amount of follow-up from IG just disappears. It doesn't end up being a kill for the side of Dove. Although he landed everything, it just doesn't matter.
And they're also concerned about topside. I mean, Renekton kept pushing in. The Shy is unbeatable at this point. Even Gideon being scared about what he can achieve topside, as the Shy is currently level 9 with 97 CS. Yet again, playing the PvE battle. This Renekton comfortable in the lane matchup. And when we talk about Wisecam versus the Shy today, we were optimistic. But so far, the Shy has been super solid against his old IG young brethren.
A really good bounce back from the Shy as well. We've seen a bit of rockiness from him in week 4 and week 5. A lot of engage in bot lane.
Tidal wave, Chris not landing, the Aqua Prison either. Chris gets out, now out of the mana bar. He's using rotation, Wing takes damage, but now we've got nothing left. Light knocked up and everything start happening. Unfortunately, the Ultra Shock doesn't connect onto Light, but Arn threatens them away, and Crisp and Light have to think again.
But Gideon is potentially looking for a dive. They just burnt double summoners from Light as well. Weibo is going to back because they smell a monkey very close by, but that duel, I mean, Crisp just missed everything on this Nami. Bit of an unfortunate engage, and IG took advantage of that, poking down Weibo's bot lane and now securing this first dragon in the game at 10 minutes.
So still worthwhile. I mean, late dragon, as you said, but we talk about IG being the scaling team. Later objectives means Elder's not going to come until 30-something minutes if it gets to that. And IG will be confident at that point if the game's not too far gone. So pacing good so far. There might be 1,000 gold behind, but you are seeing that the Zeri Lulu are in a pretty good position in the game.
I mean, Wisecam is already down 30 CS, and the Shy hasn't even eaten up this one that's already building. He potentially can freeze this, and Wisecam needs his jungler to bail him out, or this lane is looking very hard for Wisecam to even walk up into.
Gideon thinking about it. Okay, ulti to come through. Caster still in the escape method. Vault breaker over. Gideon very ambitious. That is Xiao who just gets scout of the week. His ultimate is sitting there, but he will not use it. And I'm surprised that Gideon Kitty decided to press the ulti on a Vi.
Yeah, I mean, if Karsa timed that badly, could have cancelled his Q, but he did that pretty well. And I mean, Crisp was there to act as a reinforcement, and that resulted in nothing. But looking at the CF differential, Hysterics, I can't look top, it's too big.
It is. It's 40 now. The Shy zones off YSKM, goes back to the wave. CS is life, and really solid stuff so far. I think the Shy today is just sick of dying. He does look half asleep. He looks a little bit bored, but honestly, he hasn't really had a challenge so far in this 1v1.
Most definitely, man. All this focus is going towards the bot lane, although Light doesn't have his flash available, so if Gideon decides to counter this, I mean, it could be a winning fight for IG. TP coming out of Xiaohu with this Herald as well. They want to force something here.
You've got yourself 4 members of Weibo down the bottom side of the map. Arn and Wink are about to be in trouble, but their ultis are available with double flash here. Herald, they're going to stay to defend. Arn feeling confident, wait for that shotgun laser yet again as through the turret he helps with the last piece of the wave. Herald gets the charge in, everyone's there to receive, but now that it's cleared on out, Arn and Wink can continue staying around and wait for this next wave. So no dive comes through from Weibo, but Kitty, I would have said, oh, it's fine for IG. But look at the other side of the map. They're not really getting anything.
It's not fine. I don't even think if Gideon goes top lane, there is a big chance if the Shy, once the Shy backs and comes back with his Mythic, he's able to 1v2 the top end jungle of IG. I don't want to see that ever happening because I want this to be an even game 2. I'm praying for a game 3 as well, Hysterics.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people would be. Just want to see IG give it to Weibo here in this one, but still, again, it's super solid. It's a 30 CS lead topside. It bounces between 30, 40. Mid has still got a lead as well, but Luden's just picked up as well. Gale Force the bot side and a Zeal. A lot of gold actually on Light after the Rift Herald charge. No Mythic yet for Arnas. Looking across the board, YSCam, Gideon, Dub, all with their first item in the game. So at least stacking up some of the items, but we have just been lolling. We've been chilling. We have been, I don't know, Kitty, not doing too much in this second game. It's just been pretty clinical with a couple of picks here and there and just lane differences showing face.
Yeah, and this is exactly how Game 1 went to the hands of Weibo Gaming. They just got leads from laning. They didn't need to do anything. They didn't need to fight, but there's going to be a fight in this mid lane.
And look how deep he goes well with a flash away. Caster's in no man's land, has to get himself out, but over the wall, Gideon just flashed into waiting arms. Caster gets a free kill, and Wick's gonna die to the fist of Vi. As powerful as she is in Arcane, that's about the front of it as Weibo just get 2. And Kitty, this is our game 1. Started off to a roaring success.
Finally IG decides to look for a skirmish, but their response, with 4 members being in this mid lane as An was CSing in that bottom lane, you're just at a numbers disadvantage, especially with the AD carry and mid lane of Weibo having that item advantage. Dove just gets ulted from the side of Karsa here, does flash and tries desperately to get away, but Gideon goes in, doesn't have enough damage to execute anyone because Akali is way too far back and gets one shot from Xiaohu's damage. And Wink going in with the little Lulu, flashing in, ulting Gideon as well. He doesn't have a way out.
YSCam and the Shy like, we're not getting involved in that. They used TPs before and they weren't getting anywhere near close. But they might have to think about this one because Dragon's coming up, 15 seconds. The Shy pushing in top wave, YSCam walking directly there, but Kitty, Weibo are now pretty strong. Black Cleaver first for Carson, not something we see with the Kempunk Chainsaw being the usual starter. But if the Shy walks down, which he is, Blade of the Ruined King. This is Big Croc.
Guys, Giga Shy is coming and he's 50 CS up against YSKM.
Do they need him? Well,
Gideon's caught
his
again.
clone died, and now Unleash Power. Gideon's just, Xiao's trying to get it with an auto. Carson's being nice, but eventually he has to take it away. You're in a 5 versus 4, and Kitty, we are once again complimenting Weibo from just taking out what they need.
The Shy, with the amount of lead he has, having that flash available as well, he can look for a pick in this mid lane.
Okay, now Arn in trouble. The flash forward. The Shy not getting anything with his own as Arn tries to skirt it forward onto the Shy, getting a proc movement speed there, but the ulti's going to tick away. Cast is waiting for that Vault Breaker back in, but IG don't give them the chance. And at the very least, Kitty, although they lose the fight, YSCam's going to get a turret, and he needs the goal.
The Shy has decided to join in on the fight, and IG's bowling diffused that entire in-game extremely well, not giving any chances. Predicted the Crocodile Flash, and An got away scratch-free, where YSCam, of course, does catch up a little bit in XP and minions, and does open up the map a little bit more, but I'm sure the Shy is more than happy to continue this map stay. I mean, he is having a lot of fun.
He's going to even leave the wave. It looks like Frozen for the time being, or rather get Krugs first, and then just move to the wave as YSCam back to wave, pick himself up his Tiamat, while topside is going to start off for the Herald. This is Caster doing this, by the way, so looks like IG are going to miss out on yet another one. As Kitty, it's worth mentioning, Light has his second item now, so that was very quick.
And this was all a result of Karsa dropping that Herald bot lane, and Xiao even guaranteeing the goal going into Light's hand as he picks up RC for his second item. I mean, the ADC of IG doesn't have any defensive spells. I mean, he does have the Baron and Mortal Shield, but Xiao is so fed.
Scatter the weak lands, and someone's dead. He flashes, ulties, all in for Arn. Karsa ults the wrong person, but maybe waiting for a Vault Breaker as he's blocked by Gideon. Karsa just runs it a bit, as now here comes Dub on Xiao, who misses the 5-point strike, but one more hit and a smite to do it. Dub helps him out as IG punish Weibo's greediness.
Hysterics, I see a light for IG. I see hope. Karsa going in, ulting the wrong person and dying as a result of that. I mean, An just had to burn the Baron, nothing else, and was protected by the jungle in support of IG, while Dub was getting onto the backline of a Weibo, and Xiaohu falls as a result of that as well, getting a tier 1 tower in that bottom lane. But look at this engage from Karsa. I mean, Xiaohu just dumps all the damage onto An, but Karsa ults the wrong person. And An lives on 1 HP. Together. And Karsa gets polymorphed here and he can't really get out, he's just dead. But Dub does go into the backline and threaten the carries of Weibo, where they weren't able to follow up with that damage. And really good 2-0 result for IG, where they come back into the game.
See, that's the Weibo I know and love. That's the Weibo I've been watching. The one that throws a Hail Mary, but instead it's like a Hail Jeff. Wrong side, wrong direction. Don't know where they're going. The hitbox got bigger thanks to Lulu ulti, but he still hit Wink. So rough times, but still Weibo find themselves in a lead after all that, I should say, still as well. 1,000 gold, Dragon coming up in a minute 50. They are still the team that are snowballing this game, Kitty. But a couple more throws like that, a couple more moments where IG find picks. And this Zeri suddenly 3 items. This Akali starts ramping up, Kitty. This side lane gets better for YSCam. All that is a possibility.
Most definitely. I mean, Weibo, they are a super team, but they don't really go into these games without making a few silly mistakes. Dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute, however, and YSCam, I mean, he has been getting opportunities to come back into the game as he's able to just kill the side lane towers of Weibo, where the map has opened up a lot more. It allows IG to plant down their vision and look for those picks, or potentially even let Weibo make those mistakes again by engaging. Well, Hysterics, it's okay because Karsa got a kill onto An instantly, and Weibo is now starting the Baron at the 20-minute mark. Dove, however, is trying to look for a flank with Gideon. The Shy is joining from the top side. Stun misses from Xiaohu, and the Baron is going to get continued. Gideon still has an angle to flank here, however. Smite available. You're back?
I'm back. I don't know.
Take it away.
Maybe IG got rid of my stream. Not happy with the state of this game. The Shy just says, big cake. All right, YSCam, Wink, Dub going in, all in. Can he steal it? Dub, not to the air, Caster. You need this smite, and he gets it. He's ulted on the back line as Light flashes over, meets in there. IG all in for the Hail Jeff, and as the knockup comes through, They're all dead. Gideon trying his heart out, but he's taken down as well. Help on. Oh, wait. Zeri does this. Zeri does this every day of the week with flash available. On. Take it. On.
He
The
doesn't
old
have
arm
to
would
be
do that.
available. I mean, put a flash go, just flash over. They're all 1 HP, but yeah, the pick onto An early on just means the Baron falls from Weibo, and Gideon just never found an angle to sneak his way into the Baron pit, and Kaiser secures it with that smite. I mean, without your main damage source in these team fights, they just took the 4v5 happily, trading 1 for 1, but now Baron is in the hands of Weibo, and they're going to fasten up the tempo by so much, where Ken isn't going to be able to do much in the side lane.
Oh, he hasn't been able to so far, but Prowler's Claw is going to be fun to watch as next Dragon's live and Weibo are on it first. IG, we had so much faith for you, we had so much promise in this team, but it does look like JDG, top esports, hell, even TT at this point, and Weibo are just too much for this team. You know, we're talking about them being a playoff team, which is still fair in some opinion, but they just can't get past this top echelon of the league.
Sometimes life gives you lemons and you have to make lemonade, and that was An's angle to flash over and make a cordial kill happen. Look at the game save. YSKN barely lives on 1 HP. The Baron minions are swarming towards your base. Dove trying to get something on the other side of the map, but the amount of force, the Shy has flash available.
Dove needs to back. He doesn't have TP. That's a very slow Akali, and everyone's here as Caster's looking to end it. I mean, the inhibitor's going to go down. Dove, take your time, brother. Like that one person at Macca's ordering so slowly and like, man, none of the machines are available. Please get on with your order. As Weibo now is a 5-man group, they've got Dove back. They don't spot him out, so they're like, okay, he's here. But one Nexus turret is going to go down thanks to the Baron minions. Dove now hitting for an angle, but no flash to get in quickly as Tarsa thinking about it too. There, the flash from the Shy. He ain't having none of it. Slight takes him out, and straight away in a 5v4 yet again as Hextech Cultivator takes on the Shy. He'll be taken first as Tarsa's up next, and you called it, Arn, as he flashes forward. YSKM! There we go, the most we've seen out of the man as Arn is chasing them up, but his ulti's already been burnt out of the way. Weibo are running for their life, but against the Lulu, look at the speed machine running through. It is the Fast and the Furious bottom lane that gets yet another.
This is the turning point for IG. Their scaling champions are finally coming online. I mean, An picking up those kills and YSKN getting a double. They're gonna back and they're gonna get that third item online ASAP, because Dove coming and joining in the fight extremely late, however, does get focused down instantly by the Shy. I mean, he already activated the ult prematurely, and then he flashes onto the assassin of IG. A lot of ultimates committed to this Akali, however, that does mean An is able to free hit throughout this entire fight. I mean, Light is sitting extremely back because he didn't want to commit to this fight, just take the inhibitor and leave, but once Zeri has his ultimate connected, I mean, you can't outrun a Zeri Lulu when they have the Shirelles as well. YSKN getting a double kill lets them come back into the game again.
Again, 4,000 gold lead, but scaling is starting to be a thing. We've almost got a 3-item Zeri in that bottom lane as well as 7,400 damage. Zeri and Lulu. Yeah. Okay. Well, get ready. Buckle in.
The voices, hysterics. The voices, the Zeris.
I can't deal with it. I just can't. I mean, Zeri things are happening, and look, honestly, one more fight like that, that's an Infinity Edge. That's a third item. Oh, well, let's be real. We're not getting IE third as IG are getting threatened to their turrets still. Weibo have already lost the Baron, but you can see they're still in charge. Able to split the map. The Shy's just running mid. No one's there. Dove now responding to him. But as they respond to him, IG are just going to lose this turret anyway.
Level 16, the Shy on this Crocodile. I mean, you need at least 2 people from the side of IG to deal with 1 person. But YSKN gonna have a relatively awesome time in the side lane. I mean, you are the Camille that just picked up 2 kills, and we've already talked about this win con of how IG has that scaling option as the Camille is gonna start drawing a lot of pressure, but Weibo spots this.
As YSKN tries to get his grand escape. The Shy without flash. Wall shot needs to come through like now-ish. Yes, there we go. TP's response. Vault breaker out. Weibo aren't going to overcommit for this one as Dove covers the base. But that's TP now burnt a minute 30 before the Dragon. IG are here early.
Navori picked up 4 On's third item. I mean, this Zarya is going to be so potent when it comes to the amount of damage she's able to toss out in these team fights. So Karsa, you need to focus down the AD carry of IG, or else the repeat of that inhibitor fight is just going to happen once again as Baron is spawning in 30 seconds.
30 seconds till we fight it out yet again. That AD carry, that Navori Quick Blades third on both. I mean, we're still 13.1. We don't even get the, the big buff. But then again, we'd probably see it second if we were in 13.3 as Gideon's angle.
Sneaky.
Ooh, sneaky monkey. Okay, spin, monkey, spin. Second time around, though, he won't get a chance as Culling helps take him out. Look at Shadow on the side, though. Scout of the week on YSKM and Carter. You absolute beauty. Dove flashes away as the hook shot gets him through, or rather, the Shuriken flip, but the whole team's dead. Arn's dead. That 80 carry you want to see die, Kitty. Well, Arn is in the graveyard. Dove can't do a thing. He needs to fly to wherever Doves come from, as IG are going to be obliterated. As Weibo came into this series and said, oh, look, there might be some kind of competition between YSK and the Shy, but this whole series, both games, the Shy has cared not. He's refused to elaborate. And much like Weibo Gaming, they have sat on top in their mighty throne. This top 4 team continues to be top tier. And IG have a lot of thinking to do, a lot of work before they can get up to their caliber.
A beautiful 2-0 series closing out for Wave War, and the Shy has finally taught YSKM on why he is the staple of LPL, and his Renekton and Nara, of course, have been just such a pleasure to watch when it comes to laning phase. I believe Casa also ended 7-1 on that Vi, having a huge impact in the early game in these team fights. I mean, just extremely well played from the entirety of Wave War. I know Xiaohu was struggling a little bit, but he did what he had to do.
Again, the Shy having a great series, Cast having a great series. Like, the Shy only dying once, that's not my true the Shy, but it's still, a quality performances. He farmed it out so much in this game, had a really quiet performance, but did what he needed to do. I guess quiet in the regard that he wasn't as bloodthirsty. He didn't 1v3 the game, but he still managed to carry in his own way. But I think we need to give props, Kitty, because light and crisp in this game, and both games were great. I think the standout, though, Casa was today quite brilliant.
Yeah, Casa's form was on tip-top shape for this series up against IG, and that is so important when you go into a Weibo series. I think Casa, he is extremely consistent when he's ahead, but once he's behind, I mean, that is a huge point for Weibo to look into. But this time, I mean, Casa with the Vi and the Elise in these 2 games, although some of the team fights were a little bit for fun, but in the end, these team fights were executed perfectly with how they decided to target the enemy.
Yeah, they were picked perfectly, all apart from the bottom side fight where that went a little bit sketchy going into the enemy base, but set up of the waves, the difference between what we saw in Ultra Prime earlier, trying to close a game, versus Weibo, who are these top-tier teams, or this top-tier team, rather. It was a much different experience. So props again. IG still showing us little glimpses of why they can be a playoff team, but they've got a lot to work towards. I think for IG, their schedule's still reasonable, Kitty. Like, they're now 5-4, but they still have OMG, which is winnable. RA, Ultra Prime, WE, NIP, LNG, BLG. I think these are all winnable. LNG being the hardest of what they have left, but that's what would get them into playoffs where, for Weibo at the moment, like being 5-2, they've got LGD, AL still on the menu. There's a RA in there. There's a WE. Weibo making playoffs. And I think with this win, they might be able to get themselves in the top 4, like just looking at the potentials of the future.
Look, Hysterics, IG is just going through the training arc. You know how in Naruto, Rock Lee throws his weights onto the ground in the Chunin exams? That's what this was, as JDG, Top Esports, Weibo Gaming, all out of the way now. So they are going into week 7 as a completely new team from their learnings from these previous weeks. I mean, really see how much of a standout Arn was in these team fights, and just they need to perfect the early game, and that's all they need to become a top contender for the standings.
That's what would make them a top 3, top 4. Again, big props to them. I think this time around, we saw a very, not relaxed, but very controlled Weibo. This was not a team that you look at and go, oh, they're calm, collected. They're like an LNG. where they kind of just play out their scaling or they play out their comps, slowly but surely win the race. Weibo, they're bloodthirsty, they're explosive. They throw the games up to 50-50 sometimes. That was not it here. It was just so different. And again, it's just a big surprise.
Do you think Chris is gonna get MVP for that game too? He had 100% KP on the Nami.
True.
Surely he doesn't steal it away from Casa, right? Because he was 7-1 ending the game, and I don't think I've ever seen a Vi have that many kills.
I think it's got to go to Casa. Let's be real. Casa's game 1 was pretty good. His game 2 was a lot better, and I think well deserved. Surprisingly, maybe you give it over to someone like, I'm not sure if you give it to Light. Light had a lot of kill participation. Light had a lot of impact in that game, but still, either way, I think you could kind of throw a stone at Weibo and you'd get a correct answer there, Kitty. At the very least, I will tell you that this team in both those games won in under 30 minutes. It was a less than 1 hour series. Give it to anyone, as Xiaohu apparently is going to be standing by with Christina for our interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Xiaohu, the millionaire for WBG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. A lot of people are looking forward to this matchup against IG. So, did you expect a 2-0 victory against Inventus Gaming? 欢迎小虎来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 WBG 今天2-0快速的拿下了对手。那么这一场对决呢，也是大家比较期待的。可能因为之前 IG 表现也不错，微博现在状态也越来越好了，所以小虎选手有没有预料到是一个2-0获胜？然后觉得2-0能够拿下他们的最主要原因是什么呢？
其实我们就是微博打比赛的时候，就是赛前调试的时候，大家都会讲，每个人都会讲今天状态怎么样。然后今天5个人都说的状态挺好的，然后就是预料之中吧。
Actually, before the matchup, we will talk about each other to talk about our form and discuss how's going today. Hey guys, and we 5 players all think that we're in a good form in today's matchup. And second question, I'm curious about that Soraka support in game number 1, and why did you guys pick this champion to suit your whole draft in game number 1? 那么第一局的时候，今天柳青松选手这边选出了一个奶妈，然后来配合整个第一局的阵容。想问一下，第一局拿出索拉卡的契机是什么呢？
因为首先刘云松的索拉卡其实是他的绝活英雄嘛，然后索拉卡这个英雄在面对酒桶跟塞拉斯的时候是有一个很好的反手效果的，就是可能酒桶一闪进来放不出大招之类的，对我们就可以借此拿下团战的胜利。
Actually, Soraka is one of the signature champions of Crisp's champion pool, and it's a really good counter pick into the Gragas and Silas. 哎，是索拉卡和酒桶说，酒桶。Sorry about like Gragas and Silas. If Gragas and engaged, he didn't come fight back, and we can do something to fight it back. It's really a good counter pick into these 2 champions. And the second question, I'm curious about like game number 2, because I see IG really performs pretty good and show their tenacity when you guys were pushing the waves on Bali after you secured the Baron. So how did you guys fight back and turn the tide to secure the Game number 3 for you. 那么在 Game number 2， 在第2局的后期，我们可以看到 IG 这边他们也是在你们下路推进的时候展现出了队伍的韧性嘛，也是在有一波反打。所以那波反打之后，微博这边是打算怎么决策的呢？
那波的话是我们太想一波掉对面了吧，然后也是给了对面的一波反打的机会吧，对。
Actually, that just because maybe we were too hasty and we want to close the game from that one team fight, but maybe that's an opportunity for IG and they secured this opportunity to punish us. Final question for you, you are going to play against LNG, who ranks the number 1 in the standings so far. Any expectations, and are you confident of taking down LNG next matchup? 最后一个问题，下一局微博将要对阵到的是目前暂列积分榜第1的 LNG 嘛？有没有信心拿下这局比赛，或者说有什么期待吗？
因为打李宁的话，其实就是对我来说，他们厉害的是李宁的中野嘛，索高特加他战选手是很厉害的中野组合，然后我觉得只要我跟卡萨能承受住这个压力，并且取得优势的话，我们赢下他们是很简单的。
Actually, I think the most important thing for LNG is just like their mid synergy, and if I and Karsa can perform well and get leads, that we can win LNG easily in next coming matchup. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢小虎来到我们赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
And Kitty, nice interview. Talking about LNG versus Weibo, I mean, again, a good read, I think, when they consider that LNG, yes, very much about mid. LNG currently at the top of the standing, so it's natural that Weibo will have to look ahead at one of their hardest matchups in the split next.
Yeah, and I believe we had an interview with Gideon early on in this series, and he even expressed the importance of mid-jungle duo in the current meta. But I need to remind everyone, we're saying our goodbyes to patch 13.1.
Good. Very nice. As Casa picks up MVP, just to touch up on that game. Finish it up. Casa deserves this one. Again, just one of the greatest junglers. When he hits his prime, he hits it hard. And 6 MVPs, Kitty. There was a time early in the split where every time Weibo won, it was because of Casa, and he would pick up every single victory MVP.
Yeah, even Xiaohu expressed the importance of form, and Karsa just rocked up today in tip-top shape. I mean, he was just so proactive in the early game, shutting down Gideon consistently in these team fights. Other than that one time, he ulted onto the wrong person, I believe. I think his Vi ultis this entire game have been relatively good, and it gave Weibo a lot of fighting opportunities and caught the side of IG out all the time.
Well, God. I mean, give him something like fire as well. He can sometimes run it. And other times he can absolutely just carry on it too. Playing towards sides, playing the counter-ganking angle consistently. And Kitty, you know, we thought we'd come out of this praising someone like Gideon or maybe even Dove, right? Because IG got first blood. They were able to hit mid first. But Casa was just there as a response and consistently hovered around bot and around these neutrals and was just good at punishing.
He had a really good read onto Gideon, and I think Gideon for this entire series had a pretty tough time trying to find angles. But to be fair, every lane was just getting consistently pressured into them where they couldn't play with the wave.
Well, that's it for today, though, as we look towards what happened. And if you missed out, it was a bit of a long night. Again, might have been a 2-0 here in this last series, but OMG versus Ultra Prime, both in Shanghai. That first series was a long one. Bit of a banger, though, with Ultra Prime finally getting another win.
Yep, the series for starting the day of Ultra Prime up against OMG. We did not expect it to go towards the favor of UP as they grab the first win in a very long time. Hopefully they can keep up this win streak for the upcoming weeks. And of course, Weibo versus IG. I mean, Weibo had a very dominating performance up against IG.
Yeah, they did, but look, they've got to face LNG towards the end of the week. That's going to be a banger as well. Weibo move up, IG still question marks here to whether they can maintain their spot, but it's all going to depend on their next couple of weeks as well. We're over the halfway point here in the LPL. Things are heating up, and a lot of favorites moving towards the bottom of the pack like FPX, NIP, people might have faith in with their roster coming in pre-split. OMG as well, finding a loss against Kitty, against Ultra Prime earlier on. Yeah. So things are heating up a little bit as we go to tomorrow.
Ooh, JDG versus FPX. I mean, JDG is currently on a two series win streak, maybe one. My memory is failing me right now. It is very late in Sydney, but LNG versus BLG, definitely a challenge for BLG to really find their footing in the standings. LNG is sitting pretty in first place.
Yeah, against BLG though, can BLG take it away from them? That's the biggest question. This is a team in BLG that have been surprising with their wins. They go to game threes more often than not. You know, that's also surprising, but took a game off JDG, beat Weibo as well, remember. EDG, they weren't able to find something, but at least their last two have been win against AL and RA. Kitty, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's your Tuesday done and dusted. A big thank you, as always, for joining me. And for everyone else at home, tomorrow's going to be a good day, so we're going to leave you with it. It is bye for now, but not forever. See you for the LPL on Wednesday.
Bye-bye.